to the Hawks Nest live stream show. My name is Brandon Kane, and I do appreciate you for tuning on in today as we motor our way towards the off season. But before we can get to the off season, it's always a good idea to get a little bit of a view and understanding of what we saw in the prior year. Look at the coaches, look at the players, but of course, too, we want to look at Seahawks General Manager John Schneider within this as well. And prepared a little video today. Wanted to include some graphics when I ran through it on this. So I'm just going to first run this video that I kind of put together here and then have us do a little bit of discussion today about John and what he's done this past year, as ultimately I think it's been mainly good, but I think there's a lot here to kind of turn and twist over. So I'm going to cook this up off the top and be back with you guys in a quick 20 as we let's roll this up. It's been a year since Pete Carroll was let go as head coach of the Seattle Seahawks and also relieved of his vice presidential duties, thus freeing up General Manager John Schneider to fully be in control for the first time in 14 years here in Seattle in his capacity. Now we've had a year. I think we have a chance now to do a little bit of a report card on John to make an assessment of how he's done over this year, now fully freed up of any overriding decision making coming from Coach Carroll. So let's go one by one through the different parts of what makes up what he does as a general manager to get an idea of how he has done this year. And before we get to these grades, let me just say off the rip that this has been a successful season for the Seahawks. You brought on a really nice coach. You got to 10 wins. You improved a little bit beyond what you were last year, albeit that was aided by the final game of the season where the Rams weren't playing much of anybody to get to that 10 wins. But it was a successful year. So this report card's not to take away from anything from the fact that this was a good year, that the future is bright, that there's a lot of optimism rightfully placed in the Seahawks fan base right now. It's again just taking a little bit of a snapshot of this past year and what John has done. Here are the 6 categories for the report card as I would delineate them. Trades, in-house contracts, and money management. This would be money spent on your own roster to retain your own free agents or give out extensions. Free agency additions. Lost quality players to free agency. Those players you lost in free agency and what they did after you moved on. Essentially, was it a smart move not to retain them, especially considering what John did as an alternative to resigning them? Draft productivity year 1. Yes, you usually want to wait 3 years before assessing draft classes, but good teams get productivity from their drafts quickly. Look at the early returns the Los Angeles Rams got this year from Jared Verse, Braden Fisk, Bo Limmer, Cameron Kitchens, and Jordan Whittington. Or San Francisco this year with Ricardo Green, Dominic Pooney, Malik Mustafa, and Isaac Guerrero. First category up will be trades. John Schneider only made 4 deals this past year, 2 in the end of training camp, 2 in season, so not a lot to turn over here. Darrell Taylor being the first guy that was moved right at the end of training camp, and this was a good deal from John Schneider's perspective as Darrell Taylor was more a player that fit to the old regime rather than the new one. Mike McDonald looks for bigger edges. He wants to have those guys that can be power edges and really can set the hard edge to force the run back inside. Anybody that's watched Darrell Taylor just knows that's not his game, and so he was likely to be a cut candidate if John Schneider was not able to find a trade partner out there at the end of training camp. And he did, moved him to Chicago for a 6th round pick in this upcoming draft. And though some 12s would have you believe that Taylor went out there and had a great year for the Bears, he did not. He was what he's always kind of been. Gave them 3 sacks on the year, did not give them good run defense, was about the 79th highest rated edge by PFF in the game. So this was a good deal for John. You got to give him a solid B on this one. A trade then made in conjunction with this deal was then Seahawks looking to go find that power edge. And the guy that they looked for first was Trevis Gibson to fill that mark from the Jacksonville Jaguars. You gave up a late round pick in this upcoming draft to go get him. He came in here and he was by and large a disappointment. He just didn't provide any kind of impact. Had a lot of games where he was inactive this season. This one's just purely an F, though you didn't give up a lot to go get him. The Seahawks, because the Gibson move didn't work, then had to go out there and get Roy Robertson Harris, also from the Jacksonville Jaguars, who were a little bit more in sell mode at that point in time. Harris came in here and gave you just a little bit better play than what Gibson had given you as that power edge, but still not much by and large. It was still pretty empty on the whole in what he gave you. A little bit of pressure at times, a little bit of run defense at times, but a lot of the year where he was by and large kind of unnoticeable out there. But still gave you a little bit of a moderate amount of impact. It was for a future 2026 6th round pick, so that's not a high cost for that. So about a C- grade on this one. The final trade and the best trade that John Schneider made this past year was for Ernest Jones. Jones, who went to the Tennessee Titans in a training camp deal with the Los Angeles Rams because they didn't want to trade him to us. We were interested in him. They didn't want to move him to us, so they moved him on out there to the AFC. We were able to then pull him back in here for a 4th round pick, which is a moderate high cost, but you had some really grade A impact in what he brought to the field after the trade. This guy came in and he cinched down the running game almost by and large, him and Tyrese Knight on their own. He was such a big improvement over what you had from the prior linebackers early on this season, and really looks like he's going to be a building block piece of this team as they go forward. I'm expecting he's signed to a contract contract extension. This is a smashing success from John Schneider's perspective. You got to give him an A on this one. So we got an A, a B, a C-, and an F. I put it in the formula. It comes out to a C+ for John when it comes to trades. Money management and in-house contracts. This is going to be another mixed bag here from John Schneider. Some good, some bad, some really good, some really bad. First, when it comes to letting go of players that you probably should have let go of and you were smart to do so. At the head of the list, Quandre Diggs, Jamal Adams, two guys that weren't going to give you a lot going in the future, who weren't a fit to the new defense. And Jamal Adams' case especially, a guy that just was at the end of the road when it comes to his career. So smart of John to move off of both of these two players. You like in the Jamal Adams deal that you ate all of that dead money on the front of this, that you sustain that right now in Mike Macdonald's first year so that you can clear that money off the books moving into year 2 of Mike Macdonald. I think that looks pretty smart in retrospect. On some of the lesser, smarter things as far as managing the money in-house, the rework deals to Tyler Lockett and DK Metcalf, while they did free up a little bit more money for you to get your normal business done last year, you are feeling a little bit more of that pain now this year on this year's cap when you don't have a lot of money, especially when it comes to a guy like Tyler Lockett, where if you hadn't reworked that deal, you came into last year of his deal here now, you'd be saving substantially more money than you're really going to save on the deal by cutting him here, which is still a little bit of dough, but it could have been much more if you hadn't have reworked that deal, if you didn't have to rework that deal because you had enough money because you hadn't have stretched your cap already last year for a year you weren't going for it. You don't like to see these kind of moves, the voidable years added to the DK Metcalf contract, unless you truly are going for it. On the good side of this, the Seahawks signed Leonard Williams to the contract extension right at the start there of free agency, keeping him out in-house, having the Hawks not be in a perspective of losing that second-round pick that they moved for Leonard Williams at the trade deadline, and they signed him to over a $20 million a year deal, yet Leonard Williams went out there and rewarded John Schneider for that commitment, giving the Seahawks basically a defensive player of the year-like play from the 3-tech position this year, which was wonderful to see. Likewise, Julian Love was given a contract extension right before the start of the year. It was a deal that wasn't like the Quandre Diggs or Jamal Adams deal where it broke the bank. It was a deal that made a lot of sense for the player and made a lot of sense for the team. He went out there and gave you basically a Pro Bowl season, a top 10 level play of season from the safety position at a good cost. He's only going to cost about $6.5 million on the cap next year. You feel great about those deals. So those are 2 A's right across the board, no doubt about it. Noah Fant, maybe the one you feel a little bit shaky on. He was retained this year on a 2-year deal, which is essentially a 1-year deal because the Seahawks keep thinking that you're going to be able to tap into that high level of talent that he would seem to have that once made him a first-round pick in the NFL draft. And he went out and gave you a 500-yard receiving season. It wasn't bad. Injuries did come back up again. There is some issues with him as a blocker. It wasn't a bad year, but it's kind of like a C+ kind of deal from a Seahawks perspective where it was fine. I still am expecting them to probably release him as we get into the upcoming free agent period. There's no two ways to slice it. Free agency was atrocious for John Schneider this year. And what's really disconcerting about this is that he's continued on with the trend that he's tried out year after year after year after year. And that is that I'm going to sign these aging veterans to 1-year contracts. We're going to give them prove-it deals. And you know what we're going to get? We're going to get their best selves. We're going to get them hungry. We're going to get them fighting for that next multi-year deal that they want to get after this season. We're going to get them in the off-season training and in their best shape by the time that they get to training camp. And this is all good in theory, and it probably looks good on paper, but it hasn't worked. Hasn't worked in the prior years and absolutely fell flat on its face this year with almost every single signing. And let's go one by one through them all. Rayshawn Jenkins, brought in to be your starting safety, wasn't a good one, then got injured. Then he could not unseat Kobe Bryant, who had a pretty good year for your Seahawks, but you got really much of nothing from Rayshawn Jenkins. Nick Harris was a center that you brought in to come in and duke it out with Oluwatimi at that starting center position. Who could be number 1 for you? He wasn't very good. Oluwatimi wasn't very good. This forced you to have to go sign Connor Williams at the 25th hour of training camp, and then you move Nick Harris to the Browns for a 7th-round pick in 2026, which is almost just about nothing kind of value. You got your 2 inside linebackers, again, both signed on a 1-year deal. Jerome Baker, Tyrell Dodson, both of them atrocious. Neither of the 2 of them even able to last halfway into the season, and it just keeps getting worse from there. Laken Tomlinson, an older, aging guard, and you've done this so many different times, whether it be guard or center, from your Austin Blythes to your Evan Browns to your Gabe Jacksons to your Luke Jokels. You've gone down this road so many times. You gave him a 1-year, $3 million deal, a guy that was not absolutely the opposite of a fit for this spread system and the mobile-based stuff that you're going to ask from these offensive linemen, and he didn't have a very good season. A weird signing at the time, and definitely a weird signing as we stand now here after the season. He wasn't god-awful, but he wasn't good, and especially in pass protection, he was a huge negative, which is kind of problematic for a team that was going to be almost one of the league leaders in passing attempts on the season. Jonathan Hankins was supposed to be brought in to be one of your nose tackles in here and to lock that down. You had a couple of bodies that you could hope could kind of solidify themselves at that nose tackle position. He had a good game with the Dolphins, but by and large, he just looks like he's at the end of his road. Doesn't have much gas left in the tank. He had a lot of games where he wasn't particularly good. Those games where we had bad run defending days defensively, you could find him as one of those centerpiece points as to why it was a bad day. Because he wasn't as good was part of the reason that you had to move Byron Murphy from his natural 3-tech role into that nose tackle position, because you had nobody else that could get it done. But yet another bad signing. So hard to look down the alignment of any of these signings and say, hey, there was a good one there, there was a good one there. They were almost all failures in themselves. And again, a place that John can maybe pivot and learn from here, where the one-year deals are not working for you. On top of the fact that you eat up all of your salary cap so quickly with all of these one-year deals. It's one thing to give out one here and one there, but when you give out like 5, 6, 7 of them, you eat up whatever cap space you really have really quickly, because you're not spreading out the money. You're not spreading it out over a multitude of years. And John's just unwilling to do this year after year, and it's not paying off for him. It's not working, and hopefully he pivots this offseason. Free agent losses, and these are not pretty when you especially match them up against the free agent signings that you made on the other end. First, Bobby Wagner. John Schneider let him walk once unceremoniously, brought him back again. He played well for you last season. You let him walk again here this last offseason. Maybe understandable because he wasn't an exact fit for what Mike McDonald wanted from his scheme. But then when you look at what you brought in here instead, in Baker and Dodson, and then what Wagner was able to do for Washington, be a leader for that young team, help that defense rise on up. He's got him right now on the precipice of maybe getting to the Super Bowl. That one really hurts, especially considering that the cost wouldn't have been very high. Then you've got Jordan Brooks. You let him go to the Miami Dolphins on a pretty low-end deal to there. He went out there and had his best year of his career, at least rated by PFF. He's still a guy that's kind of a nightmare in coverage, still gave up almost 700 yards in coverage. You can really pick on him in that way, and that was a big reason why the Hawks did let him go. But it still hurts when you watch him have this kind of year, this best year of his career over there with the Dolphins here, again, versus what you brought in here with Baker and Dodson, who were just bad. Evan Brown was not a particularly good center for the Seahawks when he played here last year. The Hawks signed him on one of those one-year, $3 million type deals. He was a bad center, rated about 33rd by PFF, matched the eye test. But the Cardinals went out there and signed him on a one-year, $2.3 million deal, and he actually performed better for them at left guard than Laken Tomlinson performed for you at left guard this year. And that's with you paying more money to Laken Tomlinson versus what Evan Brown would have costed. Ouch. That kind of hurts. And the hits just keep on coming. Will Disley signed by the Los Angeles Chargers to a medium-sized deal after the Hawks cut him and ate dead money to cut him. Went out there and had the best season of his career for the Los Angeles Chargers. Meanwhile, you got nothing for Farrell Brown. Would have been just a smarter move to hold on to Will Disley on his current contract as you had it. Colby Parkinson's one of the moves that's worked out well in the Hawks' favor. The Rams signed him to a kind of reasonably, not high-end deal, but good money. Money the Hawks were not willing to match. He went out there as a guy that they were hoping could be the insurance policy for Higbee coming back off his torn ACL. Parkinson was not a good player for the Rams. I'm expecting they're probably going to end up cutting him this offseason. Hard to give John Schneider a good grade on this one. Losing Bobby Wagner, losing Disley, man, that hurts. Bringing in a Laken Tomlinson and getting lesser play versus the Cardinals getting better value, that one hurts. Got to give him a C- grade on this one. Draft productivity year 1. First up, Byron Murphy, your first-round pick who came in with very high expectations, where many 12s thought this guy could be a guy who'd be like Aaron Donald-like impact. He was not able to supply that in his first year, but not his fault necessarily, as the Seahawks moved him off of his natural 3-tech role into the nose tackle position because Jonathan Hankins was done and because Cameron Young couldn't stay healthy throughout the year and you had nothing else left there to grab, so you had to stick with him and hope he could ride it out. He did a good job. He was a good soldier. He provided good run defense over there for you, but he was not able to provide much pass rushing impact because he was taking on double teams by and large. Pretty good year all over overall. Can't really ding him nonetheless on that one, so you give him a B+ grade with that. Christian Haynes had a real rough opening year for your Hawks. You're hoping he could slide in and be a day one starter for you at right guard. He could not beat out Anthony Bradford to start out in training camp. Then once Anthony Bradford failed out and got injured and he was slid in, was really bad in certain games, just did not look like he was ready to go. Looked like he at least needed 1 year / maybe even will become a bust. We'll just have to see with him with time, as he was supposed to be a pro-ready guard. That was his whole claim to fame coming out of this prior draft, and he looked nothing close to ready to go on that side of it. 2 fourth-round picks that worked out really well in the Seattle Seahawks' favor. A.J. Barner out of Michigan was to be brought in and be really a blocking specialist. Wasn't thought to be able to give you much as a pass catcher. Instead, you got a little bit of the inverse. He gave you more as a pass catcher than he actually gave you as a blocker, but a good, bright opening season for the tight end who looks like a guy that could be in the mix to be that starting tight end moving into the future, or at least part of your 2 tight end packages. The guy that was your best rated rookie, your best rookie overall overall this season was Tyrese Knight out of UTEP. The inside linebacker came in about midseason with Ernest Jones, and the tandem of both of those two guys solidified your defense, especially as you stopped the run, and allowed us to see really the best version of this defense as we went down the home stretch, absent maybe a couple of games where they had a few not so good moments. But he can hit, he can cover, he can blitz, and boy, you better believe he can tackle. This is a guy with some legit upside as we move into the future who I'm really excited about what he can bring. Both could be a Will and a Mike moving into the future, but he's going to be a good linebacker for your Seattle Seahawks. Nehemiah Pritchett didn't play most of this season. When he finally got into play a little bit at the end of the year, including that Rams game, he got abused a little bit as he just did not look ready. DJ James, his running mate out there at Auburn, was cut right at the end of training camp, just not good enough, so you didn't get much out of that one there. Sa'atoa Luamea, the kid that you took out of Utah that was going to be your tackle convert into guard, finally slid into right guard there at the end of the year after Bradford didn't make it, after Haynes didn't make it. Then you went, okay, let's try this guy. He had a game here where he looked okay, and as a run blocker, he looks decent with some upside, but he is in over his head as a pass protector. I believe he had multiple games where he had single-digit grades from PFF as a pass protector, gave up a multitude of pressures. Yes, there's some upside there as far as a run blocker goes, but that might not be as much the case when it comes to him as a pass protector. We're just going to have to see when it comes to that. Mike Jarrell, the kid that you took with your final pick of the draft, wasn't a lot of expectations with him. He's a little bit like Sa'atoa, where you had to kind of force him in there at one point or another in the year because you got so lean at that given position at right tackle. No Lucas, no Fant. Then you lose Stone Forsythe as well. You're down to your fourth-string guy. He did what he could out there. He was all right. He was functional out there. And this kid's actually got some maybe legit upside as we go into the future there with him as a player. I like this kid a lot, and maybe as that swing tackle on that rookie deal, a little bit like Stone's been for us, he can now fill into that role as Stone is now going to be a free agent. Overall draft productivity year one, I give it a C+. You're just wanting a little bit more from these draft classes than this. This is almost a little bit of a bare minimum that you got from this group. It's great to see Tyrese Knight and the upside that he potentially can provide, but moving Byron Murphy off of his number one spot, which does fall in alignment with what the Hawks have done in prior years at times where they don't always put the player in the best position for them to succeed. You sometimes see these guys being moved and bounced around. We've seen this do this with offensive linemen, even drafted offensive linemen really high, as they don't always have really the pathway and approach that's clear for what you're trying to get done with the player. And look, you can't blame him here where Leonard Williams was having the great year he was having at 3-tech, so it's understandable that he wasn't able to unseat Leonard Williams, but still, this isn't why you drafted the kid, is to move him into a nose tackle kind of role. So Knight doing good, Barner doing good, Byron Murphy doing good, but absent that, not a lot else that you got from this draft class. Coaching hire is going to be our final category, and this was John Schneider's best one. He had a major hire to make. He had to fill the shoes of Coach Carroll, that legendary coach, and it was going to be hard to get this hire necessarily right. That's a big shadow that hangs over the top of this organization, and he could have gone the safe route. Could have gone with a Dan Quinn. Could have looked for maybe a Mike Vrabel or something along those lines, a Ben Johnson, get an offensive-minded coach. Instead, he went slowly and surely to John Schneider through the candidates, interviewed them all, did a lot of second interviews, made sure of the one that he wanted to go with, was patient to wait with Mike McDonald through that long run that the Ravens had through the playoffs last year. And then when he was sure that he had the right guy, he jumped on him. It didn't matter that was going to be the youngest coach in the NFL. Didn't matter that that was going to be a first-time head coach. He said, this is the right guy for the job, and he proved to be that. As that youngest head coach in the NFL got 10 wins in his first season, which first-time coaches, youngest head coaches in the NFL, those don't tend to be positions that you're going to find any kind of success in that first year. You're going to go through a rough road. It's going to be some ups and some downs maybe in the best case of scenarios. That wasn't the case with McDonald this year. You overall came away with this feeling really good about what he did. He took a back-end defense on the back third of things, brought them into a top third state of things. He really seems to be a guy who can make adjustments, who doesn't need to necessarily have strength all across the board to make his scheme work, who can put his players in a position to have success and give them advantages on the football field. Yes, the Ryan Grubb signing didn't work on the offensive coordinator side of it, and now they are looking for a new OC, but this was also one where you were in a bit of a predicament in having to wait for Mike McDonald to be your head coach and having to wait for the Ravens to be kicked out of the playoffs to go and then get that interview with him. You were going to have to wait for a lot of those OC candidates that were there and the vibrant candidates like an Arthur Smith to kind of leak off the board and be gone by the time you were actually making the head coaching hire. And so you're kind of looking through secondhand parts of that point, having to pick from not a lot of great options. You went for a big swing in Grubb, but they're not married to it. They've gone a different direction this offseason now to where they have more candidates, more brighter candidates to pick from. So I can't knock John on that one. Going to Grubb and picking him was understandable given where they were as far as the progression of the offseason and how few candidates there were available to him. So let's run through the categories again here with their grades. Trades, C+. In-house contracts and money management, B-. Free agent additions, F. Losing quality players in free agency, D. Draft productivity year one, C+. Coaching hire, A+. Final grade, C+. I think C+ is a very fair grade to give John for the season. Yes, 10 wins by and large is a good year overall, but this is also into the third year of that rebuild off of the Russell Wilson pivot, and you had won 10 games and 9 games prior to this. So it wasn't like you were coming from 3 or 4 games. It wasn't like you're the Arizona Cardinals doubling your win total from the prior year. It's a good season, but a lot of the moves as you look at them individually are not particularly good moves. And really looming and hanging over the top of this whole thing is John Schneider's approach to the offensive line. The Seattle Seahawks spent as little of money as anybody in the NFL towards their offensive line this last year. And it would be not a problem as much if it was a 1 year off issue, but this has been a problem that's been going on for about 10 years. In alignment with the thing I spoke about earlier in this video of those 1 year deals that you tend to give to those offensive linemen and aging vets who then don't perform particularly well on that offensive line. A big part of having a good offensive line is going to be continuity and chemistry, but it seems like every year the Seahawks are spinning through different starters at almost every single position and that they can never take advantage of that advantage that you need to make a good offensive line. He's had a weird approach to this year after year. You don't give those guys that you draft high second contracts. You let guys like a Damian Lewis that was a former third round pick just walk. Now the cost was high, $13 million is a lot to spend, but you let these guys walk all the time in that way. It was the same thing with an Ethan Posick, and you have an utter refusal of spending big money in free agency or going out there and making any kind of major trade for a quality offensive lineman. And John Schneider's entire 15-year run here, he's only made one trade for a high quality offensive lineman, that being Dwayne Brown back in 2017, which was a smashing success, but John's never gone down that road again. He's going to be walking into some trepidatious territory here as it goes into this upcoming season, where if he does not deal with this offensive line this offseason or takes the same kind of approach he's taken in recent years to it, I think he's going to be looking at some pitchforks and torches from the fan base moving into this next year because they are tired of it. They are fed up with it. Part of the frustration from this fan base has come to the fact that you have this problem on your team that you don't deal with year after year after year. And it's getting to a point that I'd say is a breaking point at that. So hopefully John, starting to learn some lessons on this side of it, starts to spend a little bit more of his money smartly, maybe a little more open to making some trades, especially when it comes to bringing on offensive linemen. But hopefully we get a better year from him. Love what he did with the coaching hire. There are some good parts about what he did this year, but you'd really like there to be more of a vision from John, less of him being always reactive to what's happening and what's failing in the moment, more of you seeing them putting a vision in place and then executing that vision with a long-term scope of mind, rather than what it feels like sometimes with him as a general manager, where everything sort of feels like in the now, in the now, in the now. We'll see what they do this offseason. We'll see if John can turn around a better year. Let me know. Was I a little bit too rough on him on the grade? Would you have given him a better grade or a worse grade? Please comment below. Let me know what you guys think. I appreciate you guys watching today. I did just do that as a record prior because I wanted to get some of those graphics in. It's always kind of hard to do that on the fly as you want to kind of include that type of stuff. But I'd love to hear what you guys think on whether or not you think I was a little rough on John or not, or whether I should have been rougher, perhaps, as we do also have a poll going on right now with 110 votes in the book. So I'll get you an update on that one here as we get some more votes in as to what the grade is you guys would give John Schneider this upcoming for this last 2024, as it is his first year of having that full control as a GM, not having any override. In regards to Seattle Seahawks news, there's not much percolating outside of the ongoing exhaustive offensive coordinator search. The current update, I suppose, if I can give you guys one, and this is merely just what we're hearing as far as rumors and heat goes. It seems like Hank Fraley has come around the quarter turn, and he's got a little bit of a head lead, it would appear, based on what we're hearing, in front of a Kubiak. And that as much as anything, that maybe the fact that we haven't heard an announcement on the hiring has to do with the fact that the Hawks are a little bit unsure about the fact that he's never called plays. And do they want to get a counterbalance guy in here? Do they want to have the OC position be kind of a shared position? I'm not sure if I particularly like the idea of that myself, much less having somebody that's never called plays before. But we can definitely turn this one over as well and discuss this one as far as that goes. I do appreciate you guys watching today. We'll probably have, I know I say this often, but this will probably be the way it's going to go today. Just probably a quick show as we are kind of in the off season. And I just know there's not as many folks out there watching hot content. So we won't try to drive this out any longer than you guys are interested in doing. So we'll see you guys yet. Hope everyone's having a good night. If you can, please hit that like button. Fabrice says, when do we get news? I'm tired to wait. Come on, man. Yeah, we'll hopefully learn here before the end of the week, I think, on the OC search. But they're definitely taking their sweet time. That's for sure. Herbert says, wish we hire somebody. I'm starting to get a little bit into that mode too. Like, okay, come on. Let's get them hired here. Gibson says Schneider has not put together a winner in his tenure. We haven't won a playoff game since 2016 and are basically treading water. It's been a bit of that way. Yeah, recently it has. Yeah, Brian Scott Turner's the guy that they're talking about bringing in to pair with maybe Fraley. It's going to be hard for me to be really excited by that proposition. Tom says John Schneider will bring back Grubb on a prove-it season after we take too long to get anyone else. Maybe. O'Dwyer says, I'm leaning towards a C+. Big Cat signing, drafting Murphy Barner, Connor Williams, and Haynes looked good at the time. Free agent signings were horrendous, though. So we're on the same page, O'Dwyer. C+ is exactly where I landed as well. I think that's a pretty fair spot. And yes, we do get the comp pick for Wagner, I suppose. There's that. Dogzilla, thanks for becoming a member of the channel. I really appreciate you for doing that. Also dropping a $2 donation on the channel. Thank you for that. Says, why is your cat in the wrong place? So during the video yesterday, she wanted to go up to the high side, and now today she's down the low side. I ideally had hoped when I bought the 2 cat trees that I'd have my black cat up here, and she'd be safe and sound up here, but this one's kind of a bully, and she rules over all in this space. So I've got no control over her. It's basically she does what she wants to do, and she's not letting the other one up here, I suppose. That's the bottom line on that one. Sorry, one sec, folks. I gotta blow my nose. Yeah, I thought living in California, the allergies, especially in the South, wouldn't be as bad, but I don't know if it's these fires or what. Cash Money, we'll go as long as we got questions and discussions in the chat today. Addicted, the Texas kid Banks is a good one, man. He very well may be maybe the first round choice. Kind of feeling like maybe there might be a team willing to throw him out at right tackle rather than guard, but he would seem to supply both of those two potentialities as far as where he could play. And invest in the trenches is always a good idea. Goodness. Whew. We are struggling today. Whew. Feed me more Seahawks. Thank you for the $2 donation. You hear the Bills fans donating to Mark Andrews? I did, yeah. So the Bills fans donated a ton of money to Mark Andrews charity, which just goes to show you the Bills fans are a very classy bunch. If you're looking, as I've said, to a fan base that certainly has earned the right to be rewarded with a Super Bowl by their dedication and how much they have stuck with their team through the years in a small market where you don't always have a lot, there to root for. They've had some bad teams and the Patriot dominance that ran over the top of them, but classy move on their part by donating to the charity. Tough for Andrews in that moment to have the season end off on something like that. But it is like Lamar told him, it's not all just down to one play. People often will get stuck on those kind of one single plays, but it is about the culmination of all the plays through the game that determines whether you win or lose. And so cool story though. Very, very classy by the Bills fans. Nicholas Newton, thank you for the $2 donation. Says, how many compensatory picks do we have, B? Well, we've got 2 for sure, which would be a 4th and a 6th round pick. The 3rd pick, which has started to come into shape and where there may be a possibility that there's a 3rd pick here, comes from the performance of the players. And because the thing with this, Nicholas, is that nobody, even the sites that are saying this is what the Seahawks are going to get, nobody actually knows the formula for the compensatory system. It's like the Coca-Cola secret, recipe. So it's something that's like a closely guarded secret, held into the depths of Fort Knox or something. And so I can make a guess about what it will be, but nobody really knows outside of in general terms. You're on firm footing with the 4th and the 6th round pick. There might be another pick that's thrown into it, because again, some of this is offset by the performance of the players that you lose in free agency. So you lose an Evan Brown who plays left guard all year for the Cardinals, and Bobby Wagner you lose, who plays all year and starts and plays really good for the Commanders. There's a factor of that comes into play. There's the money that comes into play on it. But I often do get asked a lot about how the commensaries go, and it always does come down, Nick. These sites can kind of predict it, but nobody really knows exactly until they release it. The good news is that we're going to find out on this within a couple of months, but a minimum 2, maybe 3. Phoebe Moore Seahawks, thank you for the $2 donation. If Paul doesn't get a statue before Jody sells, I kind of wish they would put something like that together out in front of the place, especially with her being the owner. It'd be such a cool gesture. Who would be against it? And who can argue the fact that he doesn't deserve it? Right? Feed me. So I think the whole fan base would be in favor of that one. As long as they don't do the Dwayne Wade statue thing to him. You know what I mean? Don't turn him into the clown from It. Like, that doesn't look like Paul Allen at all. Get somebody that's legitimate to do it, right? I don't know what they were doing with that Dwayne Wade statue, but that thing was horrible. That might be the worst one I've ever seen. Thank you, though, Feed Me. William Leonard with a $2 donation. Thanks, Leonard. William says, I still don't know about the Hal trade. Well, I think what it is this. John has told you that he'd like to ideally every year go out there and take a quarterback, 2nd, 3rd, 4th round. That would be his ideal structure. It's what he comes from with the Green Bay Packers and what they did for many years. But he has not been able to do that. And I think I'm on firm ground to say that the reason he's not done that is he hasn't particularly liked the quarterbacks in the last probably 7-8 years in the 2nd, 3rd, 4th round. I think he's been pretty underwhelmed. I think some of these quarterbacks have gotten overdrafted that he would have looked at and said, that's more of a 2nd, 3rd round guy, and you're drafting him up in the 1st round. What are you doing, man? And so he looked at again this last draft and made the determination when looking at some of the guys that were in this draft that, I don't like Spencer Rattler. I'm not a big Joe Milton guy. I like the talent of Sam Howell better. And so I will just essentially do that, flip that 4th round pick this year for that Sam Howell. But that then doesn't mean that Sam Howell is now the quarterback of the future or embedded as that quarterback of the future. It means that he's in the mix, in the competition. And I think that even to take this a little bit further, William, I think there's a bit of an ideal to have 3 quarterbacks on the roster at any one given time in the name of having kind of a resource, a stock piece that eventually, whether he starts on your team or not, is somebody that you can maybe flip for some high-end draft return, as we saw the Packers do with a lot of those quarterbacks through the years, like an Aaron Brooks, like a Mark Brunell. And so I think there's sort of a thinking there that he'd like to do kind of the same, and that's what drove a bit of that Sam Howell trade. It wasn't a tremendous amount of assets, didn't like the quarterbacks that were there in the draft, also liked his talent, relatively so. But you weren't selling yourself up to him for like a long-term future. Herbicide says, you guys heard of Alfred Collins, defensive line from Texas, 6'5", 320. Yeah, I was watching him the other night. I'll give you my scouting report on him. He's a run-stuffing 3-tech. He's at his best 2-gapping. And then just trying to throw the lineman aside either through power or with a pass rush move finish. He's active, high energy, working his way to the ball carrier. He only has Herbicide 3 sacks in 2 years and then 1 sack this past year. He was asked to play some nose tackle this year, but he didn't look comfortable taking on double teams at all. It doesn't show the same power as when he has someone one-on-one. If he goes, if he can click in his swim or his rip move, it's kind of a timing thing with him where he's got to be able to time the snap count, which then makes his quickness look a little bit faster, which then he can lock in a pass rush move with his timing of it to just hit the lineman just right to create some quick pressure. But it very infrequently locks in right like that. It more gets stymied and stopped. There's just a minimal amount of explosiveness and twitch from Collins. He did supply a moderate amount of early down edge play, and maybe he could find some role. He could find a role in Mike McDonald's defense as that power edge Herbicide. But I don't see a lot there with the guy as far as ability goes. Yeah, 6'5", 320. He's a big guy, but he's not a nose tackle. He's a 3-tech, and he's a 3-tech that doesn't supply you much pass rush. And he's not that good as a run defender to where I'd say that this is a guy that I'd have a lot of confidence and faith in. I put a 5th round grade on him, so he's a draftable guy, but certainly not early as some people are projecting him to go. And remember, guys, if you have a question for me that you want me to read, we have a lot of inner discussion going on as always in the chat. So just if there's something you want me to read, make sure just please hit Hawks Nest, Brando, BHN. Just something that lets me know that you're trying to have me read it on that. Brian says, great video, Brandon. Thank you, Brian. I appreciate that. If Logan says on last year, I'd give him a B, but like you're saying, the long-term grade is a C or a D. I think that's fair. Very fair. And grade, like I said, I gave John a C mainly because of the O-line. Very fair to attack him about the O-line. It's been a problem for a while. And yeah, Dogzilla start with the offensive line this offseason. It's the place that you will find complete alignment of the Seahawks fandom, and what they'd like to see is get this offensive line figured out. Bron Sausage says C+ is a good final grade for him. All right, I was being fair. All right, I like that. AI says, go look at John Schneider's draft picks from 2013 to 21. Absolutely terrible every year. He hits his first 3 years of 2010, 11, 12, and then the 23 and 24, the rest is dog crap. He's definitely had some rough runs of some drafts here. That is for sure. And I think you're pretty fair on how they picked through that time period was really bad. Michael LaGreasy Smith says, good grade, Brandon. Thank you, Mike. I was hoping I wasn't going to be too unfair with him. I was trying to be stern yet fair. Next door host, I report to you that there are some people that come to this room that say absolutely obscene things about you. I'm not one of them. I'm a great fan of yours. Well, thank you for that, X. I appreciate that. You're always going to get some slings and arrows doing this kind of thing. You're not going to sell everybody on you. That part's for sure. I just hope the people that like me really like me, and I'm good with that. SL Hazard, the potential DK to the Chargers news has me sick. If he gets traded for a third pick, I'd lose it. Yeah, I don't think he goes for a third round pick at SL Hazard. I would be shocked if that was really what the price was. I saw that trade presented out there. I think that's more of a fan presenting that from a Chargers perspective, where they do the thing where they don't want to give up any draft capital, but they want the great player. Like, well, you want the great player, you got to pay high prices. But there's a lot of these rumors that are going to come out. I think they did even last year about this time. AI, I hope we hire Mike Brunell, quarterback coach, Lions last 3 years. Bring him back home, AI. Bring him home. Bron Sausage says, could they be waiting for someone in the playoffs still for the OC position? I mean, it's possible, but I would think that they've probably turned through enough candidates at this point that I would think that they're probably just narrowing in on the final guy. And I'd probably also say there's nobody that's necessarily distanced themselves from anybody else. It's probably a little bit of why this is taking a little bit more time too as well. But it's a bit of a guess. Oh, Sentai, sorry to hear that grandma passed. How you doing, Donnie? Sorry to hear your grandma passed, though. Hope you're doing okay. Have a good one, X. Appreciate you. Dix says, Brandon, yep, Banks in the first round won. Then a unicorn will show up at my door and fly me to the Hawk Stadium where I'm crowned king of the draft. That's all it takes. Jose Rodriguez says, I give John a B-. That's very fair, Jose. Very fair. Very close to right around where I was at, too. Nick says, John gets a C+ from me. Not overly thrilled with his draft this year, and his free agent class was terrible. However, he made a call at McDonald's, so that deserves praise. It's kind of my outlook on it, too, for the most part, Nick, as well. Hey, I said, we draft Josh Connerly. He's from Seattle. He was 5-star. He can play left tackle and a backup for Cross. Also, if we don't extend to Cross. it might be a possibility. That's definitely a guy looking many draft boards to go high. I liked him okay. I wasn't blown away by him on the first look of the tape with him, but certainly is a deserving guy to be a more upper level prospect overall, that's for sure. Predicted Brandon A. Chance Jackson Dart falls to the third round, and Schneider takes him after having picked Banks and Armand Mabou from Missouri in rounds 1 and 2. Man, my sense of reality is so bad. Laugh it out loud. You never know, man. Maybe this is the year that he learns his lessons. And yeah, there's a chance Jackson can fall into the third round. I don't think that he's going to be a prospect, but there's a lot of consensus around him. Certainly not that he should be a guy taken in the first 2 rounds. And, he's got a fine arm, maybe slightly above average, but it's not a wow you arm. And he's got kind of Baker Mayfield mobility, and he's, 6'1", and a half. So I could see that kind of player being a guy that does fall into sort of a third round range. He's played a lot of football at Ole Miss though too. That might pull some people to him. It's been hard in this day and age with some of these quarterbacks that have had a lot of playing time in college. That's what these teams definitely look for, is a rich amount of starting experience. Pigeon Boys, how about a Pete statue in 5 years? I don't know. I think I'd put Allen. I'd give the nod more to Allen than Pete on that one. Albert Nickus, AB, what do you think about the DK trade to the Chargers and Pete Carroll and the Niner rumors? Pete Carroll and the Niner rumors are pretty insane. If you don't know on this, folks, we're hearing that the Niners, and remember last year they did reach out to Pete last year to be the DC. So this is the second time that they've done that if they are truly reaching out for him to be the defensive coordinator. I will just say I hope the Niners do it. I hope they do it. As far as the DK trade stuff goes, we don't know the direction the team's going to take this offseason necessarily in their outlook of how hard they're going to push to contending status. But I have presented that there's a chance you could end up taking a little bit of a step back this offseason to take this 2 steps forward to getting to contention, that the team could be looking at themselves and saying, we haven't gotten here. We haven't been getting this done recently. We've been thinking we're this and we're not that. And we made that mistake year after year after year. So do we make that same mistake, or do we start to now maybe pivot a little bit, reallocate some assets, don't get ourselves into bed with, remembering with a DK contract, you're essentially signing him to top 15 quarterback money. I know he's a receiver, but the new contract for DK Metcalf is going to be top 15 quarterback money in this league right now. And so you got to be sure about that. You got to be really sure about that, not only about the player, but you got to be sure about your team, Albert Nickus, that you're ready to be that contending team. And if there's some question in-house about that, there's probably going to be some question in-house about whether or not it's smart to sign a guy for $32.5 million per year, as he is due to make on a new contract. So I don't know if there is anything really to these rumors. I think the Chargers would be the type of team that I could see make a move here, where you could look at them in the playoffs and see that they were desperately missing an outside threat. And in Justin Herbert, you have a guy with a big arm who can make every throw in the book. And the Chargers do a really good job of running. And I think that DK, more than going to a pass-happy place, if he's going anywhere, would actually be better suited to be in a place that's got sort of the run-heavy nature, bring the safety down into the box. Now you get DK with one-on-one on the outside, and he can really flourish out there. I think that's a better utilization of him, and he can actually still be very productive and put up a lot of high-level stats even in that kind of offense running that way. As opposed to being asked to run a huge, big route tree where he's going to run all this stuff and try to do a lot of like yak stuff. And I don't know if that's, as much as DK's game at this point. So we'll see if there's any truth to these rumors. It's a decision you got to make one way or the other, because the contract is going to force this. You're not bringing back DK in the final year of his deal. That's not a possibility. It's a little bit the same way with Geno Smith. You're not going to bring back Geno Smith on the final year of his deal. He's going to push for a contract. You got to make a decision on this one. And so we'll see what the team does, but I think that they're definitely probably putting all of the considerations out there, and there's a lot to factor in. It'd be nice if you could just look at DK as a player and go, hey, we like DK as a player, want to sign him. But there's all these extra stuff that does kind of come in, Albert Nickus, that you can't ignore, that's also a bit of a factor. Noah Lansing, thank you for the $5 donation, Noah. My dream mock draft. Banks out of Texas in round 1. TJ Sanders in round 2. I believe that's a defensive tackle, right? TJ Sanders. I know I've looked at him. Lighter 3 tech, leans on strength, hand fighting, plus quickness. Okay, you're going back for a 3 tech in round 2, Noah. All right, you can get me on this. I'm listening. Round 3, T Johnson. T Johnson. I'm not familiar with these. Mitchell Nelson, round 4. Jack Nelson, Jordan James, Riley Mills, Terrace Ferguson. Well, Noah, you've gotten further than me on some of these guys because I haven't, on those back view, I've been taking a look at those guys. Sanders is interesting. He is a 3 tech though, Noah. So you're not getting necessarily a nose tackle on that front end, but maybe one of those other guys you mentioned on that backside or that, because I'll probably end up getting through those guys. Just haven't had a chance to take a look at those dudes. But Banks is fun. Probably ends up going first round. I wonder if there's a team that ends up picking him thinking that they can make him a tackle and just we'll move him to guard if it washes out, but we're going to let him run a tackle first to see if he can make it work, especially a right tackle. But hey, I'm okay with it. Investment in the trenches is a good way to go, Noah. Smart way to go. Always smart to invest in the trenches. And sorry, I'm definitely catching up. I'm getting through about 3 prospects a day, but I haven't quite gotten into those names yet on the later side of it. But I promise you I will. Might have looked at Jordan James. Did I look at Jordan James? Okay, I looked at Jordan James. Yeah, okay, we got the running back. So I know I put a J.K. Dobbins kind of comp on him. Tough inside runner. Willing to finish runs like a car crash. Really runs well behind his pads. I had a chance to check him out a little bit. So he's fun. You're going to have a hell of a logjam at running back. Dogzilla, thank you for the $2 donation. It says, why is it so important if the offensive coordinator calls plays? I don't think it's necessarily important that the offensive coordinator calls plays because you do have head coaches that oftentimes call plays in lieu of the OC. I think that if you're going to try to have like a passing game coordinator call the plays, but then Hank Fraley is going to be the offensive coordinator, that feels a little bit to me like too many cooks in the kitchen. I also just get a very nagging suspicion that it's a little bit like having 2 quarterbacks. When the head coach says, hey, we have 2 good quarterbacks. If you got 2 quarterbacks, you don't have any quarterbacks. And I would feel a little bit like this as well. I also don't like this, we're going to do this experimental thing. I don't have a lot of confidence in the Seahawks organizationally running experiments right now and finding a lot of success with that, given that when they've run experiments in recent history here, it's not run out particularly well. So I'll try to be enthused by it if they want to go that route with this, but this is pretty far outside the box and big potential, I think, for failure with going into this direction. Maybe it's the new model. Maybe they're at the forefront of this and that this is where it's going to go in the future, Dogzilla, as far as the play calling to coordinating or in control and everything gets hyper specialized. But it doesn't feel as much that you are as confident in your choice and you're kind of trying to hedge your choice and it just feels a little bit mixed up to me. Nick says, what pisses me off most about the Howell trade is we needed that extra 3rd round pick. That could have been another OL piece, McCormick and Punic specifically. He's been drawn for years to want to get those quarterbacks, you know. TJC says, do you think this Trey Smith's actually coming to the Seahawks? No, I don't think that John Schneider has the fortitude to spend the kind of money that Trey Smith is going to garner in free agency. I think a team like the Chicago Bears is going to be willing to pay more than we're going to be willing to pay. John's got a price he'll go and he will not go past it. He will certainly not overpay. And so, no, I don't think Trey Smith's an option. We'll probably do something like, what was I thinking of the other day when I was looking at it? Kind of a... sort of putting together a video that I'm going to do for the channel here on approach to the offensive line this offseason. But probably like just kind of secondary guys, you know, as Zeitler, especially being Grubb. He's like, we'll go get Zeitler and we'll grab some other Dalton Risner. you know, some kind of mid-level-ish offensive lineman. And those will be the two centerpiece signings, will probably be the way it rolls. Bill Anderson, you might be right. Yeah, Trey Smith might not even get out of KC. It's going to be hard for them to fit in a $20 million guard into their cap, but maybe. Throughout Deion Walker, be nice at nose tackle. He's a fun player. Interesting body type, interesting player. Very unique. Amazing Mario Brothers. B, what happens first? The tortoise walking from New York to Los Angeles or the Seahawks hiring an offensive coordinator? Well, I hear the tortoise has gotten through Kansas. Amazing. So halfway home at this point, you know? They're just being thorough, man. That's all. They're just being super thorough. The Uppers, I don't know that, Deion Walker's got a theoretical nose tackle size, but he's more operates like a 3-tech. So he's a wild kind of prospect. He's got one of the worst bodies you'll see with that belly. My God, he looks out of shape. He is more of a 3-tech. He does have some familiarity playing nose. And he's legit like right around 350 pounds. But I don't know. I think he's more 3-tech. He's like an oversized 3-tech who can move. Then he is a point of attack, root down kind of guy. He's more attacking. JSD says, what do you think about the Lions fans' response to Ben Johnson going to the Bears? They are calling him a traitor and had one foot out the door already on Sunday. How would you feel as a Seahawks fan? I think the Lions fans are getting a little emotional on this one. I think that they had the benefit of an extra season from Ben Johnson this year, and rather than sort of cherishing that's what you had and you got to use that, most situations that guy would have been already gone. This happens to all franchises. It happened to us. We lost Bradley. We lost Quinn. Guys get hired away when you're a successful organization. It's the nature of things. And what is he supposed to do? Not take the promotion, not go be a head coach, which is what all these coaches aspire to become. I think that the Lions fans are salty, and you don't really have a right to. You've got to kind of understand this is the way that this thing goes. So they'll get over it. But the Lions are also in some tough shape here, JSD, because you have Aaron Glenn reportedly offered the head coaching job with the New York Jets. He's going to pull his share of guys. You have Ben Johnson going to the Bears. Is he going to pull his share of guys? Ingerstrad and all that. I mean, geez, Campbell might have to rebuild his whole offensive staff this offseason. Or beside the nose tackles in the draft are Tyleek Grant, Dante Corleone, and Nazir Stackhouse. Those are a couple of them. Yep. I think there's a few more. The Dante went back, man. Our guy Dante went back, Herbicide. I know, it made me sad too, by the way. I know you're already shedding a tear on it. I'm shedding a tear with it as well. That one did not make me happy to see. I want him to come out. Yeah, I got Daryl Jackson Jr. If you want to go even a little bit later there. He's maybe a guy that can do a bit of that too. A lot of 3-techs, though, to your point. A lot of 3-techs in this draft. Sugar, Hawksnest, AB, have you had a chance to watch Armand Mebou, right tackle from Missouri, who has guard tackle flexibility? I did indeed. I currently have, I'll show you it right here. It's a good time as any to give you guys a flash. I'm going to flash my board. Don't look, I'm going to flash my board. Flashing my board. All right, so here is the defense. Now, we'll get back to that in a second. Here's your offensive look. So we've got Mebo. I've currently got it with a first-round grade. He's really young, this kid. So one of those guys I always put a lot of usual upside on top of if they're going to be, that young. He will turn 21 just before the start of the draft. That's how young this kid is. 6'3", 315. So not oversized. It's that 6'6" kind of play. So you have a harder time thinking, can this guy necessarily kick inside the guard? He's got that size there to where he can do it. He is a high upside, but still in development tackle. So you're grabbing this guy with still the rough edges at play here, but it's the upside that draws you into taking him in the first round. He's well graded, but the tape has high ups and lows. There's no denying the flash on the good reps. His anchor can become immovable. He's comfortable moving in space, light feet, long arms he puts to use well. The bad comes in the form of mainly striking. His targeting can be off. When the defender is getting into his body, he's fine. But if he's got to go and search even a couple of steps to the block on the defensive lineman, there's some inconsistency where he's going to end up leaning. He's going to overextend his arms. He's going to end up with that thing where you overextend and your head ends up down and the guy ends up going around you. There's a little bit of that at times. You can see it's not horrible, but these are the development parts that have to kind of get rounded out with him to become the player that he's going to be, to reach that upside that he would seem to have. Dealing with the bull rush is similar. Overall, most of these reps, he shuts down and stops them to a standstill. Really, the impressive part of him is when he wins the rep, it's a standstill rep, especially even like pass pro, where you're just not getting any further towards the quarterback. But when he doesn't, when the rep goes bad, like in the bull rush, he's just getting walked right back. There's very little resistance there. So intermixed are dominant reps at a high enough rate to make him a top end prospect, but then factor in he doesn't turn 21 until just before the draft. So that's part of where I was doing some advanced math with him and believing that he would indeed be a first round pick. It's been a year since Pete Carroll was let go as head coach of the Seattle Seahawks and also relieved of his vice presidential duties, thus freeing up General Manager John Schneider to fully be in control for the first time in 14 years here in Seattle in his capacity. I don't think we've had a year. I think he's a chance now to do a little bit of a report card on John to make an assessment of how he's done over this year, now fully freed up of any overriding decision-making coming from Coach Carroll. So let's go one by one through the different parts of what makes up what he does as a general manager to get an idea of how he has done this year. And before we get to these grades, let me just say off the rip that this has been a successful season for the Seahawks. You brought on a really nice coach. You got to 10 wins. You improved a little bit beyond what you were last year, albeit that was aided by the final game of the season where the Rams weren't playing much of anybody to get to that 10 wins. Sometimes it was a successful year. So this report card's not to take away from anything from the fact that this was a good year, that the future is bright, that there's a lot of optimism rightfully placed in the Seahawks fan base right now. So again, just taking a little bit of a snapshot of this past year and what John has done. Here are the 6 categories for the report card as I would delineate them. Trades, in-house contracts, and money management. My bad. Sorry, guys. Sorry about that, guys. I forgot to turn that thing off on the last time. So. I didn't mean to do that. Feed more Seahawks Nest. Finally, Trent Baalke's gone. He is. He is indeed. We can see that one coming. If somebody didn't hear me on Armand, I do like Armand Membo. I do think he's a first-round pick. I think I was talking over the top of that, but he's a good player. Nick says, give me a Mawari. I want McDonald to have his own Kyle Hamilton. It's a fun player. Sports Talk Jose, shouldn't there be a comp pick for Lewis and B? What do you think of Jackson Dart? We do get a couple comp picks. Lewis would be the one that gives you, I think, the high comp pick side of it. So you do have Evan Brown's Jose out the door. You do have Bobby Wagner goes out the door. Colby Parkinson goes out the door. All those guys are going to necessarily will be on the plus column on the compensatory side. You do have the signings, though, that you did make around that, where Jerome Baker, Dodson, Jonathan Hankins, the collection of all those one-year kind of signings, Jose. So it's the counterbalance. And again, on this, I know we're looking for kind of certainty, Jose, on this, and this is a real big question, but this is where I can tell you an answer and say, here's what it is, but it's the Coca-Cola secret recipe. So the NFL, they don't give it, these sites can kind of portray like they understand what's going on and that they know that this is what the compensatory picks are going to be. No, I've looked into this. Nobody knows what the compensatory picks are truly going to be. So it really all is just kind of a guessing game on this as to how that counterbalance works. It has to do with how much you've spent. It has to do with how their performance was on the football field for that year. Did those guys go out and they give that team a lot of good performance? Well, there's a factoring in. But what exactly is the formula, how it's determined, especially, Jose, when it's unclear like our situation where you sign these guys that counterbalanced, but then you kind of released a couple of them halfway into the year, so they didn't give you kind of the performance side versus like an Evan Brown that gave you the performance side on the other side, or a Bobby Wagner that gave the performance side on the other side of it there. So it's a 4th to 6th round pick in general terms. You may get an extra one. There may be one more kind of thrown into the mix, but I have a hard time making the prediction on this one because we don't know the data of what determines who actually gets the exact compensatory picks because the NFL doesn't release that information. Jackson Dart's fun player. I've got him in the 3rd round, Jose. A really tough quarterback, a little bit undersized, about 6. He's listed 6'2". I think he's probably about 6'1.5". He's got a maybe slightly above average arm, pretty good delivery, pretty good mobility. It's kind of like Baker Mayfield mobility, where it's a little bit better than average, but it's not certainly in that realm of even a Jalen Hurts kind of guy, I would say. He's even going to be better than that on that side there, Jose. But a guy that if you want to take that flyer in the 3rd round for him, I'd be completely in favor of it. He's, I think, a 3 or 4 year starter there at Ole Miss. He broke all of Eli Manning's passing records. He's doing that in the SEC. He's a fun quarterback. He's got some improvisation to him. He's got some ability to think on his feet in addition to this. If you're looking for a guy that maybe has some echoes to a guy like a Russell Wilson in certain respects in that way, I think you could say that a bit about Jackson Dart. Varman says, how do you feel about nose tackle or edge 1st round and a left guard in the 2nd? First off, let's go backwards to front. I love the thought of a left guard in the 2nd round. I think there'll be some very intriguing options there, and I think the value, Varman, will be good to take a guard in the 2nd round. Nose tackle in the 1st. The only 2 guys that I could think of that would be worthy of being a nose tackle taken that high are going to be Kenneth Grant or Mason Graham. And Mason Graham will be off the board by the time you select. But there's no other guys that I would say are worthy of a 1st round pick other than Grant. And in Grant's case, 18th overall is probably about right. You'd certainly like to be able to maybe move back to like 25 and take Grant there because nose tackles don't tend to get taken that high by and large. But he does have a lot of good talent. He might determine dictate that he goes up that high. So, in Kenneth Grant's case, like him a lot, certainly worthy of a 1st round pick, but he'd be about the only one with Mason Graham off the board, Varman. And then edge, which you bring up in your question, I think a good point to this. Let me go back over here to my big board to show you this. Because what you'll notice with the big board, and this is obviously my board, it's not what necessarily the NFL people are going to look at, so you can take this with a little bit of a pinch of salt if you're, grain of sand, whatever the term is, however that term goes. But you can see here as you look at it, I've got 5 1st round grades on edges right now. And then I've got an additional 3 2nd round grades on edges that are right there at the top of the 2nd round, in my opinion. So we know that John Schneider in the last 3 drafts has been heavily influenced by a value-based model in how he drafts, not a need-based model, but a value-based model. Who's the highest guy I got on my board? So you very well could find yourself picking there at 18. And when you look at on my board, this is also fitted to what we've heard about from draft pundits and from what we've heard about from rumors coming out of the league here, which is that it's not the strongest of drafts that we've seen in recent years. So you can see even here with me on my 1st round grades that I have, what do I've got here? Maybe 10 1st round grades for defensive players. And when you go over here to the offensive side of it, I'm at 6 1st round grades right now. So when you talk about the value pushing you to potentially edge, and then throw on top that there's a real keen possibility this offseason that they end up looking to move or let go of Uchenna Nwosu, now there's a little bit more of a need there on that one. Yeah, I could see them being driven that way, Varman. I could actually. Phoebe Moore Seahawks, thank you for the $2 donation. Says report was more towards OC assistant help for Hank. Yeah, kind of I don't know if I heard it was more assistant. I was hearing, and again, feed me on this stuff. It's all just this is such like vague rumors. Let's see what they do once they really like choose what they're going to do. But you're essentially splitting the OC duties up, just to stay out of semantics with it. It's essentially splitting the OC duties up. Your OC is not going to be as pure as it would be in other places. Maybe this is the new model for the NFL. Maybe Seahawks will be they'll be the Lewis and Clark on this thing. We'll see. Randall McDaniel, thank you for the $5 donation. Randall, it's great to see you in the house too, brother. Says, hey, buddy, driving home. Glad I can catch the show. I give John Schneider a B based on an A for Mac and a B plus for draft. How about you? I was an A plus for Mac, so love the hiring of that one there, Randall, where I stood on that. I was... Maybe I even have I can just grab the deal here really to show you too. I just have it here. Probably don't. Probably not. That would have been too easy. That would have been too damn easy. I was a little bit harsher on the draft to me. You grabbed Byron Murphy and you basically moved him out of his natural position. It's not his fault, but that's not, you drafted essentially a nose tackle in the first round, which I gave it still a BB plus grade on it, but it's definitely depresses it a little bit. I think Haynes was a complete miss for you in the third round. Supposed to be pro ready, was not. Barner was, he wasn't Kittle out there this year. He made some catches, had a couple of touchdown receptions. He wasn't as good a blocker as he was at Michigan Randall. I don't think that he was as good a blocker for us this year. So while his pass catching came forward for you, the blocking really wasn't there. It really then leaves you down to kind of Tyrese Knight as the one notable impact that you had from this draft, really, when it's all said and done. And that to me is more C+ range than I would give him any kind of B for, but you're not super far away from me on the overall. And so the overall grade 2 is a C+ on it. But I love the Mac hiring. That was no doubt an A+ there for me on that one. But yeah, it just wasn't as big on the draft in retrospect. Yeah, you want to give draft classes 3 years, Randall, which is what people will say on this. But I think that there's also a thing where we can look at draft classes on the first year returns of them and see teams in our own division that are getting first year returns from those rookie players, quality contributions, and we're not able to quite match that. These are one of those separating factors that we're seeing between us and the Rams and the 49ers in recent years, a place where we could really improve. CD Woods, Hawks Nest, how are you doing? How you doing today? Everything good? Everything's going good, man. I'm chilling. Having a good day. CD says, I give John a hard B. I give John a B. Had to completely change his coaching staff and looks to have gotten a really good head coach. Missed with the OC. Draft was okay. Too early to tell. Free agency was bad, but we spent a lot of time on head coach and had to get rid of dead cap, so there wasn't a lot we could really do. All fair points, CD. All very fair points. It's good to see you in the house too, brother. Nick says, I really want to trade down and just double dip in the second on OL. Don't mess around with it. Just fix it. Use the top pick on BPA and use the third rounder on a defensive lineman or tight end. I like it, Nick. That'd be great if you could pull it off. One thing that's been tough in recent years to watch a little bit is the NFL seems to be holding on to these picks more and more with individually team by team. It seems like it's getting harder in the first round to get these trade back deals done as much. Maybe Hawks Nest, did you watch Ben Johnson's press conference? I was just watching a little bit before I went live, but I kind of ran out of time. I like Riley and Howard more than Dart. Go watch Riley's high school basketball highlights. Ridiculous. 7A Alabama Player of the Year in a game in-game windmill dunks. Ooh, have to go check that out. He's a good player too. Tough as hell, man. Tough. Another guy like Dart, just tough as hell. A couple of these quarterbacks in this draft. I mean, they're drag their bodies across glass on concrete and they won't mind. Kind of tough. Nick says Riley Leonard is just a Daniel Jones hard pass. Ever Cauldron, does Mike have experience calling offensive plays? No, he's never done it. Hawks Nest, did the Natty performance move Howard any significant amount for you? No. I'm in the same place that I've been at with him in the third round. I mean, he's got same kind of thing with a little bit like Dart, just different proportions. He's a little bit bigger than Dart. I think they've just about got about the same arm strength. Dart's probably got a little bit more short area quickness to move around. Howard's got a little bit more of the long speed probably. But there's a lot of talent on that Ohio State team and a lot of help there for your quarterback position. They stayed really hard on the run game in that game. Howard played well. He did. But I still think that he's a third round talent when it's all said and done. I think the NFL would be better served that rather than raising these guys up like they've had a tendency to do in recent years, take a Cody Pickett, for instance, that gets up into the first round. Let these guys go where they truly should go in the third round. For where their talent really is. When you're picking a guy in the first, it should be a guy who's got some next level ability to what they bring, rather than it being a guy that's like, well, maybe if this kind of goes right to this way of it. Hand grenade, I've seen Chargers first and a third for this draft for DKB. I think that's probably the returns that you would get. I do, if you move DK Metcalf. And the Chargers, could I see them doing a move like this? Yeah. If you are moving DK, this is the offseason to move DK in the realm of if you're looking to maximize out his return, even though he is going to sign a new contract extension. And before people get pissed here, we're just talking about what's being talked about as far as rumors. I'm not sitting here advocating for it. I'm just speaking to the timing of it and if you should choose to do it, being that because this draft is so weak for wide receivers, there is so many wide receivers in this draft that are just slot specialists. There's not a lot of guys on the outside that are winning. There is certainly no guy in this draft that is anything close to DK Metcalf. So if you're in Chargers perspective, you think you're a Super Bowl contending team, you want to get a receiver in there to match up with Ladd McConkey, I could see them potentially making this kind of move. It does make sense. Freeze got the right head coach in a decent draft, but was terrible in free agency, and I'd give him a C. About right where I was. I was a C plus Freeze, so kind of in about the same place. I think that there seems to be a divergence. We got about a C to a B grade. It seems about the spectrum here for John. McDonald still calls defensive plays, Ever Cauldron. He still is the DCI. He still calls defensive plays, just not OC. Amazing Mario Brothers. B, I'm tired of John's Moneyball approach in free agency. He'd rather pay 5 scrubs the vet minimum and hope that something sticks than give top money to a proven commodity. Yeah, I agree. He's hoping for that. It's a bit like what the Mariners do at times in some of their low ball signings where they're like, no, we'll recapture this guy, Mitch Haniger. No, he'll recapture this thing. And it's like, no, we can see this is going to be a move that fails. It looks like it's going to fail on the surface of it. And it would be great if in theory we saw it play out to where, like I was saying earlier on the show today, where in theory it would be great if, and it makes sense to a degree in theory. You've got football players. You got a football players that end up being given a $30-40 million contract and they end up dialing it down. They pull back on the stick shift. They take it from 5th gear down to 3rd. They're kind of protecting their body. They're making business decisions. So the way that you counter this is then to go put these guys on these 1-year deals where now, hey, your dinner's on the line. Your ability to stick in this league is on the line. Are you going to be hungry? Are you going to fight your ass off? There is no comfortability here. So in theory, I can get why John wanted to try this out and see if it could roll. It just hasn't worked. These 1-year deals have not gotten the best performance from these guys. It hasn't. So it's good in theory, good on paper, but hasn't worked in practice. And this is where the organization would be smart to start to pivot away from it. And understand that it's not a workable way of going if you want to be a contender. Maybe you can build a functional team, a team that's a little bit better than average on the back of us using this kind of style, but it's not how you get to becoming a contender, that's for sure. Sab and Sen Studios with me says I'd give John a C plus B minus. Right in the same area. Sabin says DK would love LA, lots of commercials and acting gigs. Another reason where it can make a lot of sense from DK's standpoint. He'd like to get into some of that stuff. Herbicide, what about Emeka? How do you guys feel about him? He's a slot guy to me, Herbicide. I don't think he's consistently winning on the outside like a couple of the other Ohio State guys that have come out recently, like Wilson. He's more like Jackson, I think, than he is like Wilson or Olave. Take a look here. I think I saw prior years he was at the he was mainly there in the slot. He's a good receiver. I mean, he's a real good slot. The 2nd round grade I have on him. Trying to see if I back up what I was saying here on this where. Yeah, so he's got so he's essentially got on this like 700 total snaps on the season, and 548 of those snaps, Herbicide, are from the slot. So if you're that slot centric at the college level, you don't become an outside guy at the pro level. You're only going to be more of that at the pro level. Who crazed? Did Geno ruin John Schneider's plan? What I mean is, after trading Russ because of a tired of being mid, the 2022 draft was supposed to build a foundation. Then in 2022 season tank and get Stroud young. Then in 23-25 contend. I don't think so, Hoop Craze. I might counter that I feel a little bit different than this. I think that John Schneider truly every year, and this is backed up by what he's told us, Hoop Craze. There's not been 1 year in 10 years that John Schneider has not come out in his press conferences saying that he believes we can contend this year. And Coach Carroll backed him up all along those lines every single season right along with it, including these years you speak about. There were no points in these years where he said, look, we're going to have to take a step back this year. It's time to hit a reset button. Instead, they said, no, it's quite the opposite. You guys might be talking like that, but that's not how we see it. And this is also backed up, Coop Craze, by how John Schneider spends money, by the deals that he makes in desperation to try to top off the roster. These things add up to him thinking and believing that way. So, no, I think he thinks every year that they can contend. I think that they've got a little bit of a glass half full mentality on this one at all times. And it's part of what I've asked that I'd like to see a bit of an adjustment from with the organization. That you guys have gone wrong going in this direction year after year. Let's kind of stop doing it, you know? Nick Guzman says the issue with getting rid of DK is that he's a huge portion of the offense and opens it up for JSN to thrive. If we get a better offensive line, the run game is better, which means play action is better, so more DK catches. DK definitely is a planet that has a lot of orbit in what he brings to him as far as coverage goes, and that certainly is going to help a guy like JSN out. I think that it's got to be for the team, though. It's also about the cost too with it, Nick. And the thing that stands out to me with DK is that we're 6 years in. We're going to go into year 7 or whatever it is next year, and we're still here talking about we're going to get to that potential. We're going to get there. No, we're going to get there. And now we've got to say that with that optimism, while at the same point signing that big major check, giving him top 15 quarterback money for that projection that we've never quite seen, but we're just sure is definitely there. And that's a tough one for me to cross on that, Nick, and especially just because I'm not as sure that the team is as ready to contend right now. And that's kind of the extra factor on top of it all. And where I go, I don't know. JSN had his breakout game when DK was out of there. I guess that's the thing I would wonder about this a little bit, Nick, is that if JSN is relying upon DK for him to do what he does, then why did he have his best breakout game when DK was out? Shouldn't that have been more that then defenses could then collapse on him and go to him on that? I'm not denying that definitely DK presence helps out and the double teams that he draws, but is that, for a 900-yard receiving season, is that worth $32.5 million per year on a new contract for a team that may or may not be ready to contend in the short term, who doesn't have necessarily a plan at the quarterback position in the long term? Maybe another factor in play here. But I think the team can go a variety of different ways with it, Nick. That's for sure. Addicted Brandon. Oh, yes, you're totally on point. Either extend, re-sign DK and Geno, or trade them. Can't let them walk out the door after 2025 ends. John Schneider before the draft if he hasn't. Yeah, I think it's more than it's the losing them for nothing kind of thing, Addicted. It's more that the players are going to drive for this to happen. And it's going to be very hard for the team to dig in their heels and say no on this as far as extensions go. In regards to Geno, he wanted a contract extension in training camp. His people were pushing for it at that time. So from their standpoint, we've had to wait a year later. I just reset 3 franchise records. Why wouldn't you give me a contract extension? And then there's the other part of this on top of it, that there's probably a team out there that doesn't have a pathway to getting a quarterback this offseason, a team like the Raiders that's operating off of an Aiden O'Connell at quarterback, who probably would be then willing to throw you a 3rd-round pick to bring in a Geno and then give him that contract. So can you then stand there as an organization and say, no, we're not going to pay you, even though there's this organization that's willing to do it, even though you think you're a year overdue to be paid? I think that it's another one of those things, to me, Addicted, that on paper it sounds good to be like, no, we're going to make him play through his final year, and if he doesn't like it, he can hold out. But in practicality, in practice, in actuality, the way that this plays out is that you probably have to move the guy. And DK, it's a similar situation. He's going to deserve and believe he deserves, and does deserve, getting a new contract extension. And you can't, with a guy going into the final year of his deal, say, no, we're not going to give it to you. We'd like to wait this out another year. He's going to get it one way or the other. And like Geno, there would be a team that would be willing to give him that deal if you weren't this year in the here and now. So again, it becomes in practice sounds good, but in actuality, it's just you're not able to just kind of roll with these guys for another year. Nick Izubuka can block his ass off. It's a good blocker, definitely. Good to have that from the slot, too. Something that GSN's missing just a little bit. O'Dwyer or DK would be $21 million in dead money this year if he was traded. Draymond would be another $14 million if he's cut. Locke would be $14 million if they decide to move on from him, too. Indeed, O'Dwyer, if you're making the move of DK, I think this is a key point and maybe a part of this with the what are you going to do as far as finding a counterbalance for JSN at that point. A big part of the movement of DK at that point, probably a movement of Gino, and at the same time is the organization doing a little bit of what I said is a possibility here for them and an approach they take this offseason, which is to take that step back, which is to feel a little bit of the brunt of that cap pain this year, O'Dwyer, getting out front of these deals, resetting this track a little bit, getting your kind of fundamentals right, so to speak, to then position yourself for 26 and 27 to really then, hit the NOS button and engage at that point. Randall McDaniel, thank you for the $2 donation. He says, compare Dart to Nix as a prospect. Sure. Just better all around, Randall, is the way I would put this. He's got more size. He's got more weight to him. He's a 4-5 guy as a Bo Nix on the field, whereas Nix is more of a 4-7 guy. I think with Nix, he's probably like 6. He's a legit, I think 6'2"-ish. I do think Dart's going to be about an inch shorter than him. The arm strength is also better with Bo Nix than it is with Dart. I think he's just got a more lively arm, more capable of making every NFL throw. Jackson Dart's kind of a lot like Sam Howell in a lot of respects. I mean, Sam Howell and Dart are very similar in the kind of players they are coming out. But yeah, just those 3 points. Better size, better arm strength, more mobility, Randall. Better prospect when it comes to Nix. Randall with another $2 donation. Thank you. Who's the who's the linebacker Bama project? Physical freak project? Are you talking about I think you're talking about the inside linebacker, Jihad Campbell. I think on the inside is the one you're talking about. Let's remember with the Bama, they always got a lot of freak linebacker prospects, Randall, especially if you're talking about their edge group. But I've got Jihad Campbell as my number one inside linebacker in the draft. I think that he's got some similarities to the kid that went to Green Bay this last year. Man, my nose today. Whew. It's like I got a raw exposed nerve at the top of my septum, just like an open nerve on a tooth right now. I forget the kid's name, Randall. The kid out of Texas A&M last year. He was the first inside linebacker taken off the board. Went on to have a great season with Green Bay. Jihad Campbell's a lot like that guy. There's rough edges around him. He's not going to come in day one, but the physical talent is pretty obscene. He could be a high-end inside linebacker in this league. He could be both a Will or a Mike. Size, speed, quickness. Maybe even could rush off the edge a couple times here and there if you want with the size he's got. But fantastic project, and yeah, definitely a physical freak. The way he moves in the inside linebacker is not typically what you see from the position. And you're not really any negatives pulled with him outside of just the tape isn't clean. There are some rough moments instinctually wise, wrong steps to the wrong direction. He's got some refining to do on that side of it. But I like Jihad a lot. Some people like Carson Schweisinger more, the UCLA kid, a little bit more than him, and think he'll be the number one guy taken. But give me the upside, give me the high ceiling guy. I think that's Jihad. Randall McDaniel, thank you for the $2 donation as well. Says, love the safety from Georgia. Not a need, but a stud. Malachi Starks, Randall. And maybe a guy that the Seahawks take a look at. You never know. McDonald likes to use his 3 safety looks. You talk about the rookie year for Malachi. Maybe he comes in there, Randall, in that 3 safety look situation, and you run out a collection of those plays throughout the year. / he's also then kind of your backup for the slot and for the strong safety position in his first year. You're just really loving his talent. It could be also a way for them to hedge a little bit if they don't really want to intend upon giving Kobe Bryant a contract extension. That then you have him come in and be part of those 3 safety looks. And then after this year, Kobe leaves in free agency, and then you have Stark slide in to become that strong safety of the future there after this season. So it kind of depends on how much maybe McDonald loves him, but I do think that that's a potentiality, especially if Randall, they're being driven on their board by value, because there's a way you could tell me that the Seahawks get to 18 and Malachi Starks is the highest graded guy they have on their board. There's definitely a way that I could understand that that's how they see it at that point. And it's very likely, Randall, that he is sitting there looking at us at 18 when we do select. But he's really fun. All over the place. He can play the slot. Good, strong safety. He can hit. He's got some ball skills to him. Just a puzzle, just a piece to use all over the defense. But absolutely a stud, Randall. Randall with another $2 donation says, on comp picks, most of our 24 ads are after the free agency period. I don't believe so, Randall. You might know better on this one with it. Admittedly, Randall, I know this is one that catches, I think, the imagination of a lot of people out there, the comp pick game, where it gets a lot of people caught up. And for me, this is just kind of a, I find myself landing on this one of, rather than, really getting too deeply in which picks we get where on it, I just wait till the time of the period that the NFL says what comp picks we get. Because when it comes to me basing upon giving you guys an analytical opinion about something that's happening, I want to have it based on something. I want to know what I'm driving upon to then tell you guys an opinion of something. When it comes to these comp picks, when there's the secret formula, and Randall, there's a lot of people that are pressing on the comp picks today. I can get it, but guys, this is going to be kind of my response on this one over and over again, which is just that I don't know. I don't have the recipe. I don't know how it factors in. As I understand that there were some free agents last year when I was covering this, doing it day by day as I do, Randall, that there were free agents that you lost, that you signed, that were going to cost you on the compensatory side of it. So it just comes down to, I think we can kind of end up getting spun out all over in different directions on this compensatory thing, when it's really easy just to say, look, we're getting back a 4th and a 6th, and we might get something else back. That's kind of the bottom line on it. That's probably what you're going to get. And it'll be around there. So maybe it's only a 4th and a 6th round pick. Maybe you get an extra 5th on in there. At the end of the day, is the extra 5th round pick really going to move the needle all that much as far as our draft returns go? Is that really going to bring that good of a player back into us? Does it help the draft? Sure. It helps by having those extra picks, but it's not going to make a whole lot of difference really at the end of the day where, this one extra pick or not that one, but it's also just a place where I get asked a lot, and I just kind of have to throw up my arms a little bit with Randall and going, I don't know, man. I don't know how, I don't have access to the recipe. I don't know how to make Coca-Cola. I don't know how the compensatory stuff works on it. So it's a question I know you guys want to ask a lot on, but I'm sorry I won't have much to kind of give you guys on this one. Sorry. Mythic says, honestly, if John once again refuses to properly address the O-line, I'm just going to chalk it up as another 9-8 or 10-7 season. If John is reluctant to drastically change something, why expect anything different? Yes, this is a bit of my outlook on it as well. Did I miss? I'm sure I didn't miss anybody's donation here. Sorry, I thought I missed a donation. Oh, there we go. I did miss you on that one. Sorry. Yeah, I find myself in that same place, Mythic. Let me double up on what you're saying in regards to a donation from William Leonard. William with a $5 donation says, Brando, please tell us your dream off-season moves. So people don't like to hear what I've got to say on this. And quite frankly, I'm pissing people off with my opinion on this one quite a bit. So this is one where, William, you gave me a donation. I'm going to give you an answer to it. But it's been one where I'm going to find myself in a lot of ways, and you guys are going to find me on this, where there's so many people that get rankled up now when I open my mouth to say stuff that it just almost leads me at times to be like, I'll just keep my mouth shut and not give my opinion on certain stuff. So if you guys press me on $1 donation, I'll give you the opinion on it and tell you guys what I think with this one. But I'll just preface this by saying, William, that this just pisses people off to hear this from this side of it. They don't want to hear it. I make them really mad when I open my mouth up and give the next opinion I'm about to give. So I think this organization, back to Mythic's opinion on this and back to Mythic's question and point on this organization has been stuck in the mud. This organization for 10 straight years has misassessed itself over and over again, thinking it's a contender when it was not close. Let me say it again, was not close to being a contender. I think that before we get to anywhere else right now, we need to take a big step back of self-assessment. Because the thing I've harped on for years on this channel is to say, William, you have to properly assess where you are as a team. And that the teams that go wrong are not those teams that fail and have to rebuild. The teams that go wrong are those teams that get stuck in between, that get stuck in purgatory, the place we find our Seattle Seahawks stuck right now. And so my offseason, my dream offseason is John to stop scrambling and frantically scraping at the walls, tearing his nails from his fingers, squirting blood all over the walls on the other side of it. Rather than doing that to try to get him out of this purgatory, to smartly take the step back and to pare down this money and to move on from parts because you're not ready to contend right now. So don't put yourself into made too big. Don't go and now sign your 2 biggest contracts onto your roster for a team not ready to contend. So I would pull this back, William. Nobody wants to really hear it, but I'm honest with you guys above all else. I'm not going to tell you what you guys want to hear. I'm going to tell you guys what I think. And what I think is that the organization has made a mistake for 10 years, and I'm tired of watching them make the same mistake. And I don't think that if you keep making the same kind of moves that you made for a 10-year period, you're going to suddenly find success on the back of it when it's failed for 10 straight years to get you to a contending state. If they want to go a different direction and they truly are just desperate and John wants to claw at those walls and scrape and scratch and let the blood blow, well, then go hard, man. At that point, then go over the top. Go sign your monster Trey Smith free agent. Go sign Tevin Jenkins. Go make some major trades. Damn tomorrow all the way. Don't partially damn tomorrow in the cap for tomorrow's situation. Damn it all the way. Because you know what? That's what's going to take if you're hoping to jostle this team into a place of contention. Merely thinking that they're going to just naturally by osmosis get to a contending state next year because they were at 10 wins this year is really not, that's not based on anything. That's just kind of like, well, they just naturally will do it just because. And we know that in the NFL, stuff happens for reasons, not just because. You don't magically become a contender. You get there by running your organizationally smart, by spending your money smart, by drafting smart, by developing smart. And unfortunately, there's too many things that we don't do smartly that's holding us back in that way. So, if they want to go over the top on it, William, and hit it hard and really go with it, then fine. I'll applaud it. I'll be certainly hopeful for it. But I do truly find myself in having a lot of time to turn over this season and look at this team, and in covering this team so closely as I have over the last 5 years on this channel, to say that, look, we're making a mistake every single year. We're making the same mistake. And it ain't about offensive line. It ain't about the quarterback. It ain't about whether or not to pay DK Metcalf money. We're making the same mistake every single year. And it is the exact mistake. It is the exact mistake that teams that get stuck in the purgatory of football make. It's the exact same mistakes the New Orleans Saints make. It's the exact same mistakes that the Dallas Cowboys make. Because you're unwilling. You cannot make your peace with the possibility of taking a step back for a season. And thusly, you stay in purgatory forever. Cowboys haven't been back to a conference championship longer than anybody in the NFL because they will not take a step back. When was the last time? Since Jerry Johnson left, when was the last time we had a Cowboy season where Jerry said, hey, we're taking a step back this year. We're just going to pull this back. We've got some bad stuff going on. We got to dial it all back. No new contracts out. We got to pull this all back in. Just pull it all back now. Let's dial it back here. This ain't going to work this year. We'll come back next year, though. Next year, we're going to clear the cap. We're going to run next year. Oh, boy, we're going to be there. Not once in the 30 years has he done it. Not young, have the Saints ever done it, even after Peyton left. Once again, they're going to come into this offseason again, $70 million over the cap. Did they get close to sniffing the playoffs this year, much less being an actual contender? No, they didn't. But the game gets played every offseason where you talk yourself into it because you want to be optimistic, because you want to see your team win. But you want to base it on something too, I think, as well. So, William, the first one is where I would stand. If they don't want to do the first one, then they need to go hard at the other direction, which would mean, yes, signing a Ryan Kelly and Trey Smith and drafting a Booker and drafting another offensive lineman in addition to that. So My dream offseason is not really probably aligned with where many others' dream offseason would be aligned with this, William, because quite frankly, my faith is a little shaken right now in the ability of this team for 25 to get to contending state. I certainly have faith in this team in the long term that they're on the right path overall, but I'm just not as much feeling where they're at right now and what they need to do to get to contending state in 25. Thank you, though, for the $5 donation. I appreciate you for that. Randall McDaniel, thanks for the $5 donation. I wonder if Marlon Humphrey could be a cap cut by Baltimore. They save a ton of money if he is cut. Real tough corner. Always been a fan of his game. He's been a really good player in this league. You can't usually go wrong too bad with those Alabama corners. They tend to be pretty good pros once they get to the next level, Randall, to your point. And you're right. Real tough, rugged corner. Willing to tackle. Willing to good in coverage as well. Still came out with an 81 grade this year. So he was still, Randall, the 8th highest graded cornerback in the sport by PFF this past year. Possibility you could see them cut him. It's definitely there. He has been a really good warrior for them and still a really good player. So if he does get cut, Randall, I certainly wouldn't mind jumping on him in that that's not going to then cost you anything on the compensatory offsuit if you want to do that. But he's good. He's a well-rounded player. Obviously a pure fit for this Mike McDonald defense. Can do everything you want to have done in this defense. He would walk in day one and know all the ins and outs about what he needs to do. Thank you, though, Randall. Appreciate all the donation. Yeah, I like his game too. He's a good, solid cornerback all the way around. CD Woods, is it weird of me to want Micah Becton at right guard, big and strong, which I want? I want to go in games with the strongest lines from now on and punish other teams. No, I like Becton a lot too. He's gone into guard. He was originally drafted at tackle and not as much of a fit as a tackle, but as a guard. And now that he's gotten his health a little bit righter, he's had a really good year for the Eagles. And if that's a guy that they want to target in free agency, I think that's a guy who's got some growing upside there for the position as we go into the future. He's a monster of a man. I mean, he is legit 6'7", just a big old. You saw him in the game last week, CD Woods just tossing around the linebackers for the Rams and on the second level. And he can move too, being a former tackle convert. So he's not like a DJ Fluker, who was also a tackle convert but couldn't really move. He was a guy that at tackle relied really on his size to get by. Whereas with Becton, he's got some mobility to him. Omar Maldonado, Brandon, do you like the Mariners? I used to. I think baseball and basketball both are in disarray right now as far as sports go, and these sports have to be very careful as we move into the future because there's a lot of different competition for eyeballs like there's never been before. And these sports, when they move into this place where it's like, yikes, our ownership's not really interested in trying to win. That's the way this works, or they're going to try to win by just developing all these young prospects and hoping they can get them all to go at the same time, I suppose. But they don't want to spend money. And if you don't spend money, you're not going to win in baseball. I'm hearing reports there's going to be a lockout now in 2 years. So a lot of owners are just battening down the hatches and spending no money because they're anticipating that it's not only going to be a lockout, but a long lockout. I just don't enjoy the sport as much as I once did either. It's not as fun to watch. And when your team doesn't have a competitive opportunity to really have any chance every year, and you watch that for 40 years of your life, you eventually get to the point of like, hey, I've seen this story already. I'm not going to watch it again. It's kind of where I'm at with the Mariners. Thrill House Hawksnest, did you have any grades on Jack Beck? I've not looked at Jack Beck. I'll write down his name, but I had not even heard of him. Or Betch. Is it Betch? I'll write him down. I'll take a look at him. For sure. Goes to Pete C. Says, only counter to the trade DK is he forces the light box. If our new OC is going to run the ball, that could really help. It could. It could be a good counterbalance to DK, and I think DK's best usage right now to be more into a balanced offensive attack that can, rather than the double teams get pulled by, let's say, a spread concept offensive attack where you're just peppering the ball over the field and you eventually force, let's say, safeties to come down and play some more shorter coverages or shallower coverages. Now you get the one-on-ones for DK over the top where he can go and hunt over the top in that way, which was kind of what we were trying to do with the other spread stuff. So, yeah, I definitely could work with that for sure. Absolutely. Oh, addicted, no worries. I know what you're trying to say there. Yeah, no middle ground on that one. Addicted Brandon, if they trade DK and Geno, not trashing that idea, has its merits. Does that scuttle improving the O-line in 2025? Got to pick 2 receivers, Lockett gone 2, and a new quarterback. No, what you're trying to do for the next quarterback you have in here is that rather than you do the inverse of you get the quarterback and then you get the line, the smart approach and the approach that we've seen is best for when you're going to go get that quarterback of the future is have the offensive line already in place. Don't get the cart before the horse. And so that's what you would look to do is you would look to refurbish, re-engineer that offensive line and have that thing humming so that when you do go and bring that next quarterback in, especially if he is a rookie then addicted, he's ready to go. He's ready to cook at that point. And yeah, you'd have to go find some receiving help and start to restock that too as well. That's true. Addicted Hawks, is there really a guy named Jihad playing in Alabama? Sorry, I have no issues with it, but surprised the alumni doesn't. Hey, man, Alabama is most interested in winning national titles, and they don't care if you're, they don't care what your name is, whatever it takes. And hey, he's a good player. I wouldn't care about his name either, as good as he is. Daddy Dennis says no option for F. They only give me 4 options on the Daddy on the YouTube thing. They don't let me have a 5th on that one. Sorry, man. Herbicide, thoughts on Jay Higgins in the draft? Iowa linebacker. He's fun. I've got him right now in the 3rd round. He's really thickly built. He's a legit 230, 235. So he's not one of those kind of lighter linebackers in that way, 6'2", so some good size. Strong instincts, excellent hustle, just enough quickness and speed to be explosive at the point of contact. Smart coverage drops, finds the quarterback's eyes, squeezes routes into his zone smartly, and capable of making a play on the ball. His block avoidance is good, but sometimes he can get caught up and get stuck on the blocks. And as strong as his instincts are, there are times throughout the game he'll guess a little bit wrong, never really blowing an assignment, just late when this happens, be it, though, infrequently. I'd say he's more athletic than he is really fast or real explosive, I would say as well. But I've got him kind of in the 3rd round-ish area. He's like a linebacker for the Chiefs the last couple of years. He's kind of like him, not Chanel, but the other guy they've had there. Not Willie Gay. Who's the other one that they had? But like kind of like a Bolton, maybe? Bit like a Bolton. Is that a good comp? Bolton's a little bit smaller, but about the same weight. They're both like rocks. Digdoc Brandon, you can substitute Malachi Starks for the words lunatic fringe. Old song from the 80s. Sorry, I need help. Jay Gundy, Baltimore, has had a dominant offense in recent years. Any chance they're looking at any coaches from there? And would McDonald have influence in recruiting from the Ravens? I think he probably would have grabbed some guys last year if you were going to grab them, Jay Gundy. Typically, you're not going to try as a coach that is a defensive coordinator, offensive coordinator, gets a head coaching job. You're not really going to try to pluck from the prior staff unless you're really giving somebody a promotion. So I haven't heard of anybody that's really, bright as far as worthy of promotion within that Ravens staff that would necessarily foot that bill, but I would have thought it maybe would have happened last year if it was going to happen. Hand grenade B, should we reach for the O-line dude if he's in the 20s, even though we're 18, right? Does our situation with the O-line make it a priority? Yeah, it's not a big, if you're taking a guy that should have gone to the 20s and you're taking him 18, that's not a big reach at that point. So, if he's due to go 25, 26, you grab him at 18. That's not that bad, especially if you might have his value a little bit higher in your house from your evaluation standpoint of him, on that a little bit. So yeah, I think you, especially considering where the offensive line is at, and if they're really sold on the guy hand grenade and believing that he's going to be a guy that's a really good addition to add in here, I think you would be willing to make a little bit of that stretch. Throughout TheSeahawksNest, any chance Geno's contract negotiations will affect Hawks drafting a quarterback, given how weak the class is? I think for the most part, if Johns likes one of these guys, he likes a Milroe, he likes a Campbell, he likes a Dart, he likes an Ewers. I think if he likes one of these guys, he's going to take him regardless of the Geno situation, Thrillhouse. He's been willing in the past to carry 3 quarterbacks on the active roster at any given one time. In Geno, you do have a quarterback that is going to be, if you do put him on a new contract, let's say if you do go that route, you're still going to have him on only really a short 3-year extension, number one. He then is still going to be an older quarterback who has a high potentiality of getting injured, as he has the past 2 years at the end of the year. So you're going to have more of maybe a need to then call upon that quarterback. And then in Sam Howell, Thrillhouse, you only have him left on a 1-year deal. So you could be drafting that guy who just only stays as a backup throughout his time in Seattle, as a Will Howard, as a Milroe, as a Dart kind of player. But you also, there's a bit of an opening here to do it, and do it regardless of Geno being here or not, I would say. Rain says, what clowns are getting mad at this? You're 100% right. Oh, it's trust me, guys. You can just trust me on this. I literally lose subs over this tape. That's why I'm hard pressed to even want to open my mouth on this. And there's certain topics anymore with it. And maybe it's just PTSD of going through the Russell Wilson shit and going through the Coach Carroll shit and being faced back with it again, where I'm pulled and drawn as ever to really struggle with, I just want to be honest with you guys. I'm not trying to be the rightest in the right world of things. I'm not saying that I know this or see this any clearer than any of you guys out there or anybody else out there, but it gets harder. It gets harder to have these kind of honest takes on this type of stuff, because it's just nothing but Flame City is what I feel like I encounter on the other side of it. And it's like, all right, I'll just keep my mouth shut about it. I won't bring up, so you guys are going to find me a bit hesitant this off season of really driving too hard and telling you guys what I want. I'm just going to kind of report about what I see and start to kind of stay away from telling you guys what I would want to see, because it just ends up being more of a pain in the ass than it's really worth at this point, to be honest with you. I'm kind of exhausted by it. I'd just like to be able to give an opinion without it having to be something that seems to piss everybody off and get them into their feelings and opinion. Everybody just gets so mad about stuff where it just becomes this emotional gauntlet I have to go through of managing feelings and all that just to say what I kind of think. I'm just like, all right, I'll just report on stuff. I can do that. Ryan says, I see where you're coming from, Brandon. You're not dumb in your thoughts in the direction you'd like the team to go. You just may be right. I don't know. I could be an idiot about it. Maybe it says some people get so mad at me as they would portray it, where I'm just a dumbass, don't know what I'm talking about with it. Could be that too as well. I'm as open to anything on this at this point, but it is what I feel. And whether I'm right or wrong on it, I'm going to be honest with you guys if you guys ask me. So I'll give you my opinion. It's gotten exhausting, though, fighting against the people that just, it has gotten tiring. BB, appreciate the Hawks Nest, Hawk Blobber, and all the Seahawks content on YouTube. You guys are the true MVPs. Thank you, BP. I appreciate that. Hawk Blogger does great work, but as does a lot of the people out here on the YouTube. I think Hawk fans, and not speak about me on this, but as I can speak to a lot of the different content creators that are out here doing it right now, we've got a lot of people that are kicking ass, that are working their butt off. And I would say to those folks on it, if you do like these people, make sure you're subbing up to them. Make sure you don't have to do the donation thing or anything like that, but always remember on the sub and that type of thing, like that's free. If you don't want to watch somebody's content, you can sub up and then hit a not interested in button on YouTube, and it's completely free for you to do that type of thing. you know. Thrill House, Hawks Nest. How do we make a splash in free agency after re-signing some guys when we're 30 million over the cap? And then next year we have to pay Cross and Lucas. I'm pretty sure Cross is going to probably get a contract extension through House this offseason, would be my opinion. How do you create the cap space? I'll bring this up for you here. Okay. Where is it at? Where is it at? All right, so these are just a couple of the cuts you can make here. Real House. So 5.4 million for Rayshawn, 9 million for Noah, 12 million for Draymond Jones, 17-ish, might be a little bit, I think it's like 13 maybe even for Lockett, 8 million for Uchenna, 3.8 for George Fant, Roy Robertson Harrison, 6.6 million. So, you get like $55 million from that Thrill House. If you sign across to a major new contract, you're going to be able to lower down the first year hit. The only worry here, Thrill House comes into it on the first year hit of these contracts. Because while you don't have a lot of cap space right now, you've got as much cap space as anybody in the NFL in 2026 and 2027. And so you absolutely have the freedom at that point. We're not restricted in our cap this year at all in consideration of how much space we have moving into the future and in consideration of how much flexibility we have on the cap this year. Flexibility to move money, to create space, to be able to do whatever we want to do. So we're not restricted in the least on this Thrill House. We're not. Yes, we're up against the cap. But it's all about what is our true drive to accomplish this offseason from an organizational perspective? Where are we trying to get to? How much work do we really need to get done to get there? Being to be, let's say, a contending status. And if the word is that you've got to get a lot done and kick ass, you can go to kick ass. You can go sign a Tevin Jenkins and a Trey Smith and go sign a Geno and a DK and sign a contract extension to Charles Cross and get something done with Ernest Jones. You can get all that done. You can get it all done. So it just is about what is the drive, from a standpoint of the organization on how hard they want to push this, how close they think they are, how far they might think they are away. But I know it looks bad, at least on the surface of it when you first look at it. But when you really get into the numbers of it, Seahawks have as much cap flexibility as anybody else out there to create as much space as they need to create here to get the job done. It's just about the momentum and the driving force. Hawks Eye View, how you doing, man? Chris, the only good news with the Mariners is Ichiro. Yeah, congratulations to Ichiro and getting to the Hall of Fame. What a cool thing to see. And whoever the Hall of Fame voter was, much like with Griffey, who did not get them in unanimously, should be flogged in public. Daddy Dennis, my theory is the guy who came up there and went psych something future hit his face. Washington Fish Quest. Thank you, man, for 39 months as a Hawks Nest member. I appreciate that long time support in the channel. It says, my trust in John increased because I trust in Mike. Well said, Washington Fish Quest. Well said. Definitely Mike McDonald was his best move of the year this last year for sure. And that's an A+ move at that. Snail, thank you for the $10 donation, Snail. It says, hear me out. And I appreciate that donation. It's very, very kind of you, Snail. Hear me out. We just figure out who's going to be the worst team next year and trade their first round pick now. Then we draft Arch Manning. Boom. Problem solved. Make me a general manager right now. Thank you. You got it, man. You knocked it out of the park. So we just got to get the Raiders' first round pick. That's all, Snail. We just got to find a way to get that first round pick of the Raiders. To shoot, Snail, I think they're going to probably move Max Crosby this offseason. And so they've got themselves quite a bit of work to get done out there in Vegas. But that'd be a good approach, man. If you could pull that off, boy, wouldn't that be nice? And what a position there couple of years ago for I think what was the Bears who traded that first round pick or whatever to be able to be in that number one spot, moving back out like they did. Hell of a deal. It's a hell of a deal when you get that future first round pick. I remember how cool it was at the end of Tim Ruskell's run. And Ruskell was a horrible general manager for us. Well, horrible. He got you the Super Bowl in the first year, but then it was really downhill after that. But he gave us quite a gift on the final stroke of the pen there as he was leaving, where his last draft, he moved a second round pick for a future first round pick the next year, which I think became Earl Thomas, if I'm not mistaken. But Ruskell gave us a good one with that one there, Snail. It's always nice. It's always good work if you can make it happen. Sanchez, thank you for the $2 donation. He says, you're wrong about everything, but I agree with you. Let's go, Sanchez. Let's go, man. I'm okay being wrong. Probably am on this one, considering the backlash. Alberdickus, I've always loved the idea of getting the team ready so we can get a quarterback, even if we have to trade the farm for him. Me too, Alberdickus. I've been a bit more in this place as well on this side of it, just thinking that this is what smart organizations do. They don't scramble. The bad organizations just go take the quarterback, throw him behind the bad offensive line and hope it'll work. The smart organizations, the ones that do it right, have the offensive line already in place. So they're going to put that young player in a position to succeed. And one of the ways that you can get to a Super Bowl is to go get a young quarterback on a rookie contract. And that's been one of the pathways the teams have gotten there, including our own Seahawks with Russell Wilson 2 times over. But what did we have for Russell when he walked into the door? Did we have an offensive line that was in a flux, that wasn't particularly good, that you weren't putting enough investment in, that you were spending as less amount of money as anybody in the NFL? Or did you have one of the most expensive offensive lines in the NFL that had a top 10 first-round pick, that had another first-round pick in Carpenter, that had a second-round pick in Max Unger, that you rewarded with a second contract here? That's what you had. So that's what I'd like to kind of set the stage up for that next quarterback, to make sure we're really giving him that right environment to succeed. Not Vexo. Hey, B, thoughts on Milroe? Milroe to me is a guy that's very similar to Jalen Hurts, with a little bit of a better arm, maybe a little bit more mobility than Hurts. I don't think that he has quite the accuracy outside of the numbers that Hurts does, especially on like nine route throws and whatnot. He's a very interesting talent from a physical standpoint, but he plays the quarterback position like a running back, not Vexo. It's like Hurts, and this is where you hear so much criticism for Hurts, and I think it comes back to it again, the same thing, where he doesn't look like a quarterback playing the position. He feels like a running back playing the quarterback position. And he makes it look hard, and he just doesn't have a natural feel for what he's doing. And Milroe's the same thing. He's got all the parts that you want put together for a good quarterback, but the feel's just not there. He just makes it look really hard to play the position. But third round, go grab that guy. I do think he's going to end up getting taken probably like the second round. But third round, you go get that guy, have him run not Vexo, Jalen Hurts kind of offense with a really good structure in front of him like Hurts had, because Hurts got that thing I'm talking about where you took that second round quarterback, putting him behind a really grade A offensive line. And good work. But he doesn't excite me a ton. BB says, whoever robbed Ichiro of the 100% Hall of Fame induction should be known. That's ridiculous. They should be known. I think these guys should be held account. Why does it have to be anonymous? Why can't I learn who the vote is? I felt the same thing about Griffey. Griffey somehow gets penalized as the guy who obviously did not take steroids during his career. The one guy of that era where it was crystal clear did not take steroids. So the reason his effing body broke down. That's why his lower leg injuries kept mounting up through his lower 30s, because he wasn't taking the juice. And yet somebody decided that they weren't going to give him the vote because everybody's under a shadow from that era. No, actually, you should give him 100% of the vote because he was going up against juiced up guys and he was still dominating their ass. AI, Howard and Riley are better than yours. I got Riley right next to yours, but yeah, I do have definitely Howard's better. Ryan says, I don't get to watch Mariner games here in Oregon. I only get to watch highlights. I would rather give Brando my money than streaming apps. I appreciate that, Ryan. Thank you, man. You're not missing anything with this team right now. And they're playing a funky game with the local fan base on this one, because this fan base has supported them for years now, even when they've not been good. And I don't know, man. I think they're going to get to a point here where it's starts to stretch these people out a little bit. Dick to Brandon, I mentioned Jackson Dart earlier. If he's gone, Dylan Gabriel's stats impressed me. Can he scramble a little bit like Russell Wilson 2.0? Yeah, my comp, if you're looking for it with Dylan Gabriel, you're going down kind of the Brock Purdy route if you do that. You're going for the undersized guy that you're just going to have kind of pepper the ball around the park and use some of his mobility at times and hope that you can get a lot out of him on a, be a kind of a late day 2, early day 3 guy who's really super cheap for a couple years on that rookie deal. Played a lot of college football, so he should be ready to go to be able to at least come in there and be functional for you. It's a pathway that worked for the Niners. You obviously don't have quite the environment you're putting him into that you put Purdy into with the Niners, but Dogzilla, I'm enjoying exploring Greenland this eve the first time. There's plenty of ice here. Yay. Oh my goodness. Out there in Greenland, huh? Daddy Dennis waiting on Legacy Media to try to steal Brandon from us. I don't think that's happening. I don't think that's occurring. Addicted Brandon, your exhaustion is understandable. Please do not change. Your integrity and keen eye for things makes you the only guy I enjoy watching. Sorry, the flamethrowers are pissing you off. It's okay. It's just. I'm always wanting to be cognizant of the fact that I want to make sure that the voice that I'm giving out here to the Seahawks fandom and Seattle fandom is one that they is not heard with, revulsion. And if I do get a point to the sense of it that that's the where it is, then I'll certainly understand that that's where it is. I'm not going to be a guy that's hard fought to hold on if there's not a. They're not welcome here. I understand. You know what I mean? So, yeah, I'm getting exhausted by certain things where I feel like I have to walk sometimes along a landmine field of topics just to give an opinion. And I have to preface everything so that I don't trigger the emotional people in the fan base that go off for the smallest of opinion that doesn't align with theirs because they have some sacred cow that they love to death, who, if anyone dares say anything bad about that sacred cow, to hell with you and go F yourself. And that's that's the way it rolls a lot of the time. And it does start to wear you out. And yeah, like I said with it, what I'll end up doing with this is if that's the way it goes, I'll just report. That's all I'll do. There won't be opinion that I'll give. I'll just report. And I am being pulled more and more as we move into this off season. And especially with some of I'm definitely starting to feel driven more and more into that realm of things of just being like, look, I'll just report. I will not give an opinion. You can donate and ask what it is, and I just won't answer. The point of the channel was to be able to have discussions here that are open and we can talk about anything. I started this 5 years ago with that being the approach I wanted this to be about. And we're getting attacked in that right now. It's getting picked at the edges. And I don't know if it's that, I've gotten to too much of a size that there's now enough people to notice that they want it, but it's getting that place of things. And it's like, it gets less fun. It gets less fun tiptoeing through the landmine of who am I going to piss off this today with what I say? Who's going to lose their shit today because I have just an opinion on the quarterback or a wide receiver, Like, it's hard to do this when that's the case, and it just feels more and more like that's, kind of how it is. I hope it doesn't go this way, but I'm not going to fight it if it does. If people usher me out the door, they usher me out the door. I'll walk there and go. You give them the, you salute them out. Big Docs, Brandon, this looks like about $55 million to give or take. Can we get 2 free agent offensive linemen for that? Yep. That's why I say you can spend whatever money you want on this Addicted, understanding that it's not about what you're giving the offensive lineman average per year. So let's take a little bit and take a look at, let's take a look at the Robert Hunt contract from last year. So this is a really good indicator of a guy like a Trey Smith, right? Where he's signed on a $20 million per year contract. That's what he's been given. I can't get this thing to work now. Gosh dang it. Come on. Work, you sucker. All right, here we go. Okay. So we're moving into year 2 of Robert Hunt's deal, which is right here. So you can see that the deal just got up to $21 million this year. And I wish I could get down to let's see if I can look at that first year, that cap hit. So here we go. So do you notice this? Take a look at this. And do you see something there? Where last year he signs a $20 million deal. But yet if you look at it, look at this. $20 million per year. First year cap hit is $6.45 million. So people get caught up in you're giving this guy $20 million a year, you're giving that guy $20 million a year. Yeah. If you lower down that first year hit and you spread things out, you can fit them. Because you take down the base like they do here. The base is at 1.1. You take the base down to a bare minimum. You got the signing bonus. You maybe get some workout bonuses put in there through the rest of the deal. Bing, bam, boom. You're able to fit whatever you need to fit inside the contractual structure here. That's why I say we're not really impinged here by the cap situation. You can fit the contracts in, especially when you consider that when you get into year 2 and 3 of the deal, like it would be in the structure of this deal for 25 and 26, you've got as much cap space as anybody in the NFL to work with. Let me show you. So here's 25 that has people really worried, and rightfully so, because you're down at the bottom of the barrel on paper at $27.5 million in negative money that you're over the cap. But when we go to 26, here's your Seahawks right here. Top 4. And when we go to 27, you're top 2. So you got, let me show you. Yeah. So you got top 2 there in 27, 26. You got this right there. So we got the money to spend. We can get it done. We can fit whatever we need to fit. Easy enough. Big Doc Brendan, I laughed out loud for real when you mentioned the one douchebag who did not vote for Ichiro. Probably a Drew Lock or Sam Howell fan. Sorry, I couldn't resist. Laughing out loud for real. Thanks. I was annoyed when I saw it too. I'm like, really, Ichiro? What's your reason for not letting him in? Like, you definitely aren't going to blame steroids on that one, are you? Really? Yeah. Sean Thompson, B, is there a quarterback in the second or third round that you would consider? Yeah, I don't think there's really a second round guy outside of Shadur Sanders or Cam Ward falling in there, which they will not. But Jalen Milroe, Will Howard, Jackson Dart are the 3 guys that I think Sean Thompson in the third round would be interesting. I think in the 4th round, Quinn Ewers, Riley Leonard, or Dylan Gabriel could be interesting. They're not that far away from those other 3 guys. It's all very much in a close collection there, 3rd to 4th round. So why I think John will make this deal this year is that there's so many guys in that range to be picked in there that he'll probably fall in love with one of these guys. Jock's 2 cents says hire Fraley and Kubiak as co-OC. Maybe they're flirting with the co-OC idea here. DJ says Ruskell also drafted Unger in the Aaron Curry draft. Well, there you go. He brought it back around. Let's face it, DJ, that first round was brutal, right? That was an awful first round that year. I think you only had like Clay Matthews make it out of that first round. There's one other guy. Ryan says, I do kind of feel like to get a first round pick, we would have to get rid of someone too good. I'd rather get 2 good players for one great one rather than a coin flip draft picks. I don't know. I do kind of feel like to get a first round pick, we would have to get rid of someone too good. You might have to, what do you mean on that one, Ryan? I'm not sure what you mean on that one. Because we do have a first round pick. T-Man, any draft grade on Wyatt Milliam? And do you think he moves to guard? I currently have Wyatt Milliam at the second round grade, T-Man. So he is a guy that West Virginia has played only left tackle. I do have to admit that there's a little bit of a hole in my ability to scout these tackles and understand exactly what I'm looking for to necessarily always make an assessment that this guy is a guy that can be kicked inside and comfortably do it from playing tackle as he did throughout his time. I mean, it's theoretically, it should be a transition he's able to make. With Wyatt, he is a little bit taller. His hands tend to come down they tend to come top down on the edge when he's going to block him. One thing I do kind of tend to try to look for on the tackles if they're going to transition into guard, Banks does this, I think, a little bit better, is there's a little bit more coming up from the low to high. As you're going into their chest, you're coming up rather than going down. With Wyatt, for instance, his going down oftentimes leaves him sort of blocking the top of the shoulder pads of the defensive player, which then leads to his hands getting up a little bit high. That gives me some worry about him transitioning into guard, but he's a finisher. He's a mauler out there. He would have really good mobility for the guard where he's a little bit in over his head over as a tackle. I certainly don't think he's going to work as a tackle at the NFL level. I don't. But he also will probably have some shorter arms, so he's going to probably be kicked into guard. So I'd say it's probably worth the risk there, T-Man, in the second round. But I will admit, with a lot of these guys, it's just hard because they play tackle, and doing guard is so much of a different thing than tackle, where it is so much more about leverage, hand strikes. Do you have the power from a tackle position that'll translate into the guard position? Because you're going to need some more oomph once you go in there. Jordan says, to me, there isn't a player in this draft past the 10 picks that are worth trading DK this year for. Good point. Hey, I just read the article that Over the Cap predicts we should get 3 picks, 4th, 5th, and 6th. We'll have 9 picks in total. Could very well be that. Yes, sir. I think Milroe definitely goes by the 3rd round, Jordan. He will. I think that's why he came out this year, is that he got advice. In fact, I think he's going to go higher than the 3rd round. That's why he came out this year. LLB Seahawks, it's just how much of our young receivers primed. We waste while we wait to build up the rest of the team before we get the quarterback. They can certainly build it up this offseason if they wanted to. Just imagine how good Griffey would have been if he worked out in practice. He's an all-timer, and this guy didn't even try that hard, according to Pinella. Yeah, he probably wasn't a grinder, that's for sure, in that way. Thrill House Hawksnest, I've heard why they won't give perfect votes, because since Babe Ruth and Ty Cobb didn't get perfect, some people don't want anyone to get perfect, then Mariano must have gotten lucky. That was just about what I was going to say. I was like, well, but Mariano got it, and Mariano was the guy that pitched through the steroid era, But he got it, the perfect one. It's like, dude, that's where I'm like, really? But yeah, it could be. It is wrong, though, that there should be guys that should be unanimous grades. Guys that there should be no doubt about that guy being a Hall of Famer. And in Ichiro and Griffey's case, those are no doubters. Really the only no doubters in Mariner history. Because with A-Rod, there is going to be a doubt because of the steroid stuff. I guess Randy would be a no doubter too. Sanchez B, have you ever considered a beat reporter gig? I would, I'd be open to it. You need to be hired by somebody to do it. And as I understand it, like, for instance, with sports radios, by some of the things I've heard in the background, could be starting to kind of go away right now as much as anything else. I don't know if sports radio is going to be long for this world at its current trajectory. But as I always say, I would never turn down a gig to do it, Sanchez. I certainly would never turn anybody down if there was something that was popped up, And it's been, we've got the Bleach Reports that reached out, or the roundtables reached out. I've jumped on it with 2 feet. So I would definitely do the same if a situation came up, for sure. Dogzilla, thank you for the $2 donation. Says, what interior offensive line guy will you jump at if they fall to us? Well, there's not really a guy I'd say in the first round that strikes me as Will Campbell would be the guy, Dogzilla. If Will Campbell fell to us in the first round, he is a guy that some teams may not look at as a tackle, but maybe a guard. And if that's the case, we know the guards don't tend to get taken in the top 15 picks, even if they're really talented. So if Will Campbell were to fall and teams don't believe that another guy who may not have the longest of arms, which might force him to be kicked inside, if he was to fall to us there, then I would jump on him. In the second round, Dogzilla, if Tyler Booker was there, I'd be all over him in the second, for sure, if he was to fall to us there. Donovan Jackson at this point would probably be very similar for me too, where I would take him in the second round. Sanchez, thank you for the $2 donation. Says, I think Glenn to Jets is destined to fail. I think that the Jets have definitely found themselves in a position where their ownership is affecting the type of head coaches that they can go out there and get, and that they're not able to get the best and the brightest. And so, they're having to kind of, wade a little bit deeper through to try to find something, that fits in, that works. So they're a bit like the Cowboys organization, Sanchez, to me, where you're sort of picking through the secondhand parts because you're not ever going to get the prime coaches there because of a bad ownership situation. And so I agree with you. I think Glenn's probably not likely to be one that finds success out there with New York. And I think that the New York Jets need to get their owner out of the way. We all heard that report this last season of the owner nullifying a trade for Jerry Jeudy because his Madden rating wasn't high enough. You just go, Sanchez, you go, what are we doing here? Right? What are we doing here? But yeah, I don't have a lot of hope in that one either. I think that one's going to be tough. Not Vexo, Hawks Nest, are you planning on dropping a mock draft soon or is it too early? No, we're about the right time. I'm running through what I want to do on the mock. I'm going to probably drop it here. Maybe the next show we'll maybe do a mock on that one, not Vexo. And what I want to do with the mock is I want to try to drive the first round a little bit in a direction of where I can show you guys a bit of what I'm thinking is going to be how the first round goes, to show you really the true options that are there for us to pick. I technically ran this as my first mock draft last week, where I got Kenneth Grant in the first round, Tyler Booker in the second, Isaiah Bond in the third, Emory Jones in the fourth, Seth McLaughlin, center from Ohio State in the fifth. Keon Sabb is no longer in the draft. He's returned back, so I shouldn't have taken him. And then a couple of cornerbacks at the end. But I was going through and running some exercises here when taking a look at a little bit of what I thought would be the way that this first round would go, because I want to run the mock especially by how the picks will go. Hold on here. Let me find this. And I can't find it. That's why I want to do this offline. But I'm going to try to do this to where I can run these offline to show you guys. Oh, here we go. There it is. So, for instance, I'm trying to get these first rounds a little bit closer to who I think will be available for us to take. So like here, I've got Abdul Carter goes 1. We got Shooter Sanders. So I'm going to try to run these mocks to where I can run the guys off the board that I think are going to be off the board by the time the Hawks will pick. You see in this one, I had them taking Tyler Warren. But I'm trying to kind of look at who the players are going to be ahead of us and who really is the targets that we're going to have available to us there when we select. And early on in looking at this, yeah, so early on, it's kind of interesting, I think, is based on what I just showed you there with the guys that I'm anticipating are going to go up at the high part of the draft, that this is then what you have allowed for you to be selected on the other side. So let's match it up like this. Okay. So we've got the list on the one side here, which we'll make bigger so you can actually see it, of the players actually taken ahead of you there. Let's not go with us selecting. So here were the guys that I had to pick from where we were picking at that spot. Malachi Starks, Tyler Warren, Kenneth Grant, Shamar Stewart, Armand Mabou, Jack Sawyer, Matthew Golden, Amari Hampton, Tyleek Williams, Josh Connerly, Jada Barron, Colston Loveland. Here were your these are the kind of guys I think that are going to be what we're looking at and available to us at 18 when we pick. Starks is hard to say because obviously here the rank is very high. Your ADP or the average place he's going in mock drafts is like 13.5 with a 7 on the top rank of it. But these are who I think are going to be probably the guys we're looking at as far as trying to pick between at that number 1 pick. But I'm going to work on, I think next NovXO, maybe the next stream we go live, we'll do a full mock on that one. Kind of show you guys a little bit of my thinking with it. Ryan says people who lash out because of others' opinions have serious issues. Yeah, I don't quite get it, how people get so emotional on it. I think too, it's just that there's just been, in doing this channel for some years now, Ryan, it's just every year it's one thing after another. You know, it's Russell Wilson to Pete Carroll to DK and Geno people now. Like it's always one thing after another, year after year on this, where it's just like, holy God, dude, just it's exhausting. And people, I love that people are passionate, but people are not passionate about the team as much anymore. They're passionate about individual players. People love their little players, and the team's kind of secondary. And a lot of my view has to do with looking at the team on the viewpoint of, I care more about the team. I could give a rip less about individual players and holding them in higher esteem over the top of the team itself. And it seems like a decision you got to make now between one or the other. DJ says, I feel you, Brandon, on walking on eggshells with fans in the Seahawks fan base. That's where it's been, man. And it's, you guys got to understand, like, I do not like operating that way in real life. I'm not a real life guy that likes having to be so effing careful with every little thing I say. And I don't know why it matters so much what I say on my, but it seems to have, because it just sets people off. And it pisses people off to the point of just, they'll unsub up, you know. I'll do a live show right now. I'll probably, by the end of this show today, after 3 hours, lose like 4 subs. You know, this is where the Seahawks fandom mentality's at right now. It's like, it's very hard to operate around. You just feel like you're always like, oh, it's a game of Doctor. You guys ever remember Doctor, where you're trying to pull out the bones from the thing? That's what I feel like. Every show I'm kind of going up like, oh, God. Crazed Froggy Hawksnest, the us versus them mentality is so horrible, but so prevalent. Yeah, it is. It's the world we live in now, where if you're not with me, you're against me. So if you don't agree with me on my DK Metcalf opinion, if you don't agree with me on my Russell Wilson opinion, if you don't agree with me on my Coach Carroll opinion, and you know, the one thing that you always hear about me and here in this chat is that I'm welcome of other opinions. I'm not expecting everybody to agree with what I say. And I've said quite the opposite. I don't want an echo chamber in here. I don't want everybody just agreeing with me. But there's also a difference between disagreeing and becoming almost like a 5-year-old child that falls on the floor and starts screaming out and slamming your fists. And that part's just, it's gotten less fun. That part's gotten less fun, where it's less about having discussion, and now it's more about people trying to, I don't know, try to dunk on one another, or try to, everything's about to be right rather than getting it right. I don't know. I don't know. I've quite honestly given more thought than ever into this last year, as much as ever at any point in time in doing this channel, and especially since I've done it full time now. There's more and more thought process to just going back into the workforce at times on this, where it's gotten that it's tiring. I'm exhausted at times, and I got to go to war almost every time I go live. I feel like I got to be and I'm tired of fighting. Tired of it always being a war. rather than just a discussion, you know? Ryan Balls is a wise man once said, better to meet a bear bereaved of her cubs than to encounter someone stupid in his foolishness. It's very true. It's very true. And there's a lot of times, you guys know, with me going long on this, that I feel like I can sometimes get to people, and it doesn't have to get to a place of me against them or them against me, or that we're all in this sort of black and white, but we understand we're just, turning things over. But unfortunately, it does drive into that place of things. Jared G says, hey, Brandon, we value your opinion. Haters can find their way to the door. Honest takes will attract the real ones and build a solid community. You can't please everyone. I do agree with that. I'm starting to feel as though that maybe though I'm starting to, again, it's just about some of this comes to, look, my opinion may be wrong on this too. And I may be just off. There's a part of this where, my shit can stink, my outlook and the way I run this could be wrong and ass backwards. And I'm, whereas there are some people that this resonates with it. Maybe it may be that we come to find with this, that the by and large, that's not really the case. And, when I go live and I see subs drawn back, when I go live and I feel like I'm in a war every time, when I see that we don't necessarily get to the place I'd like to get from a growth standpoint, I go, it does start to make me pull a little bit in the direction of like relooking at things a bit. So it goes the way it's going to go on this, you guys, with it, on that side of it. And I'm going to do what I'm going to do, I'll do this while this is always fun and enjoyable for me. But if the impression that I get is the opinion is not as welcome, and that there's not a real hope here to try to grow the thing, and that 12s just aren't feeling it, there's plenty of other people that they must be feeling in addition to go that way. So I'm not going to fight it in that way. So that's the way that this will be, you guys. That's the way it rolls. Trey, hi, Brandon. I'm not trying to be rude, but I feel Schneider set Grubb up because there's no way we had the offensive lineman for a scheme. Also, the offseason was bad because we got nobody. Definitely didn't set up Grubb for success, especially the system that he wanted to rub. I think that's run. I think that is true, Trey. Nothing rude within that. I think that's honest. I think it is very true. John's approach to the offensive line has been an odd one, and one that I don't have a lot of explanation for at this point. It's been bad. It's been bad. Hopefully he corrects it here this upcoming season. But I think a part of it too, Trey, was just the relationship between McDonald and Grubb on that one a little bit. Bill Anderson isn't John and Ewer's guy. He is reportedly likes Quinn Ewers. He's brought him up before a couple of years ago, Bill. Don't know if he's still as high on him as he once was, but it was once. AI, I do 3 to 4 mocks a day. PFN is the best draft simulator. I go back and forth on that. Sometimes I like theirs, sometimes I like the other one. It's good to use them both. AI says, don't be surprised we take edge like Sawyer and Green, then take O-line at 50. Edge could be very where value is driven to AI in this scenario. So definitely is where, when you're sitting at 18, There's a collection of a couple edge guys that could be sit there that you really do go and like. Big Dogs, Brandon, what do you think of Armand Mabo from Missouri? High ratings, but worried he's like Christian Haynes. Didn't play tough competitors. Grumble, grumble. He'd be different than Christian Haynes. He's going to be about 2 to 3 years younger than Christian coming out. So he's not going to turn 21 until, I think, just before the draft. He also played tackle. So probably a guy that you think is going to transition in more into guard than he's actually played guard. He's got a lot of highlights on his snaps. He's got a lot of lowlights as well. I think the lowlights come from a rawness that needs to be refined, which with a kid that's just turning 21 years old, you'd expect that refinement will come with time. So I like him quite a bit. If the Hawks want to take him in the first round, I'd understand. I think that he's going to probably go at least in the 20s right now in the first round. So it's a little bit, you're doing a little bit of reach to grab him there, but it's not over the top. And Trey Osborne, I'd love to see him go after offensive line. I think your words on this are where a lot of the Seahawks fan base stands right now, where we're in uniformity, where there's oftentimes a lot of lack of uniformity. You can have off seasons where you say, no, it's Geno this, or we got to get this quarterback, or, we got to go get some defensive side put on it, or we got to need a receiver. Everybody, I think, starts this offseason in the same place where you're starting off at, which is, let's hammer this offensive line. Let's make this a point of emphasis. Let's try to turn this into a position of a strength for this team rather than a yearly weakness. And I think that everybody is in alignment on this one. I really do, in a way that we never really normally see. And if they ignore it this offseason, it's almost like they're completely blind organizationally at this point, because it's screaming in their face right now for them to deal with this. But they just keep kind of ignoring it over and over again. AI says they leave over stuff like that. Good riddance. Yeah, maybe so. Alpha is bad at blooms. I seriously don't understand the people coming for John's neck. This was our retooling year. Now that Mike McDonald knows what works and what doesn't, he can bring in his guys that work and draft more confidently. Yeah, I'm with you on this in the respect of I'm not on John's neck as far as saying that he should be let go this offseason or anything like that. Though I think you will probably see even a few people in our chat here, Alphas, that definitely feels that way. I think the fan base has definitely been impatient with how long it's been since they've been a true contender. And I think especially when the team tells them every year that they're going to be a contender, well, then they're not. I think that if it's one thing as a GM, if you come to your fans and you say, hey, we're taking a step back this year, and maybe John would be better served to choose his language a little bit better in these off seasons rather than just every year saying without a doubt, we're contending, to maybe, pull back a little on that and to reset expectations from the fan base a little bit more than saying that as he always has. But, yep, got to give it probably some more time for this to go, and it probably would make a lot of sense here to let him go right now with where things stand. Oxide View, Brando, sounds like the fan base is like my ex-wife. I don't know how you do it. Yeah, it's definitely gotten into a place now where it's starting to get like that a little bit, and I don't like it. I love doing this, I really do, and the people the interactions I do have, it's a lot of fun, but I also had a sense for this that there's a lot into this that I don't really want to unpack on the stream here with you guys. There's a lot into this actually, but this channel's my life. I get up every day. I bust my ass on this thing. I dedicate myself to trying to make this the most I can. And when you don't sense that return is there for what you put into it on that, then you go, okay, I got to reassess. So I'm reassessing. Kurt, Brandon, what would you think if the Schneider tried to get higher picks for the 2026 draft along with mid-round picks in the draft in a DK or Geno trade? My belief is at this point, and it's where I stand on this, is I do not believe that the Seattle Seahawks are going to be willing to make the moves. I don't think that John Schneider, nor do I think that the ownership have the stones to make the moves that would be required this offseason for us to get to a contending state. No, not a playoff state, to get to a contending state in 2025. If I'm signing DK Metcalf or Geno Smith, I am only signing those contract extensions if I believe that I am going to contend next year. If I don't believe that that's the case, I don't see a lot of reason to sign them to an extension myself. And I don't believe it to be the case. I think the team's got too much work to do. I think the team would have to be too aggressive to get the job done. And that just leads me along to the path of thinking, yeah, I would like to go see those kind of trades done, Kirk, because I don't have a belief that this team is ready to contend next year. Because they aren't going to do the things that they need to do this offseason to get there. They'll do the things they need to do this offseason to get to like a sub-playoff state, but they won't do all the things they need to do to really drive it home. Or at least they haven't for the last 10 years. Dogzilla, thank you for the $2 donation, says, stop pissing me off. X says, I do not like it when people slander in the other chat rooms. The slander may be right. That's the thing. I appreciate the love you guys give me on it, but maybe these folks are right on this one, you know? And it's not just a small portion on this, you know? It's a very big portion, a good portion. It's not just little trolls or haters. It ain't that either. So, you know, 12s want what they want and don't want what they don't want. And I have as good a pulse and I can listen as well as anybody else out there as to what the pulse of the fan base is and what they want and don't want right now from their content creators. And more of my feeling on that one lately has been that the fan base only ain't feeling it, which is okay. Got to be open to the fact that I might just suck in my job. You know what I mean? TheSeahawksNest, it feels like our Super Bowl runs, the wine and cheese crowd took our season tickets. Now the wine and cheese crowd has become our fan base. Kind of could be. It could be. I definitely think that there's an emotionality that exists in the fan base right now that's wild to encounter and deal with. And maybe it's not even having to do with football and things having to do with outside football. It's a stressful time for everybody right now a little bit. Hard to say. Deleted, who would we replace John Schneider with if we had the option? Whew. Boy, deleted, I don't even know. There's not a lot of great names out there on the market that would be, I think, very good options at this point. I don't know. I don't think it's even on the table, really. I think if it was going to happen, it probably would have, if John was that close at this point, it probably would have happened last offseason. Rather than 1 year after you let him hire a coach, especially after coming off 10 wins, which isn't necessarily a bad season per se. It certainly isn't, reflective of you getting the coaching hire wrong on that side of it. Dick that Brandon, sorry, this spoiled children are making you even think about quitting a job you clearly love. I like to think the haters were kids whose parents had them on a real leash. And I just think that it's the kind of discussions I'd like to have are ones that I think are growing more impossible to be had. And it's the nature of the beast. And you're not going to change the way the ocean flows, you know? You're not going to change how the waves roll. You know, all you can do is take note of how they're rolling. And we're moving into a direction I'm becoming dissatisfied on that front. Carter says, I would assume that most that disagree with you don't necessarily hate you, or at least I haven't seen much hate here in the chat, just a passionate disagreement at times. There's more into it than just the chat with this, Ricardo. I'm not really bringing up all the stuff that's at play here in the situation a little bit with this, but it's partly because I just don't want to get into all of the depths on this one. It's just is what it is. I know what I'm seeing and feeling and hearing. You know, I know I have a good feel for what I have a good feel for, and I know what I know on certain stuff that I know. And on this one, I've sensed in the last year a slide in a direction that's starting to just, it's It's going down Snoqualmie Pass in a semi-truck, and the semi-truck starts to T-bone. And yeah, it's a bit of that there. I appreciate the love, guys. I do, but it ain't. Do not be surprised if I wake up one day and I go, peace. Ryan Ball, has Olu been a disappointment, or does he need more time? Olu is a guy a little bit like Haynes, where you drafted him as a guy that played a lot of college ball and was supposed to be very pro-ready when he walked in the door. So that it's taken him 2 years, to get out on the football field here for you, that you made a signing of a Connor Williams at the end of training camp. It's not been a reflective upon him being good. And, he was 22nd or something by PFF's ranking. He was functional out there for you, the center at the center position. He probably gives you that floor, Ryan, going into the future. But I don't think that there's a top 10 level of play from Olu coming into the future. I think he's probably hit where he'll hit as far as the ceiling side goes. And there's just not a lot extra left there. Dogzilla, any more subs and Hawk Barbecue chin up? I'll try, Dogzilla. I'll try. You can talk to your son on this one, and with him, and he'll tell you about this. This is something that has been on my mind for more than just recently. More than recently, my man. Dogzilla, could you make your beard more symmetrical, please? I don't think it grows in symmetrically. I just haven't shaved in a couple days. I just didn't. I've been a little lazy the last couple days on the beard shaving. I'll go back to clean shaving here in a second. Sanchez, thank you for the $5 donation. I'd like to see us pay for the O-line and draft elsewhere. It's clear we can't develop or draft. One of the reasons I would be in favor, if you're going to sort of damn the torpedoes, damn tomorrow, we want to go and be a contender next year. We don't care the price. We don't care the cost. We need to get there. Well, if that's the case, then just go pay for the offensive lineman. To your point, Sanchez, you've had a hard time in drafting. You've had a damn hard time in developing. And this is a way for you to get around that. Get somebody in here who already is certain in what they bring from a skill set standpoint. You know what you're getting, and they can hit the ground running. You can speed up some of that cohesion and continuity that you need for all offensive lines to make them at their best. And it all kind of adds up in that way. So definitely a direction that I would like to see them go. If the draw is to be more to a contending team in 2025, if they want to push in that way, rather than, let's say, Sanchez, drafting a guy in the first round and then drafting a guy in the third round and thinking that would do it. I think you're going to be waiting on development with that a little bit. On top of, we might just miss on a prospect or two with that, given our recent track history and not always targeting those best of offensive linemen in the draft. So I'm with you on that all the way, Sanchez, and how I'd like to see that go too. We've really had a hard time with the development side. Oluwatimi, Bradford. Yeah. Guys just aren't really Haynes, not really coming along. Be More Seahawks, thanks for the $2 donation. Says, I would internet war for you, Brando. I'd appreciate that, man, but I don't want anybody to do the internet. I've got a weird way I'm built, you guys, on this, where it's just, you'll never see me guys on this overstay my welcome. And that's always going to be something that's very important to me on doing this with it. And very aware of it right now as much as ever with it. Feeling a little bit like the guest in the house, what do they say about fish and guests after 3 days or something? Something like that. Michael Orgreezy says, what do you think about Jordan Birch from Oregon? I did go back and do another look at Jordan. So last year I had with him, I've got a lot of notes on him. Man, do I got a lot of notes on him. So last year I kind of saw him, and he's really come forward this year, but last year I saw him as a poor man's Mike Morris. He's 6'6", 290. They had him as a big defensive end without much twitch with Oregon last year, who really used his hands well, but kind of had a labored get off, not much explosiveness, not really a bender or a dipper around the edge. And again, that's being a guy that's at 290 pounds playing off the edge, just wasn't really a fit for him. I wanted to see more in 2025, him being moved into more of a 3-tech position role, because I just don't think he's going to be operating off the edge at the pro level. It did seem like he dropped some weight in 2025. He did show some improved explosiveness with that. He gained a Euro step dip that worked good for him when trying to take the edge. So he sort of Euro steps inside and then steps back outside off the Euro step. It's kind of a nice little move he does. Felt his power more this year at times when he was hitting linemen moving laterally. He'd catch them on the wrong foot, convert speed to power, and then just crumple them. He can't always pull it off, but it did give tackles fits when he could kind of land it. Many of his sacks are cleanup sacks. For instance, doesn't get home. Quarterback climbs up in the pocket from pressure, uses the power to throw the tackle, protecting the edge off of him, and then quick enough to bounce on top of the quarterback and go get the sack. So a lot of that type of stuff. He's going to work off of really energy and rallying to the ball quite a bit in his play. Too few snaps in his college career from the inside, which I would have thought would have been his final home as a prospect in the NFL. Maybe he insisted on staying as an edge. Maybe it was what was best for the defense there. It's a little bit of a shades of a bit of a Keon White when that kid was coming out, Mike, being that was a guy that was used at Georgia Tech on the outside. The coaches at Georgia Tech said, we probably didn't do what was best for this player. We did what was best for the team. We liked having him on the edge. It worked good for us having him over there. Maybe better for us to kick him inside. And they didn't. So he had to wait to see what you're going to get from Keon White until he had gone to the Patriots. And then they used him inside really exclusively. So it could be very well the case there with Jordan, but you're doing a lot of projection with him from the role that you would have liked to mainly have seen him in. But it was an improvement this year. He did come forward in some areas. Hand usage, power came forward. Lost a little bit of weight, gave him a little bit more explosiveness, Mike. So I like seeing him take that step forward this year. I think last year I had him more as more of a 4th round guy. I would probably slide him up into maybe late 3rd, but not sure. Beamy, thank you for another $2 donation. Says, I got your back, right? Don't forget. I know you got your back. I know you all got my back on that. There's no doubt about that. You guys show me as much love as anybody could ask for. So there's nothing you guys aren't doing that isn't amazing on your side of it. Definitely on that is the truth. Randy Roberts, what do you think of Holland Pierce, left tackle, Rutgers, 6'8", 344, 85 PFF grade, moved to left guard and learn behind Zeitler? I haven't looked at him, but I will add him to my list of guys. Holland Pierce. Check back in with me, Randy, on the next stream. I'll take a look at him. It's hard for those guys to go into guard at 6'8", I'll tell you that. That's a tough leverage win in there, especially if you want to have any kind of mobility stuff. T-Man says, I think Jake Majors could be a solid day 3 pick. Would give decent competition with Olu. Yeah, I like him there too. Some are liking him in day 2. I can't quite get there with Majors for day 2. He's like a better version of Oluwatimi. Pass blocking, center, just a bit better of a pass blocker than Oluwatimi was. But that, to me, he's just right there at the first one. Round 4 should be right where he should be at. Hanger AB, I did see something on John wanting to let Mike get his program players first and then work on the O-line. Makes sense. Get the defense a little bit in firm shape. You hired Mike as a defensive mind. Get that right first and then get over the offensive line. He says, Brando, come back. Hopefully not. BB, Brandon, are you going down to Mobile for the Senior Bowl? No, I don't have the money to do that. I'm a broke dick. Dig Docs, Brandon, never stop doing what you love, but it is a tough job. No coworkers there. You're in California now. No Hawk fans. Tough changes. Have faith. You will survive them leaving. Kind of been thinking about just going up and getting back into Washington, but just going back into the tech market of things. And then just pulling back on this side of things. Or is fully all the way pull back. I'm playing with that as an option. It's becoming more and more enticing, more and more of a draw. It's not even about the haters, guys. I don't want to paint these people as being something that is it's I can't explain it. I probably just can't explain it right. It's just a feeling as much as anything else. But you guys, the thing you have to understand with this is that I'm a very stubborn human being. And if I get a thought about what I want or what something that needs to happen, or this is this way or this is that way, that's the way it is. And there ain't going to be a damn human being on this planet that's going to tell me differently. So I appreciate the kind words, but you know, that's not going to factor into this on the bottom line. And I did this with a very specific reason when I started this channel out. I didn't do this to just sort of just like our Seahawks. I ain't here to just tread water, and I ain't here to just, you know, no. So appreciate it, guys. If you want, you guys can bring it up on, but I'm gonna do what I do. That's the way that this is gonna roll. And it's not haters, man. It's as much as just, hey, it's the fan base. That's where they're at, where they're at. And there's a couple collection in here, people like the fan base overall is where they're at, then they're where they're at, you know? But this is one that you guys have to understand with your guys' opinion on this to this point, that there's things and factors involved in this that have to do beyond just where you guys stand on this. There's a lot of other stuff I'm not bringing up that comes into play on this a bit. That it's like our Hawks and looking at the 25 season and making decisions. It ain't just about an individual player or thing. It's about all of it together. Thrill House, Hawks Nest. If we trade back in the first and Booker's gone, tackles like Josh Simmons, Cameron Williams, Jonah Savania, Connolly, Mimbo, who do you take? Just grab Jackson or Ratledge early? If we trade back in the first and Booker's gone... Josh Simmons would be the guy that I like the most of those guys, Thrill House. I think he's maybe more of a right tackle. I do think in Savai, I haven't looked at Cameron Williams yet, but I do think in Savainia and Connerly and Mabo that they're better than Jackson and Ratledge. So I would grab those guys, and in Savainia and in Mabo's case, I think those two guys can play guard. So I would probably go over them over Jackson or Ratledge on that one. But you're talking about Thrill House, the difference on a second and third round situation. Card Craze, general question, why can't we all be adults and agree to disagree with respect and politeness? It's a thing that I've asked here for years. But like I said, more often than not, I tend to feel like I'm finding when I do go live at times, I'm getting into war rather than it hasn't been that way here today, and I appreciate that. But you know, it's what would be great, and I've asked for it and I begged for it, and I've said, look, I don't want to be in a place where I understand toxicity fuels everything else on the internet, but I really would like this to not be that. But I'm losing that war more and more, and I'm getting tired of it, and it's making it less fun to do this. And you know, it's again, like it's a lot of things, guys. It's doing uploads and working on those for 2 weeks and putting them up, and then you guys don't watch anything. And I get like 500 views on an upload on the channel that you put like 3 weeks in. You go, yeah, it's all of this, you know. It's where it's like this channel in every way consumes my life, and if it consumes my life and I love to do it, that's great. If it's consume my life and I love to do it, but then there's all this other stuff that comes on the other side of it that's just like, holy hell. And it doesn't. But it isn't. It ain't just. It would be a oversimplification to say just haters in the situation, what's going on right now, in my mind and my thinking on this. I don't know if the fandom's in civil war. I think that we've just lost the ability to have a good conversation about the team. And instead of it being about an open conversation with the team, it's about everybody wanting to have their individual sacred cows and then fight in their trench for that sacred cow. And they will fight their life. They will fight with every inch of their existence. And then it just closes down discussion because it's not about a discussion now. It's just about who can dunk on who can be more disrespectful to one another, who can just be the loudest, essentially, which is just doesn't interest me. There's nothing fun in that. It seems to be fun for a lot of people. It's like the troll-based humor that exists everywhere now, where used to be when humor to me used to be about wit and sarcasm and, satire and all that. Now it's trolling. This is the new generation's idea of being humorous. And I never find it funny. I don't think it's enjoyable at all, but that's what we get. Again, I'm not changing the waves here, Kind of just like the idea of just going in and just doing a job where I get a clock and I have to be, just go and stare at a screen. And I have to, somebody just, don't have to just, yeah, and I don't think people are being, nobody's being bad to me or anything on this, guys, with it. Like I said, I said too much, really. Or I should just be that if I do go, I just go and don't say anything on it. Probably the better route to go. Guys, it's a dumb question, but when will we hear about players getting released or restructured? It's probably going to be a little bit of a trickle on that, Kelly. In that, they're not going to just do them all at once. It'll be kind of as you need the money freed up. But I would guesstimate right around the start of the league year in March is when that stuff will really probably be coming about. Piccolo's Sauerkraut, thank you for the $2 donation. I'm liking Jonah Monheim, OC for USC. His tape is fire. Well, I have not seen him either, but I will write him down. Seth Hennigan. I haven't seen Seth Hennigan either, but I'll have Nikus write him down as well. Appreciate the suggestions, you guys. I'm needing some more names. I'm starting to actually get through some of my guys here. So we got about 110 deep through these and starting to get through some of them here on that side. Zombie Central Brando, hey man, know this is out of the blue, but do you currently use Twitter or have you used it? If so, I hope you choose to leave behind. With that being said, love your content, man. I don't really use Twitter that much. I certainly am not an engager on Twitter at all, really. So yeah, I'm not much on that. I did the blue check mark thing to try it out and see if it could be a possibility as an avenue for creating content. Getting some extra revenue in for the channel, but it really wasn't pulling that in. A says Seahawks viewership isn't good. That's telling. It's true. Yeah, we had viewership is down all the way. It's a bit of a factor here too. I think a little bit on this. Just not a main factor, but yeah, it's certainly something there with it. Jordan says, one thing I will say about tech in Washington right now, employers are abusing employees. I'm kind of in a spot where going to work sucks because of management. Yeah. I mean, it's, tech is what it is. It ain't the greatest of the great, but the money is way better than it would be for me on YouTube. I take it in the shorts from a financial standpoint to do this channel. So, you make a pick to do this, it's great. Do it full time, great. But I lose my ass in many ways doing this channel for the work I put in versus if I was putting 120 hours of work into something else, I'd be making substantially more than I make here with this. So it may be that way, but I've been in Washington as well. I've contracted out with Microsoft before. I know the lay of the land with what you can do and what you can't do in it, and the pay is substantially more than what you get in doing all these parts with it. Michael Agreasy, who's the best pure nose tackle in the draft? Ooh, pure nose? Pure nose tackle probably would be Mason Grant, would be your best pure nose. Now, Mason Graham might be able to do just as much as Grant can do when it's all said and done, but he's also going to be doing a lot more of the 3-tech stuff at the next level. So probably Kenneth Grant. Your second best nose tackle would be... I think Tyleik Williams would be your best. We're having some discussion. I know that PFF's got his charts out as not as a nose, but he's really a nose. Tyleik Williams. So probably Tyleik would be your second best, unless you want to consider Deion Walker as a nose tackle. He says, whatever decision you make, I've enjoyed your perspective, passion, our interactions. You'll be truly missed. Thanks for efforts. Appreciate that, Huey. And if we come to that end of the road, I feel the very same thing. There'll be no bitterness on my side of it if we get to that spot and I go, hey, it's been a great run, guys. We had a good go of it. Here we go. There'll be no bitterness from my side. This has been nothing but a great experience. It's partly why I don't want it to get to a sour place, because I don't want to look at this thing as anything but something that's awesome. Sean says you're one of my favorite people to watch here. Well, thank you, Sean. I appreciate that. Certainly would not be an easy decision. But you guys know how it goes in life at times, You gotta go where the thing sways you at moments. Zombie Central says nothing but support for whatever you decide to do, Brando. You've earned your rest if you choose to do that, and I'm happy to have been the experience at all. Well, thank you, man. And I'm really happy to have had a chance to do this too. Absolutely. Dogzilla says being a content creator wise, YT must be tough in gig income wise, no matter how good you are. Yeah, it's brutal. It's really brutal. Even, I would have thought you get to this place of things and that you could at least maybe pull in some, just different ways to make some, and it's really is not. It's really is just, it's tough. It's not the main factor in this. It really isn't, because I don't care about being, I've been broke for years. I don't care about being broke. Broke's not a problem for me. I can be broken. Money is not a real big thing for me, but it's more peace of mind, happiness thing. Jordan says, I think the DK and Geno discussions are good examples. No one wants to actually talk about those players. They have their opinions and refuse to be swayed on it and then consume the whole stream with it. That's where it goes on these two current ones. And please, and understand too, this is after the whole Russell Wilson thing. For 2 years, I was trying to tell people Russell Wilson had kind of lost it and nobody wanted to hear it. And I said, I had to do nothing but go through endless amounts of fights with people who loved Russell Wilson. He was their brother. He was the son they didn't have. He was the father to their understanding of watching football and their indoctrination into understanding the greatness of what football is. So who was I to say anything about it? And it's just every year there is always this stuff every year again and again where it's somebody who's got something that they're ratchet in. And you're right. I'd like to have discussions about Dino and DK. I'd like to have more about let's not talk about like, hey, there's no way we can trade that guy. You can't do that. You cannot do it. You cannot do that. It's like, Jesus, I'm just bringing it up as maybe what's best for the team. No, that's my guy. That's my person. Yeah, no, you don't do that. Don't you do that. Okay. You're right. Then that's why I say, Jordan, it then turns into a war where I'm trying to preface and look, I'm just saying, I'm not saying that we have to do this or that this is just, let's consider this as a possibility of maybe what's best for the, no, don't do it. You hold on to it. Metal Dragon, any guesses on who the OC will be? I think they're going to grab Hank Fraley on this one. Yeah, you're right. You have to be open with your viewers about ups and downs. You do. And you know what, me guys, the driving force on me when we're talking about the team, or I'm talking about where my head's at, is to be honest with you guys. The one thing I've not done with you guys from day one of this channel is bullshit you. I don't have an ability to do it. So I ain't going to start now on it. And, turn things over in my head. Hey, thank you for the $5 donation, A. And again, well said on your part. I'm not trying to have people donate on this or anything. I'm just wanting to let you guys know, and that if something comes down the track through this off season on this, that you guys have kind of been prefaced on this a little bit in understanding why I take the direction I'm taking, or potentially taking the direction I'm taking. Robbie Red, thanks for the $2 donation. Says, appreciate your hard work, man. Keep it up, Brandon. Thank you, Robbie Red. I appreciate that. Very kind of you. Very kind of you. Zombie Central. Well, viewership is down because the NFL never puts Seahawks on television. As a person who lives in Tennessee, I only get to see the Seahawks play 2 or 3 times a year. Wish it was more accessible. Yeah, that'd be good. I mean, it's down in the local Seattle area as well. So, local Seattle fandom's not watching the Hawks either. So I think we were bottom 3rd this year as far as our watched games. So there's definitely a lack of, yeah, it's true. Nah, Brian, we got to talk about the farewells, man, because if I do this as ever I do this, it ain't going to be with a long-ass stream on the side of it. It'll be like, I'll probably throw up a video with Marshawn Lynch's shoes up on the wire. And that'll be that. And guys, there's tons of good stuff out there right now. There's no hole that I'm filling that isn't being filled in 4 times over on the YouTube sphere. There will be no loss on the YouTube side if I left tomorrow. Randy Roberts' thoughts on pass rushers. James Pierce, Mike Green, Prince Umanalian. I got to look back at Princely. I haven't watched him recently, so I've got to take a look at him. James Pierce, I do have as a first-round grade on him. Kind of a Josh Allen's-Hines kind of guy. Good all-around player. Somewhat in the bit of the mold of a Jared Verse. Not as good as a Jared Verse, but kind of in kind of the same kind of mold. Mike Green's got some real violent hands, good twitchiness, small school guy. So you got to do some of that imagination when it comes to him as a player and what he can be if he can translate from where he's at. But really great hand usage from Mike. He's got some nice dip and bend. Just a handful of effort from that guy, absolutely. But he's got double hand swipe, ghost move, nasty spin, Euro step, stutter swim move from inside out, cross face counters. just quick counters that he can call upon at any time. And that energy level is just through the roof with that guy. He's a lot of fun. He's a hard prospect because of the fact that you just don't know exactly how to evaluate him or where to put him at. All right, let's go ahead and finish up on our let's go ahead and finish up on the old poll. So let me close this sucker up on my side of it. See where we stood. Where was John's grades today? All right. So, what grade would we give John Schneider? With 368 votes from our Hawks Nest folks here, we've got C was 44%, B was 38%, D was 10%, and A was 6% of the audience. So by and large, we're somewhere between. My C plus seems to be a pretty accurate spot if you take the cumulative of the C and Bs that we had here in the chat today. So John, leaving a little bit to be desired amongst the fan base on that side of it, I suppose. Ricardo says, I bet the offseason is brutal for viewership too. Yeah, it's very tough. To give you a track on this, Ricardo, last year, I think I did 8 different interviews last year in June. I had former Chad Brown on. I had a former general manager of the Seahawks on. I had Dan Viennes, and I've done a bunch of guests on from different places. EJ Schneider from the Bootleg Football podcast. And for the month of June, my cumulative was that I lost, I think, 15 subscribers over the month. And you go, okay, what do you take away from that? I mean, I guarantee you today, I haven't looked yet, but I guarantee today it's probably gone down since I started today. Yeah, we've lost a sub today by being live. Somebody today clicked their sub and went unsub. It's not, and fucking no. Hell no. Hawks says, hey, B, I think you should go in the direction of full-time podcasting, very lucrative. I'm thinking about doing something different. That'd be just a different type of coverage of stuff that's not football related too. I've been turning over a little bit of that. Unfortunately, Albert Nickus, BB&B is Brandon's going to have to hold this down on his side. But you know he ain't going anywhere. I appreciate it, Ricardo. I don't know though. I think those guys are doing great. Just every bit as good at whatever I'm doing. I'm not as certain that I'm necessarily providing something that's singularly helpful here. Seahawks problem has been the same one for a decade now. Refusal to invest properly in the O-line. Russ wasn't the problem before, and Geno isn't the problem now. Both have declined in their play. Get a guy beat up that much, it happens. It does happen to both of them on that. And yep, the line has been a problem for many years, and they just do not take care of it. A says, we did get a lot of prime time slots in years past. There's only 6 Pacific and Mountain time zone teams, 26 Central and Eastern time zone teams. We really are isolated. Yeah, it's tough being out in the West, and there are so many teams out there in the East and that East Coast time frame. And yeah, we get forgotten about a little bit out here on that. Jordan, thank you for the $5 donation. Appreciate you for that, Jordan. Michael Scott's freakout moments are Seattle as a fan base. It's probably pretty accurate. Yeah, I'm probably included in that mix on the freakouts. So probably in on that mix as well on that side of it. Thank you for the $5 donation, Jordan, as well as being a member of the channel. Don Mata, thanks for the $10 donation, Don. He says, my opinion was that John and Pete should have been let go at the same time. I would give him a B for 2024. I'm okay with him ongoing if he builds the O-line. Otherwise, bring in someone else. Thanks, B. This is where a bit of my thinking is on with it too, Don. I wouldn't have had necessarily an issue if the team wanted to move off of John. That was a decision that to me, I didn't know exactly the decision-making and how it had come out with John and Pete through the end there. If Pete had overridden him on stuff, if he had driven for deals like Jamal Adams to be made and John didn't want to do it and Pete kind of forced his hand. Hard to say exactly how that rolled, but I would have been open to letting them both go at that time if he was part of the bad decision-making with it. That you rode with him another year, you got to kind of keep rolling with him and be patient with it. But like you say with this, Don, if you go through another year, if he takes the same approach this offseason of signing old-ass offensive linemen on their last legs who have no value and just refuses to put the value and put the investment into it, it's going to be very hard to excuse that. It's going to be very hard to explain that away, or it's going to be hard to find optimism that the group isn't going to be anything but what they've been in prior years. It's a blind spot for John Schneider, and it's one he's going to have to recognize really quickly or he's going to lose his job. This will be the thing that costs him his job. It's staring him right dead in the face right now. It's on him whether or not he wakes up and recognizes it. Lord knows, as UE2K said above on it, he's been sitting on it for 10 years. So for 10 years, he's decided he doesn't want to learn that lesson. What makes this offseason unique and different? I don't know. I'm hopeful, but I think you can make just as much of a prediction down there on the line of that you're going to stay in the same mode as ever. Michael Lagrisi, I do think Nwosu's gone. You just have to create too much space to get the work done that you need to get done. He would be he'd be kind of a bonus piece to be able to have if you were in a good cap situation. But unfortunately, you're not. And the fact that he's been injured both of the last 2 seasons, it's very hard to then predict, oh, well, he'll be healthy next year. We know that for sure. I think you just got to kind of bite the bullet on that one and go, man, it hurts. You know, you wish he was healthy, but he's just not been able to be healthy. And unfortunately, you're just in a cap situation where you've got to clear this room. You have to clear this space. There's really no way not to do it. Juicy says that sadly, we've given the NFL even more reason not to put us on prime time next season. That's very true. It's very true. Well, you got embarrassed by Detroit in prime time this year. Yeah, probably not anytime soon on that. Sanchez says, B, I think we're LinkedIn friends. I can check my company for open IT roles. Please do, man. Yeah, if there's something that came along right now, I would jump all over it. So if somebody has an IT role out there or remote work out there or something like that, please reach out to me. HeyHawksNest@gmail.com or my LinkedIn over there on that side of it. I am all ears. I am all ears. And I don't even care. I'll take the most rudimentary of work too. I don't care at this point. I'll take the most just mind-numbing, don't have to just, it can be, I'll do data entry at this point. Washington Quest, thank you for the $5 donation. Bold Ink, it'd be a loss if you packed it up, Brandon. You've got a unique voice and talented entertainer. Got to do what's best for you, but you are a number one. Well, I really thank you, Washington Fist Quest, for the donation. And I know as well as you've been with me here riding from day one. And I've definitely have gotten every bit as much of support as I could ever ask for from not only you, but from everyone here in the chat throughout my time in doing this for 5 years. So it's been an honor and it's been a pleasure to be able to do this with you guys. I like to believe that that's the case. I do like to believe that's the case with it. I hope it's the case with it. But I have to be honest in saying that lately that I'm not as sure that that's the case there, Washington Fist Quest. And there's more a part of me that feels like I could probably bow out of this tomorrow, and I don't think the online world would skip much of any sort of beat on this with the Hawk discussions or talks or anything of that. I think there's a lot of people there that everything's perfectly in as good a place as it'd be otherwise, you know. But I appreciate it. I thank you for the kind words. Dixie Brandon, you're selling yourself short. You're different, but I totally hear your struggles. I'm planning to retire in October, so I get the what next concerns. Think it through, then act on it. I'm giving it thought. I'm not going to do anything quick. I'm not going to do anything emotionally. But I had some of the pull of this on me last year. Throughout that off season and throughout as we approached into the year, and some of the thoughts I've had on this with it, and I'm very much a guy that's just driven by my thoughts and how I see things on stuff. And that's probably for good or for bad on this, or either way on it, but it's just the way that I operate as a human being. And things have gotten hard. It's gotten a lot harder than ever before. And it is wearing me down. Ricardo, it's the way you deliver the info. I generally find your takes more reasonable than Stan or Hawk Blogger. Thank you, Ricardo. Try to be there. McVirus, maybe I'm old school, but hard work and attitude are some of the biggest aspects of what I look for in people that I train at work. Yeah, I don't mind working. I love working hard, actually. I think it's a great thing. You just got to make sure that what you're putting your hard work to is worthwhile in doing it. Save the Geese says, I'm giving John one more year before I would move off of him. If he can't fix half the low line, then he's incompetent. Agreed. If you go back through this season, and I don't even think I need to get to next year to make this realization with him. I mean, maybe he gets lucky and Sa'atoa comes some huge step forward and Bradford suddenly develops and Haynes becomes a monster. Maybe. You know, maybe he gets lucky on it, but it doesn't mean his process was intelligent if he goes back down the same approach that he's been down so many times before. It's been 10 years. And so, yeah, I think it's very hard not to call him incompetent if he went through another offseason. No matter what good you do as a general manager, if you have this big of a hole in your swing, kind of doesn't matter. The pitcher can always throw to that hole that you can't seem to make contact on. Brian says the quality of work shown in your general manager performance video at the beginning of tonight is exactly what we need you, Brandon. Well, thanks, Brian. I appreciate that, man. I really do. And I'll try to take into account in my decision making on this and whatever I decide, to kind of do. But I want to be honest with you guys on this too, and keep just the end of the day doing this has got to check certain boxes for me to do it. I got to enjoy doing it. I got to not feel like everything's painful. And there's too many moments where it's just painful now doing things. It's just like, it feels like I'm just, again, I got to go to war. That's what I feel like. I hit the live button and all right, here we're going to war today. It's all good, though. Kirk says, Brandon, my worry in hiring Hank Fraley will turn into Carroll and Cable 2.0. All the money is spent on the defense, and the O-line coach is expected to make a wall out of shit. I'm not big on the Fraley signing either, Kirk. He's never called plays before. You're going to have some co-OC situation you're trying to bring in. I don't really see how it really works. And Fraley, though he's done a good job there, he's also had a lot of good talent there to work with in the good job he's done. I mean, Penny Sewell is kind of a modern day Walter Jones. Decker's a really good tackle. Ragnow's a great center. Is that Fraley with those guys? Sewell was a pretty good tackle coming out of Oregon. But this does appear to be Kirk, the leader in the clubhouse right now. If you were to place a bet on who's getting hired or isn't, it does look like Fraley looks like he's the guy that's emerged ahead of Kubiak. Nitro says, whatever decision you make, thank you so much for the content and entertaining people for years and giving us more knowledge. It's been my pleasure. It's been my honor to do it, Nitro Hawk. And I thank you for watching. Thank all of you guys for watching through these years. SL says, I've been itching to become a Seahawks YouTuber. It might be my turn to take the mantle. There's a lot of folks I've been talking to me about possibly wanting to go out there and do it. So maybe a good time. Zombie says, wait, so you're official that you're going to stop doing YT? I'm just thinking about it. I'm going to give some consideration to checking out the job market this offseason. And I don't know if as I'm starting to get to closing the approach to the age of 50, if I'm really wanting to do a full-time job and do a side channel thing at the same time. Well, I was in my 20s and I had the energy level to do it. That's one thing there, but I don't know if that's going to be as much the case if I do go that route with this. So I haven't made a decision. I haven't, but I am turning this over, and I just wanted you guys to be aware of it so that it's not a complete left field shock for you guys if I take this pathway of it. It's a lot of things in factor here too, by the way, guys. Not just the one factor thing. It's the work, it's the return, it's sometimes the difficulty in doing it. It's all of it. New Flags, totally understand your feelings. It's always been awesome hanging out in live streams and game streams more recently. Definitely made the season more enjoyable despite the record of the Hawks. I've had a great time with you guys on doing the play-by-plays, man. I will always say it's made the game days so much better for me to be able to watch it with you guys and go through the experience. I'm a lot less emotional on game days because of it. Iwi, just find it unlikely the O-line is addressed in any meaningful way. JS doesn't value the position and has a defensive head coach. I'm sure he'll be advocating more for the defensive talent this scheme needs. Could definitely see it go that way. I think that's an intelligent outlook on it, in that you have the defensive coach who's in your ear and, hey, I need my this thing, and I need my this thing, and I need my this thing. I mean, hell, you made 3 trades this past year. Did you make those trades for the offensive line? No. You traded for Gibson, then you traded for Roy Robertson Harris, then you traded for Ernest Jones. Those are the guys you're making moves for out there to add on as far as help goes. So that's kind of more to your point on that. And it's been 10 years that he's not decided he's willing to do this. So until he does it, I think that we have to predict that that's the where it's going to go. Carlos says, I hope you don't completely ban streaming. And I'll think about it. There's a part of this there's a part of it to me on this with it, Ricardo, where if I go to the end of calling it, like there'll be a part of it where there'll be like an anger thing that I can't deny with it. That'll be like there'll be a to hell with it outlook from my side of it. And if I go down this road with it, Ricardo, there'll be an intense amount of anger and disappointment from my side of it. And it will not lead to that. Just being honest. Randy Roberts, I feel your brother, putting my wiener dog down. Financial issues, selling my house. Been the past couple weeks, but we must always rise to the occasion. You're unique and I love you. Well, thank you, Randy. Much love out to you too, guys. You as well. And yeah, I know everyone's going through it. I ain't the only one. We're all kind of fighting our fights through it. Everyone's got their own battles with it, You just have to make the choices that are best for yourself. Ricardo, Brandon, did you play football in high school or something? I find that you also have a unique insight into the sport that I don't see others bring. I played a little bit into the high school point, but I got into freshman year and I was a real late bloomer from a physical standpoint. I really had a lack of any kind of natural gifts. I was not fast. I could not jump high. I was not particularly strong. I was undersized until I kind of grew at the end of high school. And so, I was on a high school that had a couple thousand people in the high school. So we had a bunch of, our linemen were all 6'4", 250, And so I hit the spot. I played all through junior high, but got to high school and I was like, man, I'm not good enough, not big enough, not strong enough, I probably could have developed a better work ethic at high school too, to try to work out and get stronger. And, I was probably a little bit lazy at that time. Save the geese, I don't blame you. I used to run a YouTube channel when I was 16 up until I was 20s, and I gave that up. Real life got in the way, and I never could do it as a job. Yeah, everything's got its natural kind of life to it in this world, and we learn that at all times that, nothing good lasts. And everything's got a bit of an expiration date to it, and it's the way it goes. And the YouTubing's a tough one. It really is. It's hard to make a run on this, and YouTube doesn't make it easy in how they do it. I think it's, I think it's BS that they take, what, 25 freaking percent of the donations that come in. It's like, why do you guys get that much? But they don't care, they're here to pillage as well. So Sean Lee says, if Stafford retires, the division is definitely ours for the taking. I like the confidence, Sean. Jordan says, B will return to Seattle, go to games, and yell at fans just sitting there, not in the game. Probably. Thrill House, Brandon, what high school did you go to in Pacific Northwest? Yeah. I went to Kamiak High School in Mukilteo. I was the very first 4-year graduating class from Kamiak High School. McVire's, damn, that's too many people at one school. Yeah, well, it was this new $100 million, it's a couple $100 million high school. So you had all of these, and they got in all the great teachers. So you had all these people, family-wise, that were trying to get their kids into the school, and it just got jam-packed. And yeah, we had, it was rough. You got on that football field, and you're just like, Jesus, man, everybody's a freaking monster. Dick to Brandon, were your linemen in your high school third-year seniors, just teasing? I think we had some freak shows, man. We just had some big boys. We did have one of those, though, too. We had a couple of those, too, as well. A couple guys that have been held back. So we had that as well. Yui says, do you think the Seahawks will draft a quarterback? If so, what round you're thinking? A third round, third to fourth round feels like the money spot for me, Yui. I've got the 6 quarterbacks in alignment there that are in between the third and the fourth round. Those 6 quarterbacks are going to be Jalen Milroe, Will Howard, Jackson Dart, Quinn Ewers, Riley Leonard, and Dylan Gabriel. The last 3 are fourth round guys, Yui. The first guys are our third round guys. I think that John's been wanting for years to pick a quarterback in this range. I think this is why he made the Sam Howell trade last year for essentially the equivalent of a 4th round pick. And it's been rare that there's actually been a collection of guys worthy of being picked in this range of things in prior years. And so I think that that's going to cause him this year to probably jump on one, especially given that Sam Howell's only on, one more year left of contract. Carter says that like Stan likes to know about football, but he doesn't know anything about the sport. I can tell you no plays and formations and stuff. Your analysis is above most YT channels. Well, thank you, Ricardo. I appreciate that. I really do. I really do. And you guys are very encouraging. I know I know there'd be many that wouldn't want to see this go this way. I do that. So I appreciate that. Ryan Ball, let me guess. YouTube has to feed their family and their food costs $3 million a year. I guess I can get where they take the ad revenue and don't get, you don't get anything for the ad revenue at all. So like that's, I might make from ad revenue a month, I might make like a couple $100 maybe from ad revenue, like 2. So it's like, then when they're coming in and taking the big chunk out of the donos, you're just sitting there like, dude, YouTube, hey, come on. Yeah, YouTube's crazy with it on that. Thank you, Washington Fist Quest, for another $5 donation, brother. I appreciate you for that. Says, I said this to you once on a live stream. To me, you picked up the mantle of John Clayton. Whatever you do, know you're great and your fans love you. Well, that is very kind of you to say, Washington Fist Quest. I really do appreciate that. And, yourself has been here from day one in that support and being a member and putting donos to the channel and encouraging me on every step when we were much smaller and tiny and insignificant. And I didn't have anybody watching. We had folks like yourself in here that was pressing me on. And if I've gotten anywhere here in this 5 years, it's been on the back of that encouragement of you guys saying, hey, you're on the right path. Keep going on this, and it's been a part of that's been like, hey, okay, something's clicking in right here in the direction we're going. And so I do want to thank all of you guys, no matter where or what the future entails on this. There is never more that anybody could have ever asked for from within my chat and my subscribers and my base of people and what they've done from a support standpoint. It's been second to none here in what I've gotten, especially bang for buck when I've told you guys, you look at other people that are my area of things as far as subscribers go, and they don't get the kind of love that I've gotten. And I definitely recognize that. I appreciate that. I really do. That guy says, that's so funny. My school rival was Kamiak High School. I went to Mariner High School in Everett. And see, before Kamiak was built, that guy, I would have gone to Mariner High School had Kamiak not been built, because that's where we all had to go from Mukilteo. We had to go man, it was a hellacious drive to get out there too, to go all the way from Mukilteo out there to Mariner. But yeah, you guys quickly became the rival. That in Cascade. Thrillhouse, it's not YouTube taking it, it's Google. Oh, that's right. It's true. SL Hazard. F, man, I was born in Seattle and my body will be returned back to Seattle. I bleed blue and green and yellow. As do I. I think I eventually will end up landing back in Seattle when it's all said and done. Yui says Ewers and Milrow will go super early. Definitely second round, maybe even first for quarterback desperate teams. Certainly possible, Yui. This is as QB a desperate situation as we've seen in recent years with the teams at the top needing a quarterback. And we know in years past that's driven those guys to get taken much higher. It's happened before. This happened with a Kenny Pickett. So it certainly could prove to be the case again this year. Angry if B proved anything, it'd be that I suck at the game. I don't even know what a flat is or a layup. Jacob says, could you see Sam Howell being more than a backup for us? He kind of felt to me like, Jacob, he took a big step back with us last year. I thought that he was not awful with Washington the prior year. He certainly wasn't good, but he showed you for a guy that was 22, 23 years old, that there was some flashes there of ability to maybe become a starter in this league, to have kind of a Baker Mayfield, maybe kind of trajectory and what he could become. And he was completely lost last year on the football field. I went to training camp and he looked horrible at training camp. I mean, he was awful, Jacob, at training camp. Awful. Throwing picks, near interceptions, staring, unsure about what he was looking to do. So I'm very much at this point more out on Hal than ever before. So I just think that there's not a lot that he offers here at this point. Kind of my take on it. Dig Docs, Brandon, my daughter's going to final round of interviews with Google. If she gets her job, I'll ask her to tweak your account. Got to look out for my guy. Thank you, man. I appreciate that. Tell her I appreciate that. Every little bit helps. Albert Nickus, if Seattle sports ain't doing it, B, you could try sumo. And who doesn't love big dudes in diapers pushing each other? Hey, I'd have all of Japan there as a viewership possibility. That's a big butterfly net, Albert Nickus. It's a big butterfly net. Mark Sanchez, thank you for the $20 donation, Mark, as well as all of you folks donating to are also members of the channel. Thank you for that. I really do appreciate it. Says, hey, B, I hope you don't stop YouTube. I really appreciate your hard work, dedication, and actually being a Hawks fan. But do what you need to do. When a passion feels like a job and you have to, it starts to suck. Indeed. I didn't do this for this to become a job. And when I do it most of the time, and I'm doing it here with you guys today for 4 hours, this isn't a job. To be able to have an opportunity to chop it up with you guys on this and to be able to, turn this team over and discuss these topics. I love it. I do love that part of it. But yeah, it's some struggle I've had the last year in looking at the situation and trying to, in life, you got to consider all the factors at play. And, there's just been more extra stuff than ever before now. Yeah, just it's kind of getting to a place where I just don't know, what the future foretells a little bit. I'm just uncertain, Mark, on that. But I'm turning it over and I won't do anything fast or quick. I'll think a lot about it. I appreciate all you've done for this channel. Dropped $100 donations on this channel and all of that you've done. You've been amazing in your support. So we'll figure out one way or the other on this. I'll try to get you guys an update on which way I lean on this in this near future. But it's just in general terms where I find myself kind of sitting right now a little bit as I'm trying to find the next step forward, trying to find out what's the next pathway here for your boy and moving into the future. But thank you, Mark, for the $20 donation, and thank you for the kind words as well. You guys are awesome and very kind to me on that. Virus driving past Boeing traffic back through then would have been rough. Yeah, it would have been was not a fun drive. We were very happy to hear that we were getting Kamiak put in when it was announced it was getting built. It was like, thank God, because that was going to be, on top of the fact Mariner High School was kind of in rough shape at that time. Like maybe the expiration date had kind of expired on that one. It was a little bit old and tired, Ryan Ball, I'm so glad I found Brandon after Wilson was traded. The last 3 years was probably the best 3 years as a fan, except for 12 to 15 for obvious reasons. Well, thank you, man. Phoebe, have you thought about coaching B? Have you thought about, I don't know. I don't know if I'm in enough on the sport. I feel like I probably would have had to have done it much younger age. I'm kind of long in the tooth at this point to try to pick it up this early with what I would need to kind of have as a learning curve on that one. I'd be open to it if there was ever an opportunity. Randy says, why not assign trusted moderators to boot anyone in the chat causing problems? It happens and whatnot. I always hate, I'm sort of, it's almost against my religion wanting people being booted out. And I have my moderators time people out if they get disrespectful with it. It's really not, that's not really at the centerpiece issue at play here. It's more of, there's kind of a collection of things. It's like a collection of a lot of small things that add up into something as a big thing. Well, I went to Everett High School, but I did live in Mukilteo for a while. Okay. Mukilteo's nice. It's a nice little enclave down there. Dick to Brandon, I think your analysis of Sam Howell's skills diminishing this year, but I do wonder what it is like to have an East Coast and play here in South Alaska. Bye, Sam. Hello, Jackson Dart. Well, very well could be the case. says Baker, like Donald, had stints under quarterback gurus in LA and San Francisco. Seahawks never had anything close to that. Grubb certainly wasn't any quarterback whisperer. That's true. That's very true. Very true. Mark Sanchez, thank you for the $5 donation. Says, hey, B, could you do a Christopher Walken impression, but how Ichiro got into the Hall of Fame, but how he was snubbed on not being unanimously voted into the Hall of Fame? Yes, let me get some water, though, because my voice is a little bit cracked here. So 1 second. All right, Mark, I got you here. My only question is why Hall of Fame voters be so mean to Ichiro? What's he done to you, big man, voting man who doesn't like to let Hall of Famers in? Funny fact, Mark Sanchez, man's East Coast all the way, we know that. But he hates Ichiro for obvious reasons. In Ichiro's case, he's racist. It's the only explanation I say now. It's all I've got. Why else would you not give a man 3,000 hits, 10 years? Give me a break. What he did in Japan. Give me a break. I think they're high, these voters, really. But it's egregious to the worst level. It's a sin against Ichiro, like it was a sin against Griffey. Thrill Alice, I want to go back to Seattle, but I can only imagine the traffic's worse, not better since I left 4 years ago. Now, that's for sure. If I go back and if I try to get, kind of a tech job up in sort of the Redmond-ish area, like I'm getting a place in Redmond. I ain't doing a lot of driving. Watching Biscuit says, I can't imagine trying to make a living off YouTube. I have a small channel and it always feels like there is no rhyme or reason to what gets algorithmed. That'd be stressful as F. That's definitely been the bit of the case. That's a part of the factor in this Wash Fish Quest, where the thing that blows me away is I'll put together an upload, you work on it for 2 weeks and through the dead of the night. And I put an Ernest Jones video together and I put a Leonard Williams Defensive Player of the Year video together. And like, you barely get any views on that, meanwhile, a live stream will go and cook up 5,000-10,000 views or something. You're right. It's very hard to predict what works and what doesn't work on the YouTube hemisphere of things. And it's hard to kind of figure out the algorithm in general. It's definitely a tough road to try to earn a living off doing YouTube. It is really not set up to be able to do it. Jocks, 2 cents. When will we hire an OC and who will it be? We'll hire Hank Fraley tomorrow, Jocks. That's best guess. Cool Breeze, Muckle Teo always met my teams at the Chinook Cub soccer. They smoked us every time but one. Soccer's huge in Muckle Teo, Cool Breeze. It's bigger than football. Don Mata, thank you for the $5 donation. Don says, the day B quits YouTube, I'm 50% less a Hawk fan. The day B&B quits YT, I'm 100% out. It would not be fun. Both of you guys are goats. Thanks as always. Well, thank you, Don. I really do appreciate that on that side of it, and very kind of you to say with that. Very, very kind of you to say. And Brendan's always going to hold it down there on that side of it. You know that. He's doing his good work over there. He's grinding. He's working hard. And that will always be going. But we'll see where the future goes here on this. I'm going to make a decision one way or the other on this relatively soon on what I decide to do. But, I know what to say, other than just, I'm always in the fight, Don. I'm always fighting my butt off and always trying to just keep driving and, feel like my car's running out of gas. Addicted Brandon, my wife is from China. Chinese, other Asian immigrants in U.S. still hate Japan for old war crimes. Find an Asian non-Japanese sports writer. You got the criminal teasing. There we go. BP says, wait, Hank Fraley's our new offensive coordinator? No, somebody was asking me to make a guess there, BP. He seems to be the front runner right now here. As I was starting up the show today, it seemed to be the sense I was getting off of it. Codad says, I agree with you on your point, except the final grade. I'd give John Schneider a C- or a C at best. Understandable grade, Codad. I'd get someone being at that spot of it. Totally. Especially with the factoring in of the offensive line and how tough that's been. That guy, Brando, what do you think of the Aaron Glenn signing to the Jets? Aaron Glenn's relatively new to coaching. He did a good job with the Lions in overcoming all of the injuries that they had, and that's worth saying. I don't know that he's done necessarily some grade A job with the Lions as a defensive guru to earn this job. That would be my one thing with this is has that defense been that great to earn this? Maybe so versus the injuries he has had to sustain and he has had to overcome in order to get it done. But that's the part where I'm a little unsure on that one with Glenn. And my instinct on this one, going back to it, is just that I feel like the Jets they don't have a good ownership. The league knows they don't have good ownership. And that then means, like the Cowboys, you're not getting the best and brightest candidates for the head coaching job. That's kind of the 2 + 2 = 4 thing that I'm doing on this one a bit. Carlo, Hawks, new series for TheSeahawksNest. Why is John Schneider so woke? That probably gets some views. Yeah, politics, religion, lean the algorithm. Yeah, I wish I cared about those things, It's like, I don't care about any of that stuff. I'm a conspiratorialist. That'd be the channel I would do, is I do a conspiracy channel on Rumble. If I did a different channel. Silver Ace, Brendan, thoughts on Savion Williams, 6'5", 225, clocked at 22 miles per hour. Seems like a DK clone since he can't catch. Or also a Quentin Johnson clone since he's from TCU. He is one of the weirdest receiving prospects that I've seen in recent years. Some freakish abilities on this unique receiving prospect. 6'5", 225. He's kind of strangely put together, somewhat bow-legged, kind of has an ice skating type of style of running. Really strong burst. Gets up to speed fast. I think he's going to be a 4.55-ish kind of guy. Tall, but he's really electric with the ball in his hands. He reminds me a lot in that way and how he runs with the ball of a Cordell Patterson. He's got open field moves and a real sense of urgency with his running style, combined with a willingness to run violent and finish runs at 6'5", 225. These attributes will make him a great fit in offense, needing a yak guy, even just to fit that role. 400 of his 600 yards were yak this year. Let me say that again. 400 of his 600 receiving yards were yak this year, combined with 51 carries just from the running back position. So they actually aligned this guy up at 6'5", 225 up as a running back, gave him carries, and he was good in that role. He has good change of direction for a guy's size, but route running is average for a prospect. Not the most natural hand catcher, to your point on struggling a little bit there. He shows flashes of good hands, but catching away from his body. But there were other times the coordination isn't there. I think he could be a hell of a gadget guy, but much more than that, I'm not so sure. I think he's capable of playing every receiver position with his size, but I think you're going to have to kind of Silver Ace creatively use him, and he's not just a receiver. He's a piece you use. You get the ball in his hands. You work him along in a variety of different places. You have to have a plan for Savion Williams if you're going to draft him. You can't just get, you're going to be our Z. You're going to be our X. You're going to be our slot. No. That's not going to be that's not going to be a good way of utilizing him. Got to have a real specific plan for what you're going to do with him. But just give him some manufactured touches and let him go cook. I do think though you can't ask him to do kind of traditional receiver stuff, and so I do dip him down just a little bit in the draft to kind of like 3rd, 4th round because of that Silver Ace. Because I think he's going to have a hard time just winning, kind of like Cordell Patterson. I think he's going to have a hard time winning just naturally on the outside with his route running. Flag, I'm late to the party. Wise be leaving YouTube. I haven't decided to leave yet, Flag. I'm just turning over and considering it right now. It's a combination of the discussions have gotten less fun and more painful throughout the time period of doing this. It seems to be more often I go live and I just feel like I'm in a war. Our growth has not been great. As I said earlier on the stream on this Flag, I go live on a show like this. I go live last week on Sunday. I go live this next Sunday. I'm going to lose subscribers. That gets old. Grinding out 120-hour weeks every week with no break and having to do so partially because you got to have the money coming in to sustain yourself doing this as a job. It's hard. It's hard to do. It's not always a lot of fun. So just a lot of different factors coming into play on this one right now. Kind of trying to prepare people a little bit. Yeah, we don't want to sign Cooper Kupp. Cooper Kupp's at the end of the road. Well, Valdez, it seems like your YT channel is heading in the right direction, but you've got to do what's right for you. Exactly. Exactly. Same thing as the Y-Files. Super good on conspiracies. They are. I love the Y-Files. He does a great job over there. Be busy, Brandon. I hope you don't quit the YouTube space, man. It's hard finding other platforms to talk about the Hawks. I'll try to fight up against this if I can. I put 5 years into this. I certainly don't want to drop this 5 years worth of work for nothing if I can help it. But I gotta love doing this. If I put the time in that I put into doing this channel, I gotta love doing it. And it's gotten harder, not easier for me. It's getting harder. Watch FizQuest. Something that just hit me about Schneider video is the night pick was a McDonald pick. Makes me less confident John's drafting, but feel good about his listening to Mike. Me too. And that's true. That was a Mike pick on that one. So maybe Schneider could be well served by letting Mike have a little bit more room in there, being that he did hit on that one. Ryan Ball says DK can catch, by the way. He was on pace to beat the #1 all-time Seahawks wide receiver. There you go. For that injury, man, right? For the injury. SL, don't retire yet, Brandon. I can damn near smell 2025 season. The Seahawks make a return to the NFC Championship. That'd be cool, man. That'd be very cool. We'll see. Thrillhouse Hawks Nest, have you seen or would you like to see Royals, Ricky White, Jalen Nolan, Kyron Lacey, Horton drafted? Lots of slot receivers to replace Lockett. I think Tony Horton can play out on the outside. He's an interesting guy that I kind of like him a little bit. 4th round kind of rated guy. Kyron Lacey, I think, got arrested Thrillhouse for manslaughter charge, I believe, in driving. I don't know if he's going to be picked. He's kind of a George Pickens kind of guy, though. So if he did come out, he would be a lot of fun. I haven't looked at Ricky White or Jalen Noel. I have looked at Royals. Jalen Royals, he kind of comps out to like Malachi Corley, the kid that went in last year's draft to the New York Jets. He's a yak guy with a running back's burst, very limited route tree, basically comprised of hitches, comebacks, over routes, and bubble screens. He did show on these routes some plus route running ability, plus hands for the prospect. Nothing next level, but sure-handed, willing to catch away from his body, and so going to reel it in. Plus change of direction, good contact balance. I think he's going to be missing some long speed when it comes to testing. His arm length will also be very interesting, as I think he's probably got a little bit shorter arms. And I think his catch radius is a little bit limited. Contact catch radius limited. Contested catch limited. Probably going to be more of a slot guy. But he can run like a running back at times from the slot in that role. You are right, though. There is a lot of slot wide receivers in this class. A lot of guys in this class, Thrillhouse. Emeka Ibuka, Luther Burden. I think even Isaiah Bond and Golden at times at the next level are going to be fitted in the slot. Jalen Royals, Savion Williams, probably Samuel Brown's more of a slot at the next level. Watch FizQuest. Just start putting out slight variations to the Heist of the Decade video. Then put on your own views. Handling gloves. Ryan Brandon also just needs to get his frustrations out just so he doesn't go crazy like the rest of us. That's part of it too. Yeah. I gotta let you guys know what's in my head. As Brando slaves away while Pumpkin sleeps all day. She does, man. She's chilling. Jacob Breedlove, you're definitely the most entertaining Hawks YouTube channel, IMO, and that's not due to lack of competition. There's a lot of good ones out there. There is, Jacob. They do some great stuff out there. I think the YouTube sphere is in a really healthy place as far as Hawk content goes, and that the guys, all know what time it is. Everyone's trying to do really good work and put out really good content for people, which I really love to see. Because I think when I first started here on YouTube on it was kind of empty here. There was not a lot going on with that. But I appreciate that. It's very kind of you to say on that. And this has been a lot of fun doing this. It really has. I wouldn't have gotten this far if I hadn't been having a ball at doing it. That's for sure. Silver Ace Brandon, if we can get past the wild card round, you can't leave. You never know. Thrill says, Brandon, if John Schneider takes a lineman in the first round, you are compelled to stay for one more season. All right. Sounds good. I know there's no chance of it happening, so I'll agree to that. Save the Geese. Why do Charger fans think they're getting DK this offseason? We're hearing some rumors being floated out more and more, certainly nothing directly from Seattle, of a potentiality of DK being moved. Charger fans watched that playoff performance with Quentin Johnson having 5 targets, and I don't think he had 1 catch. And they're going, we need a wide receiver. And they're looking at the draft and they're going, man, there's not a lot of wide receiver talents in this draft to work with. Who's out there and available? Who can we go find out there? And, DK could be one of the theoretical guys that is available for you to go take. And certainly is a guy that you could see how he would appeal to a guy like Harbaugh with the way that he blocks and his tenacious spirit. But they're kind of doing some math on that. A says, if Cooper Kupp is at the end, there's a rule he automatically signs with the Seahawks. We've had a drought. I mean, maybe. He looks definitely at the end of the line there. As DK ain't going anywhere. We are not in the business of letting go great players entering their prime. We also South Sea on it. What's up, Slubby One? Good to see you, man, too. D Nugget Brando, the off season, take a break, go on vacation, clear your head. Deep down, you love this. Push tough times makes you greater. Trust me. We will be here when you get back. You're our fave. Well, thank you, D Nugget. Unfortunately, the way that this works with this is a job. So you can't take time off or you don't have any money coming in. And like you guys have with your jobs, going in every day and Monday morning and 8 in the morning and getting in there and working all day and going through Fridays, I've got to do the same on this. So you're not really presented. And in fact, it's kind of quite the opposite. The schedule requires you in doing the YouTube spheres that you actually have to work double normal shifts in order to just produce the bare minimum content to scratch by. So that's why the doesn't really exist as an option to sort of take a break. It's either break or grind. Those are the options. FishQuest Pumpkin live stream channel would be good gold mine. I could do a Pumpkin IRL stream. There'd be the great irony is I bet that thing would far surpass this channel. Far surpass. Take the Brandon. If you take a tech job, will Pumpkin and the other cats give you death stare every afternoon when you come home? Oh yeah, they will be angry. They've gotten very used to in their lifetimes having me around 24/7. And it will not be fun seeing me leave every day for 8 hours. Daddy's got to go make the money. SL, greatness is built off the back of giants, and Brandon's one of them. Thank you, SL. Silver Rays, Brandon, in all honesty, I think you should take a break until the draft or maybe even before the season starts until you feel motivated. It's a good idea, you guys. It's not a bad idea with it. It's just not a feasible deal with doing this. And if I'm at a point 5 years into doing this channel and 2 years ago we went in and did a full time on this and I made the transition and I made the leap at that time 2 years ago and I said, okay, let's for 2 years give this thing all I've got and see if we can shoot this up. There's no side jobs, just creating content. I created the clips channel in addition to this to try to buffer up and push more as I could, right? So I've taken a couple different steps to really try to over the last 2 years to really push this thing up. If it gets to the place from my perspective of this, where this isn't enough to make this go and I've got to go get a second job and I got to go do a job that I'll just go do the job. I'm not doing the break back. I'm not doing I'm an all or nothing kind of guy. I don't like, you guys know this about me. I don't like fence sitting. I don't like taking some middle of the road. You're committed, you're all in, or you're not. I walk it like I talk it in that way. So we're either running with this channel and it's going, or it's not. There will not be any in between, and I will refuse to operate from an in between standpoint. And if after 2 years running into this, I've got to dial back to go in full-time job, work it now, then I will probably be done. That's the way this will go. Just being honest with you guys on it. So I appreciate everything where you guys are coming from on this, but I'm very resolute in my attitude on this. And I'm very sorry with you guys, but if you got to understand my perspective, if you took a leap 2 years ago, getting to a place you could do this full time, to getting out the end of it in 2 years, to going now can't do any of it. Well, it's highly demotivating to do it in the future. It would be a death knell for me on that side of it. SL, take the tech job and get paid. I'll personally promise this Seahawks thing will never be over. Yeah, I just want to be honest with you guys on it. Again, trying to prep you guys a little bit too for what would seem to be probably what's coming down the line. So I appreciate where you guys are coming from it. I know it's probably a little bit hard to understand in certain respects of this, but I've just been finding myself turning over it more and more. And I was even thinking about this last year before the start of the year, to be honest with you. It was right even at that point going, don't think we're getting where we wanted to get to here. Silver Ace, Brandon, if you're going to leave, then go work as a scout or something for the Hawks. At least you'll do what you actually want. I would love it. If they offered me a job, I would take it, Silver Ace. I can't even get a press pass from our Seattle Seahawks. So I've applied twice for those. The organization doesn't think me worthy of that, and they don't want to give that out. So I don't think that they would want any part of me as a scout either. Watch FishQuest. Hey, Brandon, outside of the Niners, which fan base grinds your gears the most? For me, it's the Vikings. They go 1-0 in the preseason, and they think they're going to win the Super Bowl. I don't know. I got to be honest with you. I've actually been very impressed in running this channel with the interactions that I've gotten to have with other fans from other fan bases. There's obviously been some Niner fans that have come through that have been kind of toxic, and Ram fans that come through toxic, but that's not who their fan bases have been by and large coming in here. Um, and because I've done the behind enemy lines shows and stuff a lot, I've gotten a good feel for some of the fan base out there and interactions with some of them, and they all tend to be very kind and good people. So I can't say that there's anyone that I've had any dealings with that have been tough on that side of it. They've all been pretty cool. Jack says, can Pumpkin host the show? That's a possibility. We'll just go IRL, turn it IRL Pumpkin channel. I'll get a couple cameras on her. Ryan Ball, can you sell the channel, Brandon? I absolutely possibly could, yeah. Maybe that'll be a route we go with this, you know. Certainly a possibility. I'm kind of open to all avenues right now. I'm thinking about all different things on that, Ryan. But yeah, it's a possibility I could do that. Or maybe make an ASMR channel to read football books in a sexy voice. There you go. Real House, Hawks Nest, what field are you in when you were with Microsoft? Do you have a similar passion for it like this gig? No, not at all. No, it would be just, it's essentially, if I'm going to get a job, it's so that I don't have to work 120-hour weeks and all that other stuff. There's a lot into this, but that'd be a big part of that would be that I get financial security and then I only have to work 40 hours. I mean, you guys know that, you know, working 100 hours a week for 3 straight years and having no break in that time, there's no vacation really. You know, there's been here 4 or 5 days here I've taken for this or that, but every day I get up, there's something I'm putting into it. So it's the 40-hour weeks. It's like, hey, I get a weekend where I just get up on a day and I don't have to do anything. There's not film for me to watch. You know, there's not cut ups. Like I finish up the stream today after 4 hours and I'm going to need to go and scout 3 guys for the draft coming up, you know, to make sure I have all the prospects looked at before we get to the draft. So like, there's that. Then there's working on the next video and I'll be in bed tonight about 3 a.m. And again, I don't mind it. I enjoy doing the channel on that side. But when there are the other factors that start to pull and pick at that a bit, it gets harder to maintain that level of productivity. But Microsoft, I was a software test engineer level 4. Kind of a big deal. Well, my fiance lives in Minnesota and is a Viking fan, so I wouldn't mind seeing them win at least one Super Bowl. Yeah, they're a fan base that I think it's hard for me to be mad at them or not feel like they're a little bit like Detroit or Buffalo, where you kind of go, it's kind of fan bases earn the right to have a Super Bowl, to raise the title. You know, much like those other 2 teams, they're very committed to their team, and yeah, I wouldn't mind it. Thrill House, YouTube doesn't provide health, dental, or vision. No. To your point on that, Thrill House, I've gone the last 14 years of my life without health care, something like that. So another thing that would be nice to be able to have. Yeah. Carlos says, yep, tech sucks, but it's a steady paycheck of benefits. It's definitely worth the hassle. That's it, man. Yeah. Clock in, clock out. You're done. Your bills are covered. I don't have to be hyper creative. I don't have to be super entertaining. I can just go in and just grind it out on my leather ass and not have to worry about anything else. It's starting to sound enticing. Watch Bisquest, thanks for sharing your perspective, Brandon. That being an all-in type person makes a lot of sense. Yeah, I'm a stubborn guy when it comes to things like this, and I'll admit this is a failing of my own, where maybe I need to be more of a, willing to be not that way. But quite frankly, I've always been wired that way, and it's part of why we do the 7-hour streams. That's who I'm in on this. I love talking with you guys. We're going hard. No, we're not going to do a quick one. No, we're going to jump in on this. That's just who I am. I've spent 40 plus years on this earth operating this way. It ain't going to change now, and I don't think it's a bad thing. It can have its bad side to it, but I think it's a good thing overall. Dick to Brenda, if I had bugs in my Microsoft Word or Excel in the past, it's because you missed a bug, or just teasing. Test engineers are an important, undervalued position in software. They are. A lot of testing departments have been extricated from software companies because they look at it as something that they can remove cost-wise and lower overhead, but it's a very important part nonetheless of your stuff. I worked more on, we didn't do as much on we would do some updates, but it was more of on like Visual Studio, that type of stuff. It was more for the programming tools and fixing that. That's all. I'm rooting for the Commanders and Chiefs. Commanders because they have won from the Seahawks from top to bottom. Chiefs three-peat as a thank you from stopping the Niners twice. Woo. It's a hell of a thank you, SL. It's a hell of a thank you. Slubby One says, can you do an IQ test on stream, laughing out loud? I'd probably be scared to do one. I don't think I would test very highly. I think it'd be pretty embarrassing. I'm not a good tester. D-Nugget, if you stop still come on sometimes to stream a game or two. I'll try, D-Nugget. If I can keep my bitter heart from not feeling where I'll probably feel at that point. Which, look, again, just it's honesty to give you guys on this. Like, jumping in 2 years ago, I would not have thought 2 years later after driving full time on this channel like this that I'd be in the state where I'm at right now. So, yeah. The way this will probably go, and just being honest, is that if I do this, and again, I don't know if I'm going to do this, but if I do this, you'll get a 60-second video of Marshawn Lynch's shoes up on the wire, and that will be that. I understand that that's not what people want to hear with it, but that will be that. So I don't know. We're getting close, slowly one. It may be the case on that. I don't know. I'm thinking about it. I'm getting more and more torn. The more that I think about it, the more, as I've slid into this off season, especially in thinking about this, the more I've been sliding more to thinking it's the right direction to go. But I'm trying to make the right choice, and I'm trying to think about it. Not trying to be emotional about it, just try to think about what's the right decision to make here, and find myself having a harder and harder time of validating it. Yeah, it's the bitterness part there, D-Nugget, for me if I do go. That'd be the part of it where I would just be like, Dixie said, Brandon, you need time to get your skills current before applying for new jobs. Sounds like you've been out of for 5 years. Not sure how much things have changed in your role. I've kept up pretty good on IT stuff overall, and I've got a real wide skill set when it comes to IT. But I also don't really need a lot with the minuscule amount that I make off of this channel. I don't need a lot to get by. I could take a low end, it doesn't even need a software tester. I could take a low end, IT fixed computer job, and I would be better off financially speaking where I'm at right now. Through Haas's Hawks Nest, I thought my donuts were going to the Porsche and oceanfront compound. Yeah, not too much on that one, unfortunately. Unfortunately. D-Night says, bro, if you leave, I'll have to listen to Brady do the announcing. Can't do it. I'm sorry, man. Sorry if it's got to go that way. But I know my mentality on stuff. I know how I arrive on stuff. And I've got a real vengeful streak in me when I feel like I've got reason to. But that's another time for another conversation. Zell Hazard, from the moment I opened my football eyes, the 49ers were the enemy. The Chiefs were a poverty franchise. I don't have the same hate as OGs do for the Chiefs and the loser Broncos and Raiders. Yeah, I come off that AFC West days, so I do have a little bit of that in my deal. Sloby Zwan says, well, I mean, if it's not for you, then do your thing. You'll be missed. Thank you, Sloby One. That's definitely been the common sentiment today on the channel from the folks. And I do appreciate that would be the case if it does go that direction. In many ways, if it does go this direction, I have failed you guys to not be able to get this thing up over the hill. You know, we got it up to the top of the hill. The car slid back down to the bottom, you know, so that's my failure within that too, as well. And that I could have done a much better job over these last couple of years. I feel like I put hard work in, maybe could have worked smarter in certain places of things, but I've done my best every day. Every day I get up, I give you guys my best. I'll tell you that. Silver Ace, Brandon, have you looked into announcing jobs? I'm just too old for this. It's like scouting things, Silver Ace. I'm too old for this to be an attractive thing for anybody out there to want to grab onto. It's kind of a young man's gig. I don't have any college background in it. There just wouldn't be really anybody that would be interested in doing it. I can't get sponsorship. There's nobody's giving me an announcing job, you know. Addicted Brandon, great to hear your skills are current. Very cool. Yeah, start a role and build from there. Just don't make dangerous password to hack into Microsoft software. I won't indeed. Marshall Falk and the Rams were a myth. I knew the loser piss in blue-colored Rams. Watch Visquest, are you artistically fulfilled? I ask because to me, you're so creative, especially for a football channel. Yeah, I am. I get to do a lot of creative stuff that really does scratch that itch. It does. Yeah. Yeah, absolutely. There's some more creative stuff I'd like to do too down the line that's kind of a separate thing that'll come down. George says, what sucks about my software dev job is now because of more IT support jobs, because they want me to focus more on incidents and working with our businesses to set up vendors, and instead of actually doing what I was hired to do. Yeah, that sucks, man. I'm sorry. Definitely IT is not an appreciated, it should be much more appreciated as an occupation than it is. You know, it's kind of on the cutting edge in certain ways, and it's not really looked at that. Especially when I was doing private IT back a few years ago, I used to liken it to where it's like plumbers get more credit than IT folks do sometimes, you know, because I can go to a business and fix up their server or routers or whatever and give them a bill, and they're like, well, what'd you do? You pushed a couple of buttons. You know, if I have a plumber come in there and he unblocks your toilet and he gives you a $150 bill, you're just like, oh, I'll pay it. It's like, well, all he did is he snaked something down the drain, right? Sugar, Brandon, how has AI changed the landscape of IT, i.e. replacing people's jobs and whatnot? It's kind of a beginning process that's just started to take into play. I think it depends on the type of IT job you're talking about. I think, for instance, programming jobs and those kind of jobs that are centric around that are going to have a harder time moving into the future. More of the conveyor belt kind of jobs are going to have a harder time in the future, but setting up, you know, servers and putting together things for companies in that way and getting them on the right networks and stuff. And I think there's a lot of different areas of IT. So AI is definitely going to unseat a lot of different jobs, but there's still so many more other ones that are there that are still in very much in need. Sean S. says, I've always truly enjoyed your content. Thank you. Appreciate that, Sean. Cool Breeze, it is a dark day. Brandon, oh my God, you have failed no one. It's hard to grow the channel. Still wish you could insert commercials every 30 minutes, earn extra revenue. Yeah, but see, then I do that and everybody unsubscribes, addicted. You know, that's the thing about people get pissy and moaning about the ads. So, you know, you give them free content, you run ads, and then they just bitch and moan in your chat about the fact that you run ads and how dare you do that. It's the thing where I get to a bit on the channel on certain respects. It doesn't matter whether it's on that kind of thing or on something that's a discussion like a DK or Gino or a Russell or a Coach Carroll or whatever the hell else it is, Schneider. It's that there's no win. Like, you can't win. You go left, you're wrong. You go right, you're wrong. You go left, your hands get slapped. You go right, your hands get slapped. You go straight, your hands get slapped. You go, yeah, you're right. It would be great if you could do that. It'd be great if people could understand the fact that they're getting free content and that all they got to do is sit through a 15-second commercial in order so you can do it for a full-time job. But people don't operate that way because people don't care. And all they're going to do is just bitch and moan and complain to you. And I don't want to hear any more complaints or bitching and moaning. I hear enough on them. I'm good. My reservoir is full. So I run my one ad at the top of I run the one ad at the top of my vid so that nobody has to have any reason to bitch and moan about the fact the rest of the 4 hours I don't run nothing. Yeah. Silver Ace, Brandon, what's the percentage of difference of money earned during the season and off season? Off season drops down to about less than a fourth of the money that you make during season. In season, you have about 3 months of making pretty okay money. And then for the rest of the 9 months out of the year, it's pretty much pennies and nickels. That's the way I can put it. Jacob said, I'd watch your IT videos if you made them. Maybe that's the way to go. That might be the route. Maybe just different front. Dig Doc, Brandon, IT roles are the NFL kickers. Software runs okay. No one says thanks. Kicker makes field goals. No one says thanks. IT flubs and installs. Everyone complains. Field goal missed. More complaints. It's true. It's true. They don't give you the credit when you got to run humming like a well-oiled machine. But the second gosh, what are you doing? Are you managing anything? Yeah. It is the nature of the beast, and it is the hard part for IT people because it shouldn't be that way. As I said, you're kind of on the cutting edge. It should be more appreciated, but it just doesn't quite work out that way. Still can get paid pretty decently though. Jordan says, sorry, I'm not complaining to try and lure you away from IT. Just talking about IT has started me spiraling in my head. No, I get it, and it's no Shangri-La, Jordan. I'm not looking at it as like, now I get to go to heaven or something, I know definitely what I'll be in for. And look, getting up and doing 8 to 5s again. And I like sleeping in. I like staying up late. I don't like the thought process of doing that. That's why this isn't an easy decision for me to make, really isn't, on one way or the other, CEO of Drip, if you made IT content, would you cover certifications like CAPTIA, A+? Yeah. I mean, if I did, I hadn't given a lot of thought to doing IT content, but that would be definitely, you want to cover the certifications that are out there because those are the places that people are most interested in. And there's so many people looking for those kind of things. It's also the smartest way to go into IT. So rather than looking at trying to really go down the line of going into school and doing a 4-year thing, just go in and get a couple of those certifications locked up. And that can be enough to kind of get you in the door. Black says, who's you going to argue with now? I don't know. He's going to have to find somebody else. Flag, are you completely done or are you going to scale back? I'm not completely done. This is just as much as what I'm trying to do with this stream today. A little bit, Flag, is just tell people a little bit about what's on my mind. I've not even made a decision. But I just want to kind of prepare people a little bit in laying groundwork here. And the clearest way I can put this is that if I've got to walk away to go get a job now at this point and doing this channel at this point 5 years in, that's an indication to me that this channel is not on the right path and that the future is not going to be vibrant for me able to make this happen on a full-time basis. My secondary part of a feeling from that is to get very angry about that. And as I get very angry about that, I'm going to feel very vindictive in my anger. And in my anger is to just go, part of me is just like, there's the time pulling me at times like, freaking, I'm just going to go move to freaking Alaska and go climb up in a little hole in a cabin up in Alaska and no one can ever find me. That's kind of how I feel right now. And it's kind of how I feel right now. So you talk about me getting to a point of it actually getting to the point where I'd be like, okay, here's me on to the new job. Nah. I'm good at that point, I think, Flag. I'm sorry, but I'm good at that point. Jack, Brendan works in IT field. I'm pretty sure he could talk to him. I'd probably reach out to him and see if he can, maybe he's got some locations for me out there. Might be a possibility. Jordan says, see, if people complained about ads, if I was streaming, I would hit them with another ad just to get a laugh out of it. But I also like watching people that complain about dumb things squirm. Hey, I do too. Problem is that you got such a small butterfly net with the Seahawks fandom. You know, it's a tiny little itty bitty net. And so you're trying to capture everybody into the net as you can. And so there's a little bit of a tough part of that. And then, you know, pissing people off. And hell, I piss people off. I mean, I'm going to lose 2 or 3 subs off this video alone. Today it's lost subs off we did this 8-hour stream last Sunday with both playoff games. I don't know what I did that was bad to cause people unsub off, but they do that there. So, you know, it's like, even when you're not trying, they're unsubbing. So if you're trying, I'd be losing them in droves. Watch this question. You didn't fail at all. I understand the sentiment, but broad appeal often comes at the cost of nuance and logic. Sensationalism and simple-minded takes generate broad appeal. You have too much integrity for that. Might be a bit of a truth to, there's probably a lot of truth to that on that side of it. But you know, it does feel like that there then does feel like a depression to how potentially big this thing could get or whatever it could do. And it starts to feel very limited then in that point of it. And whether that's a fail or not, I don't know. It still would feel a little bit, taking a step back 2 years in at this point would feel like a failure. Throughout IT channels are saturated. As an IT guy myself with this search, there's a million IT channels these days since COVID. There's a lot. Yeah. I don't know if I would do that, but I've got a buddy that's got 1,000 subs that I could probably work with him on. I know he's been looking at doing his channel up a little bit more. So I could have a pretty inside track. The butterfly net's much bigger though, the Tooth Thrill House, where it's like, you've got Seahawks fans is my butterfly net. Seahawks fans that are on YouTube, the butterfly shrinks down even smaller. I mean, it's pretty tiny at this point. Versus IT, which is worldwide. So, various Brandon, you and Brendan could something. I think he doesn't have a job right now. He's also IT to Zach's point. Yep. I think he's cooking through though on his side. I think he's pretty happy with where he's rolling along on his end of it. But I'll reach out to him. Jordan says failure is when you don't try. You worked your ass off and it may just not work out. Either way, you decide to take this. You gave people a community. Well, thank you, Jordan. And I mean, failure is maybe the wrong word to use. It's just the failure part of it. And you're making progress. And then 2 years in, you feel like you've just lost your progress and everything's gone to a dead standstill or that there's retention, if anything. Yeah. Flag says, I don't get to watch the games. Your game day streams are how I consume Hawks games. Thank you, man. Dick to Brandon. Oh, come on. It's Shangri-La. You have worked on the wrong projects. Teasing. BB says, I would still find you, B, wherever you hide. Maybe. I can hide pretty well. Carlos says, I don't think you did anything bad necessarily. People just sub off in the offseason. I know, but it's just a dick move. It's such a dick move. Because it doesn't cost you anything. And if you don't want to watch the content, just right click on the video and then go, don't show the content up on my feed. You know? It's like it's free for people to do. It's the thing but people want to do it as like a power thing. It's like a fun thing to do to people that are content creators. It's like, it's an ultimate dick move. And it's, boy, it's demotivating. You just want to make progress. You go live. You don't want to see your subs go backwards. And again, if I'm doing what I'm doing right, I shouldn't have subs go backwards. Maybe it's the off season. Maybe people just don't like the content. Or not enough people like the content. Ryan, YouTube failed you, Brandon. Maybe. Dick to Brandon, I believe you're chasing your dream is never failure. Never chasing your dream is failure. I wanted to be in the mafia. Couldn't learn to speak Italian. Oops. Said that part out loud. Silver Race, Brandon, I'm also in the same spot where you're doing what you want. What you want won't have many benefits other than keeping your sanity, but working a job is kind of like hell, selling your soul in a way. Luckily, I'm young. There's no easy answers in this day and age, and everybody's kind of going through it. You know, we've got a market, we've got an economy that's inflated to the nines. We have people that are being paid commiserate, not with the inflation. So everybody's seemingly making less every year. We're all in this barrel. We're all dealing with this, with our issues on it, and there aren't any easy answers. It's part of why I'm trying to turn this over to make the right decision, is that there's no easy answers on this thing. Jacob Releb, how much do you think the success of the team impacts your income from YouTube? I mean, it certainly helps to a degree. I think some of it is too just that I don't think that the 12s are particularly active on YouTube, really. I mean, you go look at the Niner content creators that are out there. There's probably like about 13, 14 Niner content creators that have over 20,000 subscribers. We have one. And that's the guy that has had his YouTube account open for 14 years to get to that spot of things. It's, they're just, the Seahawks fans aren't as active on YouTube versus other fan bases in general, I would say. We're just not connected to the process as much. Maybe that's not winning or whatever, but I mean, you got 10 wins this year. There'd be games where there's just not as much interest there. I don't know if I have a good explanation for it. Take a pause. Hey, why is my other account new holiest in timeout? I didn't put you in timeout. Somebody might have accidentally got you on the, they might have accidentally had their phone in the pocket and they accidentally got it pushed out, but I definitely didn't do it on my side of it. I'm sorry for that, Jacob. Probably was done by accident. Hey, I just looked. The Hawks Nest has more subscribers than a lot of Seahawks channels. That's rough. That's rough. That's rough. You have more subs than the official Seahawks press conference channel. So it's a pretty good spot to be. But yeah. It's more of like those guys should be having more subs more than I got a lot of subs. It's more of that everybody else should be up around where kind of I'm at with this. But Watch Fish Quest, they hate you because they ain't you, Brandon. I mean, you're a charismatic dude. A lot of jabronis like to just pull people like you down. Maybe the case. They're doing a good job. It's working. They're successful. Their goal has clicked in. So I wish them all the congratulations. They're accomplishing their goals. Well done. Making the world a greater place. Silver Ace Brandon, maybe you could make an IRL football skit. TikTok's kind of like Tom Grossi shorts and stuff, only if you want to, though. I'll try maybe something like that. And sorry there, Jacob got timed out. I don't know what happened. I definitely didn't do it. Promise you that. Jordan, could you possibly pivot into a general football channel? Yeah, that's possible. I'm open to it. Jocks, Brandon, aging, no insurance, no vacations. You'd have to be insane not to question yourself. Was the roundtable more lucrative than the solo channel? The roundtable is a paying gig, so it pays all right. It's a helpful point to things, but the roundtable's dialing back in the off season too, so it's only a during the season type thing. It was helpful. It was. But yeah, you're right. It's hard. Add on that to that addicted. It's 100-hour weeks. So 100-hour weeks, no insurance, no vacations, every week, every day, every week, every day. Which I love doing this. It's in a lot of ways it's working, but when there's the then extra stuff that comes into play on top of that, that's where it becomes too much. The timeout should only be for 15 minutes if it's there. D Nugget said he didn't mean to. He must have accidentally did. Sometimes folks have their phone in their pocket when they're watching and, you get it pushes in there, Jacob, but it'll have you back in 15. And if anything was more than that, I'll make sure you're taken off if there was anything that got hung up in there. Sugar Brandon, the negative minority will always be louder than the silent majority. Do the best you can to give your energy to those who are actually there for you. I will try, Sugar. I will try. I'll do my best, man. I will. Carter got to turn into a bad comedy channel, give views like Grossi. Say the case, you should just do what Rob Sand does, have a day job and run the stream twice a week for an hour. Maybe a better way of doing it. I don't know if I'm built that way. Every time I try to go and do a short stream, it ends up being, it's like the guys have run into this, and it's the good part of it over on the Roundtable show. Roundtable's supposed to be an hour. We end up at 2 hours every night. It becomes a commitment to do it. There's no way to do a fast in and out. I've tried many times to do a fast show. It's not possible. Throws, just curious, what subscriber amount would you need to be at to be comfortable? I find some loyal subs on the dark web. It's not really the sub thing. It's like, I don't want to artificially manufacture it that way, Throws. This is where it comes back to like, I want things to naturally, organically be there. And if they're not, then I take that for the sign it is, if it's that I don't have a kitschy enough thing, or I'm not this to the man, it's kind of a lot of stuff in play. It's not just one sort of thing. And it's a lot of stuff into this. But it's not even about getting to subscriber count. It's just about making the products, like not going live and having less subscribers after I go live than I started with. Not having that be the consistent reality that I face. I'd like that to be the case. I'd like to not do 15 interviews last June and come out the end of the month 30 subs down from where I started. I'd like that to not be the case. But that's not the reality of the life on this thing. And that's part of the stuff that I'm tired of with it. But it's more of everything. It's not just one thing. It's all of it. Ryan says, Brandon, I heard you need to be adding subs like every video to make a decent living. Is that right? Can you say? Yeah, I need to be adding subs. I need to be not losing subs when I run live videos. When you guys see content where I upload content and I've put 2 weeks into the content and I can't get 500 views after 4 days on it, what am I doing? What am I doing? Silver Ace, Brandon, if you could do me a favor and look into football and look into channel football analysis after you're done with the stream and have free time, I feel like you could do something like that. I'll take a look at it. Yeah. You write it down. Thanks for the suggestion. Take a look at it. Should only be a 15-minute thing there, Jacob. Cobra says, holy, I just got my Twitter suspended a couple weeks ago. Now I'm training years. Now Brando's leaving. I guess it has to get worse to get better. One thing you can always count on in this world, Cool Breeze, is nothing ever remains the same. Everything is always in a changing state. We thought when we had the Legion of Boom and that they were here, that we were going to have a dynasty for years to come. And it was over with the blink of an eye, over almost night, right? And it sucks about this world. It really does. But it's something I've learned through all my years, is that nothing good lasts. Things come down to an end. It's the way of the world. And don't like it, but it is the way of the world. Can't do much about it. Can't do much about it. D Nugget, I know you're not built that way, but we love you in this community. For us, having a little bit less or a different style of channel is better than no Brando. But yeah, you got to pay the bills with no job, with the job. Appreciate you understanding, D Nugget. And I will try to be careful on my decision making with this. I will. I think you guys have gotten the understanding of where I'm at. And that's all I wanted to make sure that we're clear on here as we go forward in the future on it. So I'll keep you up to date on it. I'll do what I can, but that's how it'll go. Dick to Brandon, you've done your best. Of that, I have zero doubts. I attended the Hawks-Vikes game, first time at Lumen. Fans were meh. Seahawks losing years affecting your channel too, maybe? Could be. Maybe there's just a malaise in the Seahawks fan base, and that could be the case. Part of it, I wonder too, is if sports have long been able to sit high on the hog because there's not a lot of other competing factors. And now there are more competing factors than ever before for eyeballs. And that maybe in a lot of ways we're seeing in sports a slow kind of, not maybe die off, but a lessening of interest. Could be some of that too. Thrill B, a few weeks ago when you did an 8-hour rally at the end of the season, I saw you posted the wrap up at around 9 a.m. Did you go to bed between them? No, the way it works for me on a Sunday, and this is by necessity because those are the days where you get subs. So yeah, I can't get subs on a stream like this. I can't get subs when we go live on Sunday. I'm going to lose subs on those days. So what this then means for a YouTube creator is that when you have game day, you have to be live all day long to maximize out your subs. So I do the play-by-play for the first 3.5 hours. We go to the Bleacher Report for a 45-minute show, come back for another 6 hours of post-game discussion, and then it takes me another 5-6 hours to do the game wrap-up, which means that I get to bed somewhere between 6 and 8 in the morning, approximately, or 9 sometimes. But that's part of the requirement for growth. I have to put that day in the beginning day of the week to start things out, or you're not maximizing out the sub count. Kristen says, you're a true original. I really like your long streams and watch-alongs. No one else does what you do. You're very much appreciated. Your core fans will be with you for the long run. Thanks, man. I appreciate it, Kristen. I really do on that. And I know you guys got my back on that. You guys have always had my back on that. No doubt about that. What's up, big country? Washface Quest says, whatever you do, thank you for an incredible body of work. You brought so much joy and knowledge to myself and others. I couldn't do this for 5 years. 99.9% of the people couldn't do it at your level. Well, thank you, Wash and Fist Quest. I appreciate that. It's very kind of you to say. And it's been a great ride with you guys on this. I've enjoyed the hell out of my time with you guys. We have had so many turns and twists and all that stuff, but it's been a great time. So for Brando Football Analysis got like 50 to 60 subs in like a month just by talking about every NFL team. He gets 100,000 views after week 2. You definitely work as hard or harder. You could do the same. I'll look into it. I'll look into it for sure. Absolutely. We won't hurt that account, Jacob. And if something happened and you accidentally got, let me know on the next one if you happen to have gotten banned out of the deal accidentally on the phone being pushed. I'll make sure that it gets pushed off and doesn't happen. I'll take a look in there on that. Dantalian says, lots of Seahawks fans, lots of Seahawks channels now. This is still the best one. Well, thank you for that. I really do appreciate that. And you guys, all of your kind words is as well received. And you guys, as always, you guys have been unbelievable here on the support front. It's not from your guys' lack of support or lack of donations or lack of you guys to a man, to a woman doing everything you can to make sure that this channel gets buoyed up as we've gone through these past couple of years. There's a lot of things going on. And a lot of things I've got to kind of consider on this stuff right now. And it's all of that stuff into play a bit. It's not just sort of a one thing. It's like everything a little bit. And hopefully I've been able to kind of articulate that to you guys a little bit here as we wound down the stream and understanding why. It's kind of what I'm starting to turn over more and more in my brain on where I'm standing here with the channel. And we'll see if it changes into the future on it. We'll see if my head turns around a little bit on it. But I can sense for when I start to get a momentum or behind something in a certain direction of things. And it's hard to sort of set me off my path once I start going down this line. It is. Save the Geese. I remember Tom Grossi rated your stream before. He's a good guy. He's rated the stream a couple times and very kind of him to do so. Kevin says all the other channels kind of blow. Well, they're coming along, man. We got some good, Dan VN's is doing good work. Hawk Zone doing good work. Carlos says, I think your sub count's pretty high for a Seahawks channel from what I've seen. It's not bad. We've kind of hit our point in the mud though here. We've been stuck here. Yeah, we're getting some growth, but boy, is it marginal. Kick up. You should do more general football stuff like every NFL first round pick, grading the 2022 draft 2 years later. I've been thinking about doing a little bit about this with kind of the Clips channel and maybe expanding over to that side. I'm considering it. It's a great suggestion, Kick Up. Nina says, we understand. Take care of yourself, your health, your mentals. Like Marshawn, take care of chicken. Exactly. Kevin O'Connor, you got to get out. You might get got. Make sure you get yours before you get got. Well, I definitely got mine in this 5 years, Kevin. I've definitely gotten got, but I've definitely gotten mine too. And, we've taken a hell of a swing and a run at this thing. There's no doubt about that. Hey, Bomber says, Pete Carroll, the Niners, wild rumors. I hope the Niners do it. I hope they do it indeed. Robert Can says, I sure hope we hire Hank Fraley. I think he is the leader in the clubhouse right now. Hank Fraley. I do think he is, I think he is the guy. So I wouldn't be surprised if we were to hear in the next couple of days that he is going to be the hire on this side of it. Jacob says, rumors are also Pete to the Raiders. Yep, we're hearing about the Raiders too. And the Raiders are kind of running out of potential guys to provide for a head coaching job. So we might also see Pete there too. Kevin says KJ Wright and Carroll blowing up the Niner defense. Save the Geese, there's a YouTuber who had a huge channel that started a new one without telling anyone about it, and it grew to be super successful by using the algorithm and tactics. There's some smart ways to do this stuff. Yep. There's some ways you can kind of get around some of the depression that exists there with it. That's for sure. Likes to stick around, man. You'll see growth when John gets fired. And I'll try, man. I'll try, Flag. Save the Geese, you might have to branch off Seahawks content and cover the entire league. I might. It might be the way we have to go. I have kind of all options on the table right now. I'm picking through them. Off season's kind of the time to pick through them. But I will tell you guys, I'm going to have a decision on this sooner than later for you guys with this. So I won't leave you guys twisting in the wind on this one. We'll have an answer for you guys relatively soon with it. We're going to go ahead and wrap this one up, though. I'm good to call it a day here now. We've gone 4:45 on this CEO drip. Thank you for the $2 donation. Scott Strong, thank you for subbing up to the channel, Scott. Appreciate you. David Nelson, thanks for subscribing on up as well. Big Country, more videos per week might help your channel, but I don't have much else advice. Yep, that's something that could help too. A hard time for me is I just have a hard time making quick videos. I take a lot of takes. I stumble over my words when I'm trying to do uploads. The uploads on the channel, Big Country, do the worst. I can barely crack 1,000 views on a video for uploads on the channel, where live stream shows might get 3,000, 4,000 views. So it's also kind of weird where just nobody watches much of the uploads, man. They just don't watch them. They don't want to see them. Yeah, is what it is. I think you need to go in the dark room for 5 days. Maybe so, man. Maybe so. All right, we're going to wrap it up on that note, folks. I thank you guys today for bearing in with me, and again, for understanding. I know I spent a little bit of time talking about where we are, current situation channel-wise, but just want to try to articulate as full as I can, and maybe didn't do a great job of it, of where I'm kind of at here with things and how we're going and what we're doing and where we're heading off to. We will be back here on Sunday. I think we'll be doing the Thursday B&B show tomorrow. So I'll be back over on that side of it. Until then, I want to thank the sponsor of the show, Underdog Fantasy. Your fantasy season may be over. You may have gotten beat bad this year. You may really be licking your wounds as far as your fantasy losses. Well, you can still get in a Final Cup Fantasy here. Get in a Final Fantasy here right now here with the last couple of playoff teams. Go head to head with other fans. Go win yourself some money right now. Underdog Fantasy is matching 2-to-1, so $200 down, $100 back, $1,000 down, $100 back, up to $2,000 down. They will match you $1,000 back when you use my code NEST. Get in now today on a weekly fantasy matchup here. Get back some of your pride for this fantasy season. You can also get in the over and the unders. They got freebie picks that they give you to help you build up your parlay. Use my code today. But thank you, Underdog Fantasy, for sponsoring the show for the past couple of years, as they have. I appreciate you guys watching. Robert Can, is there a chance to be a guest on your show or able to talk Hawks and football? I do a call-in show for members of my channel every month, Robert. I've been hesitant to do the guest thing on it because there's a risk you take if somebody were to bring them on with a guest and there's a video and they were to do something weird with the video, like, put some porn on there or something like that, that could get your whole channel killed. Just done. Like, YouTube doesn't give you a second run. So that kind of has made me hesitant of doing any of the call-in shows. I know some channels are willing to risk it, but it doesn't seem like it's well worth the price of risking something that could happen like that that's outside of my control completely for the other side of it. But I do call-in shows because I can do those offline and I can control the parameters a little bit more. But you do have to be a member of the channel, Robert. We do those once a month at the end of the month for members of the channel. We'll be doing another one here in about 5 days, 6 days or so. So yeah, it's kind of how we do that on that. Cool Breeze, Niners replace Lyle with Pete. Your channel gets 10,000 subs, more boost. Maybe so. Maybe so. King, part of the vids might be the season's over at this point, Brando, so viewers might be slowing down. We didn't get the growth, King Bomber, this year that we had of last year. We fell far short of the growth that we had last year. We're bleeding, King. We're bleeding. We're bleeding partly, I believe, because the messaging from yours truly is not resounding as much as maybe it once did. We're not getting the growth as we did once because I think that what I'm bringing to the table is not as good as it once was, or maybe wasn't as good in the first place. People don't want to hear me say this, but this is what I believe in my heart. So I don't care if people think it on their side of it. I think the indicators that I get from the 12s right now, not everybody, but the indicators by what I'm sensing and feeling are, it doesn't really matter. Doesn't really matter. We'll do one more drunk stream before I go. I'll promise you that, Flag. Robert says, okay, thank you. We'll be looking to join that. I have tons to talk about more. Please do Robert on it. I go live. So when we do the call-in shows, Robert, I'll talk to people for 45 minutes, an hour at a time on there. So if you do get it as a member, really, it'll be here in about another 4 or 5 days. I'll be posting it to the community posts if you become a member of the channel. But we're going to do those every single month here for members of the channel, as long as we're doing the channel here on that side of it. Yeah, I'd be happy to talk to you in there and chop it up. And there was other members in the channel at that time, with it. It was like 515 last year or something, wasn't it? Yeah, we did over 500. We did over 5,000 subscribers last year. This year we maybe did less than 3. Which the thing about this is supposed to kind of compound. The higher up you get, it's not supposed to act like it did when you're at 12,000 subs, which is the way it's acted. So yeah, it's yeah. Big to Brandon, your stuff's beyond good. I just think Schneider and Pete ran the team in the ditch. McDonald year 2 could be great. Could be. So please give us one more draft stream. I will try, my man. Robert Can, do you think we should have more of an RPO-styled offense? Not as much, Robert, because you're going to have to lean on that style of offense of having your quarterback run too much. You want your quarterback running at very specific times, even those hyper-mobile guys, because you're going to get him injured if you run him too much. I think the Indianapolis Colts have made this mistake with Anthony Richardson. The times he's gotten injured is doing what? Running the RPO stuff. And multiple times over it's happened to him. I don't think that's... I think you end up with your quarterback taking too much pounding in that kind of a situation. King Jacob Hawes, what was the name of your user that you think got? So you're thinking that you got. You're thinking that one of my mods accidentally actually just completely banned you from the channel. What's your name in there that you think got banned? Let me look it up right now, and I'll try to find it in here. If you can, Jacob, just post me the username and I'll new holiest. Okay. Give me a second here. Oh, there's holiest hand grenade. So somebody did do that. Ah, jeez. I got your hand grenade one off. There was the hand grenade one in there, the newest holiest. I'm looking for right now. Hold on. Just making sure that your other alt account wasn't in here too. think we got it. Got a lot of... Okay. I think I got it there. Hand grenade. Newest hand grenade. So I didn't see newest hand grenade in there. I don't see it in. I'll take a look offline and take a look through. So I got to kind of piece through about 200 different individual names on this to find the one, but I didn't see it in there as... Yeah, I don't see newest hand grenade in here on the banned list, my man. So maybe it's just lasting a little bit too long on that. I got the hand grenade was in here. I don't know why that one was in here. But I'm not seeing the newest. I don't know. There's a lot of names here. All right. I think I got it, but I'll look again after I'm offline here. My eyes are starting to cross and I need to get some food. King Bomber says, trust me, Brandon, this team needs a jolt, not on the coaching staff, but on the players. They've got to do something nobody expects to get this team back in line. I'd love to see it too, man. I wish I felt like I had the confidence that the team was willing to make those kind of moves at this point, King. I don't know if they are. Mythic says, if this is the end or near it, I just want to say that I'm really going to miss you. The streams and this community, it's been an honor to watch you for the past 3 to 4 years. Well, thank you. And I will absolutely be missing you guys if I do go this route with it. So I hope it's not the case with it. I hope I can find a way to make this work in my head for this, to make this go. It has been an honor to be able to do this with my fandom and to have this interaction with you guys in this major way. Never thought that this was where this channel was going to go. When I started this out, I thought this was all going to be upload based, and live streams wasn't even really on my radar. But it's been the thing that's resonated with you guys the most. I've loved it the most on it. And yeah. There we go, hand grenade. We got you back. How the hell do we go stagnant with the new coach? I don't know. Hope Crazy says, if you leave, all I've got's Brennan. But in terms of streaming, all I got is Nimhauser. Who do I do not enjoy like you? Well, thank you, Hoop Craze. I will try to fight up against this, man. It's a battle I'm working every day right now. So I'm doing my best on it. I will do my best to try to keep my feet on the ground and keep grinding as I've grinded, if I can do it. If not, you'll know I've done everything I can in my powers to make it work. So that's my biggest thing. The other thing I'll say to you is that there's a lot of folks doing good work out here on the Hawks YouTube sphere of things. I've been here for as long as anybody doing it outside of a guy like Norbcam or Brendan, but there's people that are new on the scene that are doing a good job and are putting in that work, and they're solidifying themselves in the way that needs to be right to be that place into the future. So the future here on the content creation world of things on YouTube's in a good hands, whether I'm here or not. That's for sure. King Bomber, people have mentioned taking a break too. I'm not big on a break at this point. I would feel like, and I understand people don't feel it in the same place, but I feel like at this point, if I've got to get to a point of taking a break, that I'll just take a full break and I will be done. I don't believe in take a break. So this is, I'm not a 50% guy. I don't go lukewarm. You're either going to get 100% of my motor or you're going to get none of my motor. That's the way I work. That's the way I'll forever work. That's the way I'm wired. That's the human being I am. Can't do anything about that. Robert says, you're clearly more than a lot of others and not corny. I thank you for that, Robert. I do. I don't know if this is something that's really much appreciated, though, by the fan base and by and large. I don't think the fan base, I think there's individuals who like this. I think from a majority of a fan base standpoint, they don't really kind of care. And I think the impact is pretty minimal when it's all said and done. All right. Well, we're going to wrap it up on that, folks. Appreciate you guys today. Thank you a lot. Brandy says, yeah, the thing about taking a break is that it's so damn difficult to get business ramped back up. Yeah, the thing about taking a break is I got to go get a full-time job, and then I have to decide to come back and do this job, to come back to the channel with my tail between my legs, having known it's failed in hopes that maybe in the future somehow it will come into be. That's not the way I'm going to work in my outlook of the situation. Maybe that's the healthiest way of looking at it. Maybe that's the way that I should be looking at it. But I don't really care about what I should do or what is healthy to do. I put 5 years into this channel. 2 years ago, I went full-time and I said, I'm going to go full-time. I'm going to give you guys 100 hours a week. I'm going to give you this investment because you guys have invested in me. I'm going to put it on the line for you. I'm going to lay it all out there and we'll let the cards fall where they may. Well, we've landed 2 years later. The cards have fallen where they may. And the answer is not, well, go get the job and then maybe come back and then go do, no. No, won't do it. Won't do it, refuse to do it. Never will do it. If I step, I step. If I get to walk in, I walk. I don't think you will ever see me walk through any other time again. I will be out. Done. Break is not an option. Break is not on the table. Hand Grenade, thank you for being a Hawks Nest Pro Bowl member and join on up. And like I said, here we're going to be getting a call-in show done. We just did a couple days ago a stream. Look up if you are a member of the channel. Look up under your community. We looked at Tyler Warren for members of the channel. So I did a deep film dive on Tyler Warren. Kind of showed you guys a little bit of his tape, not just the highlights. We ended a couple. I think we did about 3 different games. We looked at Tyler Warren on that one. So. Yeah. King says, whatever you choose, Brando, I'm going to be with you. Hopefully you're here with us to see this team get a ring. Well, thank you, man. I appreciate that, King Bomber. And I know you will be rocking right in the shotgun on this one if I do. I appreciate that. And like I said, I'll try not to leave you guys hanging on this and get you guys updated on this as quick as I possibly can. Passing the torch. That's right, Beamy. It's starting to feel a little bit like the time might be right to kind of pass a torch. It's sort of the instinct I'm starting to get a bit. It's a good way of putting it. It's a little less negativity with that one, right? It's more of just kind of, this is the natural life cycle thing going on. All right. Well, thanks guys for watching today. I think we're maybe back tomorrow with the B&B show. We'll see. I might try to push that out a week here as it stands right now, but we'll just see where we're at with it. But I do appreciate you guys watching. If you get a chance, you don't have to if you don't want to. Maybe it's just too much. Hit the like button if you feel like it. Maybe sub up if you feel like it. But if you don't, cool too. No worries on that either way with it. Scott Strong, thank you again for subbing up. David, thank you for subbing up. Don, appreciate the donation. And CO Drip, thanks for the donation at the end. Hand Grenade, appreciate you as a member as well. So if we're not back tomorrow, we will be back on Sunday. We're going to go end on that day as far as streaming goes and see where it is. So I thank you guys for watching today. Got a good idea of, I think, where we got at the report card, I think was pretty solidly put as far as John Schneider's concerned here. I think people at the highest had him up as a B. People at the lowest had him as kind of a C, C minus. So I think my C plus grade is right around the right spot, right about the money spot there for John this past year. There's some good, there's some bad. He's got to deal with the offensive line, and he's got to deal with it in a major way this offseason, or it really does look like he's got such a hole in his game that just cannot be overcome. Certainly not overcome to the state of getting us to a contending state, which is what we're all trying to look to get to. We'll see the moves they look to make. We'll hopefully have an update here with you guys as far as the OC. If there is an OC hiring, I will go live and give you guys the update on the OC that we do go grab if that does happen in the next couple of days. I do thank you guys for watching today. I want to thank you guys for all of your kind words. I'm sorry that we had to turn over some things that weren't as fun on the channel with this, but I've always kind of told you guys where my head's at all times with this channel and where I'm at. And now's not going to be any different 5 years into this. So as always with you guys, you can count on me no matter what. You might disagree with me. You might be disappoint me. You might be whatever with me, but I'll always be honest with you and truthful. That's what I'm trying to lead with here on this channel first and foremost. And very much the case today. So thanks for watching. Appreciate you guys. We'll be back soon, but until that time, please don't you forget, go Hawks.